It's the final day of the big one. Today is the day to choose your future, to find your purpose, to decide your contribution. We've been told by the United Nations that we have a rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable world. Right in this moment, this absolutely historic moment, probably the most critical moment in the history of humanity, we have to decide what is next. How are we going to force this government to do the right thing by its people? Well, today we have set a deadline of 5 p.m. for the government to at least enter into negotiations with us. We have two actually very reasonable demands. The first is to end all new fossil fuel licenses, approvals, and funding now. The United Nations Energy Agency has been saying this since 2021, that we absolutely can have no new fossil fuels. Every credible expert is saying exactly the same thing. End new fossil fuels. The banks, most of them now not funding fossil fuels. It's just this government steamrolling ahead, trying to dish out 100 new licenses by 2025. That won't do. Our second demand is to let the people decide, for the government to implement an emergency citizens' assembly to decide a fair and just way through this crisis. These compounding crises, all interlinked, the cost of living crisis, the health crisis, the climate crisis, the nature crisis. We need to decide our future together collectively so everybody's needs are met. So my name's Laura Baldwin. I'm an Olympic sailor and a deeply concerned mother. That's what motivates me to step up and to use my voice to speak out for climate and nature and for all people on this planet and for all life on this planet. You're joining me outside the Department of Transport. We're about to go on a march along outside all the different government departments where pickets have been set up, where speakers are drawing attention to the key issues of each department. At midday, we're running a What Next Assembly. So all the people that are here are going to decide what is their next step. And all this coalition of groups, that we've built this incredible coalition of over 200 different groups and organizations, how we as a movement of movement going to use our power collectively to move forward after this moment. It's going to be a grand finale at the end of this day. 4:30, we're going to picket Parliament and decide what is next. So I'm joined today by Etienne Stott. I'm going to pass over to take us around to interview people that are here, or we may go to the stage where speaking is happening now, live as we speak. Stay tuned, it's going to be a full day of action.
All right. Well, today is all about stepping up. This is all about how we as individuals and we as a movement can take it to the next level, because we do not have faith that our government is going to meet its demands. So I'm here outside the Department for Transport. Thank you for joining me. I'm here outside the Department for Transport, which has got a critical role here. So many people want to do the right thing, while so many people are trapped in methods of getting around the country and around to different places in their work that they are not good for the planet, not good for our health. I'm joined here by Pete Knapp, who is an expert on air quality science. Excuse me, we had a little technical moment there. And so Pete, you know, you're an expert on air quality. We're here actually on what's actually quite a nasty road for this. And I think it's just illustrating what's going on in London and surely around the cities, around the world, and also around the country.
Yeah, we're up outside the Department of Transport, one of the most polluted roads. I mean, you can just taste the nitrogen dioxide, the particulate pollution just entering your lungs. I work in the Department for Transport at Imperial College, and yeah, we talk about tyre pollution, we talk about aeroplane pollution, but you know, even in academia, people are still stuck in these systems where they are reliant upon these methods to get around. But even within academia, people still feel that the cheapest way to get around to conferences in different countries is to fly, even if they're going there to talk about how flying is so bad for the environment. Now, when I call people out for this, they struggle with it. They find it so hard to say, well, yeah, but I'm going there to be a part of the solution. And I'm saying, but by doing it, you're a part of the problem. we talk about sustainable aviation fuel in our department. What does that mean? Well, it means making biofuels, making aeroplane fuel out of plants. Where are those plants going to be grown? Are they going to be grown in Yorkshire? Are they going to be grown in Essex? No, they're going to be grown in Borneo. They're going to be grown in Malaysia. They're going to be grown in Brazil. These are the places which are going to be deforested for us to get biofuels to fly to these places to cause more global catastrophe. I think it's just totally backwards. I called my professors and academics out for this stuff, and I'm hoping that it's going to make a change in academia.
So it's really interesting we're talking about this. So this is one of the reasons why I believe we need the voices of ordinary people to be informed when we are making decisions about how we exit this fossil fuel era. Because if we leave it to our governments, which I think most people don't trust, and our political system, which has got so many vested interests and short-term interests, we're likely to grab hold of solutions that seem at first glance to be a good idea, but in fact turn out to be literally snake oil, as the expression goes. And I'm horrified by this idea of sustainable aviation fuel. I heard that someone they were saying, we have to the plant to fuel the whole to supply the whole of the aviation industry will require some epic amount of land to be planted and replanted each year, which doesn't just it captures the carbon. What about the water? What about the people? What about the resilience of those crops to extreme weather? It's a complete nightmare, and it's really important, I think, that we're talking about these issues, because things like aviation, is it actually ever sustainable? And I believe if a Citizens' Assembly really heard about the facts, the actual options and the pros and cons of it, I'm not sure they would go for it.
You'd have thought so, and I really hope so as well. I think the public might agree with you. At the moment, the academics in my department who research this stuff still fly, and I find that mind-bending. But I asked my professors, what are the barriers to try to get yourselves to get there by train? And they say it's cost. And we think, well, why is it so cheap to fly? Well,
untaxed aviation fuel?
There you go. We're not taxed on it. We're taxed on trains. We're not taxed on planes. Now, if that was to switch around, like people in this department could try to do, then it would change the dynamic. People would be able to get around by train instead of plane.
And this is the thing that, and again, this is my personal belief, but I believe that so many people out there want to do the right thing. They are caring, good people. And I must say, this is an important point. We are told in our media so many times that people are bad, that they are selfish, that they are unkind, that they're only looking out for themselves, and it's a dog-eat-dog world. But I reject that. I think that is a revolutionary point. We must hold on to this idea of the goodness of people, because I believe they are. And what they want to do is play their part in the solutions towards a better, healthier, fairer, safer planet. But the thing is that departments like these government departments behind us, Department for Transport, are actually holding the levers of power. We can, want to pedal around on our bikes and go on a bus that might be ridiculously overpriced, and we can't necessarily get to the places where we need to go. So Department for Transport needs some joined up thinking with all these other departments, informed by a Citizens' Assembly. And that to me is really critical, because otherwise we're just going to be basically going to end up with more or less, well, business as usual is where we're headed. But I just think it's completely important that we know out there, you people viewing and people all around the country want the solutions. It's the people in power who are holding on and not releasing those solutions. And I know, Pete, you're known for having taken action with Scientist Rebellion. Do you want to describe what you think to yourself? We're at this point about stepping up, and what is next after this big one. We're calling on people to step up in whatever way they feel, but we have to mobilize a massive resistance to this absolute scandal of the climate emergency and the response to it.
Yeah, and in terms of making activism accessible, it's important to define what activism is. So, Is activism about sticking your hand to a road? Is it about throwing chalk on a snooker table? Yes, it is, but it's about much more than that as well. This isn't just activism is this enormous step, but we're changing that model into an accessibility ramp, right? So you can start very, very small, get your momentum, find a comfortable place for you to get into activism, and then hopefully ascend from that point into as much activism as you can, because that's what we need.
And that is what we need. We've got to be really clear about this. Activism is about participating in our democracy in an active way, campaigning, taking action. This is not just about recycling at home. We all need to recycle at home. We need to use our bikes when we can. We know we can't always do that. Sometimes we have to use a car. Sometimes we have to, do things that we are almost trapped into doing. And that is why we need governments to facilitate these solutions. So, Pete, I was wondering if you could give me one last final fact that you could perhaps would jolt people into thinking a little bit differently about the air that we breathe or this issue.
Okay. If we add together all of the passenger air miles from last year, that adds up to 8,600 billion kilometres. What does that mean? 1,000 return trips to Pluto in 1 year in a plane.
All right, well, we need to move on. We need to step it up. We need to get things changed. And I'm going to pass over to Laura right now, who's speaking to someone else.
Right, well, you join me with two people that I found on the street who have got their professions written on their hats. I think that's a really powerful move for people that are going to protest to make, because I've been to protest now for over 4 years, and so often we hear people shouting out, "Get a job!" Well, most of us actually do have jobs, and those that aren't paid for what they do actually have a really important purpose. So I've found a couple of scientists. So I wonder what sort of scientists you are, if you can introduce yourself and what you do, and what has actually called you onto the streets.
I'm Vashti, I'm an ecologist. I'm here because this is the most important issue facing not just us as a nation, but us as a species. It really is what they call an existential threat, which means it threatens the existence of our society and our way of life.
So I was really crushed hearing some of the statistics of some of the ecosystems that are at threat. Like, I'm a sailor, so I feel really passionate about the oceans. And I lived in Australia for 10 years, and there are coral reefs that they are such a threat. And this 1.5 degrees of global heating sounds like such a little amount that people don't even pay attention. They're like, well, so what? But 1.5 degrees is 75% of the coral reefs gone. And 2 degrees, they're pretty much gone.
Yeah, I mean, there's people already saying that the coral reefs are kind of cooked, literally and figuratively, that we might be too late already, but ecosystems are very, very finely balanced, and what seems like a small margin to us can have huge consequences. And we are already seeing species shifts, changes in species ranges, invasive species coming in on southern regions of the country, the species that specialize in alpine regions being pushed uphill and losing their territory, and changes in phenology, which means that species that rely on other species doing certain things at certain times of year, that is now falling out of sync because species respond differently to rising temperatures at different rates. So, these changes are real, they are happening.
Yeah, and so to give species a better chance of adapting, we need to slow down the heating of this planet. The longer that we can take to warm, and the less we can warm, the better outcome there is. And that statistic that 1 million species are at threat of extinction, it's mind-blowing. What would be your one thing that people could do to help to stop this or slow it down?
I mean, it needs really deep decarbonisation. So anything you can do to decarbonise the big sources of carbon in your life, if it's flying, if it's your diet, if it's the way you heat your home, we need these big solutions. If we're not going to do it by recycling a bottle or sort of buying a hemp bag, all that stuff is great, but it's not enough on its own. You've got to do the big stuff now. You have to do it now.
Yeah, so today at the big one, the overarching theme is choose your future. And you've chosen to be a scientist and something technical.
Physicist and software engineer. So I currently write scientific software. Yeah.
And so what has brought you onto the streets out of your everyday job?
It's just such an important issue. We talk about the climate, but it also touches everything else. It touches housing, it touches health, it touches just everything you can think of. Is everything we need to make better interacts with the climate in some way.
And so taking to the streets, do you feel that that's actually like the most powerful thing that you can do, or are there other things that you're doing to try and make this change?
We need to do everything. So there's only so much you can do in your personal life. Some things need to change on the political side, on the social side. So we're here at the Department of Transport. Everyone needs transport for various things, but we often don't have, it's not always a personal choice what's available to us. Whether we have good buses, whether we have good trains, what's the quickest way to get somewhere. So many people feel that they do still need a car, and they can't make that change. So that requires government action and personal action to make it happen.
Well, it is so strong having scientists out on the street. For me, seeing scientists and listening to scientists directly speaking about the climate and nature crisis, and then the lawyers who have now signed an agreement. There's now 160 of them that have decided that they will not prosecute climate activists, and they won't take cases where fossil fuel companies are trying to get new fossil fuels because they say they can't help people to continue to commit a crime. So we're seeing a huge shift. And having lawyers and scientists and doctors and medics and respected professionals out on the street gives me a huge amount of confidence that I am in the right movement and that we are speaking the truth, and that, strength and power to the people. So thank you so much for being here. Okay, we're going to cut to the speeches. I can hear the crowd are enjoying what they're listening to there. We're going to go and hear what they're saying.
Okay, guys, round of applause to yourselves. Thank you so much. Can I just check that the camera's got that amazing look? Yeah, we got it. We got it in the cam. Okay, well, that's the end of our action, guys. Huge thank you to everyone involved. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, XR Bristol. And thank you, Hal. Thanks all. You're amazing. Thank you very much. Let's make it happen.
Well, this has been a really interesting experience. They've been filming a theatrical action behind us, but back to reality. I'm here with Stephen, who is a member of our Embedding Nonviolence team. Embedding Nonviolence is a critical, central part of what Extinction Rebellion does, and a really central aspect to the big one, and making it safe, accessible and inclusive. So, Stephen, I just wondered if you could describe to people, maybe briefly, what is nonviolence and what role do you have in making it work?
Non-violence is holding a tension between not being too calm and not being too violent. So it isn't just about the absence of violence, it's about creating an atmosphere where people feel that there is something going on, but yet keeping it within bounds.
But in this context here, we're not saying violence is about people physically, it's about the level of intensity and emotional level, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. We want people to feel excited to be here, but we don't want that to boil over into physical violence.
Yeah. So this is one of the really cool things I think about the theory of the non-violent protest that we use. We're trying to tune it to get the right note. So if it's too calm, people just ignore it, walk past. But obviously, we don't want it to be too agitated, because that's also off-putting. So what do you do on an action during the big one? What do you actually do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, the team of non-violence and de-escalators, we're there if necessary. Like, for example, this morning there was somebody who was getting distressed by the samba band, so the samba band would just ask to move, and that was fine. And other times there are cars that don't like being blocked, and we just go up and speak to them and try and calm them down. and normally that works. They just like being spoken to, and same with individuals. Sometimes they just need to be listened to, and we practice dealing with people who are very angry and just learning how to listen to them and help them to calm down, including rebels sometimes who get distressed.
Yeah, of course, and that's sort of thing, isn't it? You know, we're not pretending that being on a march or being at an action is super mellow, and it's always like that. Sometimes, you know, this is an important business. People's emotions, we're here because we care. People are here because they believe in what we're doing. But it's up to all of us. We all have a role. We have this saying, we are all crew. We all keep each other safe. We all look out for each other. We try to make sure that the atmosphere is right. And it's that non-violence where we can create change, we can engage and create change.
That's right. And even the stewards, a lot of the stewards have done training in non-violence. So we're trying to spread out that training in non-violence so that as many people as possible can contribute to it. And lots of stewards have been doing that on this big one, which has helped to make it a super safe action.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Well, I really appreciate your work. I guess you've got to crack on and go and do something. Yeah. Keep up the good work. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So that's the thing here. We must say, you know, we are asking and calling on people today. The theme of today is to choose your future. It's no longer enough just to stand on the sidelines watching this horrendous crisis unfold on the TV. You know, just seeing the floods, seeing the fires, seeing the droughts. It's really difficult to not be moved by that. But if you are moved but do not take action, then we cannot, we just feel bad. So we've got to take action. We've got to try and step up and move. So I think we're actually moving now, and we're going to start to cruise. And I'm going to walk backwards, I think. Amazingly, we've got so the march here today, we're going to go all around different departments collecting up the pickets. So we've been this morning picketing the different departments, all these different departments who have the power to act, but who are not. We've been trying to speak to the people going in and out, the employees, and we've been trying to ensure that they have heard our voices. And later on in the afternoon, we're going to be outside Parliament to consolidate our numbers and make sure that everybody knows, everyone inside the House of Parliament knows that their citizens are out there and that we are wanting to be heard. We have our demand to end the fossil fuel era rapidly, fairly, and include reparatory justice, include repairing the harm that's been caused in this era. And we need the voices of ordinary citizens to be included in that process. Otherwise, the process will be corrupt, short-term, and we do not want that to happen. So I think it's time for me to wrap up and move over on to pass to someone else. So thank you for joining us here, and we'll see you on the road, as they say.
So there's been loads of outreach across all the towns in England as people try to build the numbers for the big one. And these two scientists we've just been interviewing, this is your board. Can you talk us through it?
Yeah, sure. So this is fairly standard XR outreach board. And as you can see, we've got a couple of questions on here. How concerned are you about the climate crisis? And is the government doing enough? And they both have a scale bar. And all of the stars on here are from some outreach we were doing with the general public in Manchester. And all of the green spots are from London. So a little bit on Westminster Bridge and a little bit at the end of the marathon yesterday, the marathon goers. And the really exciting thing is that this is general public. This is by and large not XR people. And it's really, really consistent, the pattern you can see. People are really worried. Some people are so terrified, they've got very excited at the top of the board. And people really consistently feel the government is not doing enough. And with these actions, there's always, accusations that there's not many people on the streets, people don't support you, you're a minority voice. And actually, I think what this shows is that for every single person that's on the street today, there are hundreds of people behind us that want these solutions, that are frightened about these problems and want to see action.
Yeah, there certainly is. And the Ipsos polls say now 8 in 10 are seriously concerned about the climate crisis in this country. Do you want to add anything about your experience of talking with the public and their engagement, or how powerful this is?
So it also has led to lots of conversations. So we've been out in various places and people will stop and talk for a bit. Managed to even have some of the conversations with people who are less worried or not worried. So those have been interesting, yeah.
Brilliant work. Thank you so much. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we head on and follow the march to the next picket?
No, just that it's a really great tool, I think, and if you're an XR and you're looking for a way to do outreach, I really recommend it. Yeah, a really useful way to engage.
Yeah, that's the great thing about having all these like 200 different groups and movements together. We can share ideas about what's working, and then all the other movements can go out into their towns and do outreach, and the big one will become the bigger one. Brilliant. All right, so we're gonna go and see where we're going next on this grand tour. I know that at 12 o'clock I'm going to be joining a march against incineration along with Jenny Jones from the Green Party, who's going to be speaking there. And then at midday there is an assembly where we're being asked what next. So all the people that are here, what is next for them? What is their next move? How are they going to step up? What is their contribution going to be? And then we're going to march to end fossil fuels. Oh, I love when the samba sounds. It's just so uplifting, such a great vibe. Have we got some video to watch? Okay, let's go and have a look at some of the signs, some of the people that have come here today. So in the blue jackets, they're the wellbeing crew, making sure that people, their health is good. Stop eating cop. So you're joining us here at the big one on the march, going between all the government pickets here in central London, where activists or the general people of the population who are concerned are sharing messages to the government and the departments about what they need to be doing, the solutions that we must embrace. Then at midday, come on down for an assembly to decide what next. And then there's a march to end fossil fuels before the deadline that has been given to our government to meet our demands or to enter into negotiations to end fossil fuel licenses, investments and subsidies, and to implement an emergency citizens' assembly. So this is the march to cut the ties to fossil fuels. So it's exposing also the government buildings, the insurance companies, the PR companies, the financial institutions that are enabling fossil fuels to continue to pollute this atmosphere. This is so good, it's so good. The beat in the atmosphere, it's so wonderful to see so many people that care. It gives me so much hope that actually collectively we can make the changes that we need to make. We are an extraordinary species, capable of extraordinary things. And what we're asking for is actually not that extraordinary. It's actually quite ordinary to update a system that is out of date. And our political decision-making system is definitely out of date. And so what we are calling for is to update that, to upgrade it by implementing citizens' assemblies. We already know that if ordinary people are given the right information and empowered to make decisions, they wouldn't choose for a cost of living crisis. They wouldn't choose for a climate crisis. They wouldn't choose for the nature or health crisis. So we would make decisions that would create a much fairer and just society for all of us. And there's so much needing to change, including people in the decision making, lessens resistance and increases consent to those changes. So you bring the people on board with you in making those positive changes happen. And they really would be positive. Like the future that we need, the changes we need to make, would make the living conditions of this planet and the living conditions for ordinary people so much better. We could have, everybody should be able to meet their basic needs, to have a warm home, to have food on the table, to have shelter, to have clothing, to gain happiness. So yesterday we heard from a refugee who had come across in a small boat only a few weeks ago. And his lasting message to us was that everybody deserves the right to happiness. And I really could not agree more. So great to see all the colour, to hear all the sound and noise as we make our way back to the Home Office, which is where our action finished yesterday, with the refugees, with the marginalised communities, giving voice to the global south. And really, I like how they drew attention to the fact that the Home Office has a moat, and how perverse it is that the Home Office should have a moat around it, this building in central London that's creating these divides. We can house refugees, we can have millions more people living here. There's plenty of space, there's plenty of money, it just needs redistributing fairly. So you're joining us at the big one. It's the final day here in central London. By 5 o'clock today, the government needs to have met our demands to end new fossil fuels and to implement an emergency citizens' assembly. It is time, the time is now. The overarching theme of today is to choose your future. What is your purpose? What is your contribution? If you focus on your positive contribution, then it will help you to keep motivated, and it helps you to stop that fear of paralysis, the paralysis that can come about from fear of collective failure. Just keep on feeling happy and being creative, because creativity and happiness helps us to access the parts of the brain that come up with great ideas and can solve complex problems. And we need to be creative and solve these problems together.
Right, that was an excellent video from what the future might look like, and I mean, I was there. It was fantastic to see exactly what that might be like. Now, what are we here to see? Well, there's something about the ECOP pipeline, and Etienne, you were telling me a little bit about that. You said it made your eyes water by reading about it. Can you tell us a bit about what you were talking about?
Yeah, well, this is the interesting thing about being an activist. You learn so much all the time. You learn different angles of the insanity that's going on, the injustices. And it's a pipeline it's called the ECOP pipeline, and it's a heated pipeline that basically transfers crude oil across East Africa. But because crude oil is so thick and gloopy, it has to be heated to 50 degrees.
Wow.
And so 50 degrees is very warm. That would really be uncomfortable to touch. And this pipeline, obviously, is not heated by electric elements. It's going to be heated by fossil fuels. So this is an example of how fossil fuels are being used to transform fossil fuels. And there's an insane statistic, I think, and I'm not going to say it because I'm not totally sure, but the amount of fossil fuel used to transfer fossil fuels around, liquid petroleum gas, and all this sort of thing, crude oil all around in big tankers and trucks all around, is just absolutely insane. And it just further illustrates the need that we need to end the fossil fuel era.
And is it going to be that the East Africans are going to make fortunes out of this and be able to get all their public transport sorted out and get themselves off fossil fuels?
No, I mean, of course not. And that's the I need to try it again. I think if you search for it, there was a really incredible documentary set in Iraq and around the area of Basra, where in recent years, there's been huge spikes in cancer clusters around the flaring of gas. So, the flaring of methane from oil wells. And this is so the people of Iraq themselves, the people who live around these oil wells that are pumping energy, insane amounts of energy around the world, these people suffer intermittent power and electricity. They don't have enough. They don't have a consistent power supply, despite being at the energy center of the Middle East. But the people around there pay this horrendous price, and they're totally unaccountable to the people who are doing this flaring. The interesting thing as well is that the connections between who actually runs and owns this oil field, which I think is the size of, it was an insane size. It said it took 3 hours to drive across this oil field. I think it was one of the main oil companies, Shell or Esso or something like that. And they say they don't own them. They are run on behalf of them, so they do not have to therefore account for the emissions. And in fact, it was even more perverse than that. The oil company that was supposedly not running this oil field were paying for a public health facility in this town to look after the people who were being made ill by the flaring. And this is the sort of thing that, as you're learning about this emergency that we're in, you just start to it twists your melon, really, because you just realise how wrong it all is. And we are calling for climate and ecological justice. We are calling for reparations. We need to stop the harm and repair the harm. And this would include all around the world where this horrendous industry is literally ruining people's lives.
This documentary is called Under Poisoned Skies. Is that right?
That was it. Yeah.
And in the documentary, young children aged 11 or 12 in the documentary shows them losing their life, and it's how their parents deal with this. It's a tragic story, but it's not a one-off. This happens all the time in these countries because it just goes unreported. These fossil fuel companies take advantage because the Western media just don't seem to report it.
Yeah, and in this country, we have all the nice fossil fuels and petals and nice images of children running around with windmills in their hands and over fields. And it's just monstrously wrong, because in these countries we see them as just companies, and in my area of sports we see them on the billboards, on the jerseys of all sorts of athletes. But actually in these parts of the world, they are murdering people, they're killing people. So it's really, really just the saddest thing, and so wrong. We need to end it. And quite simply, we are here, we are demanding our government steps up its work, because it is just letting these fossil fuel companies get away with it. And let's be honest, the cost of living crisis has been exacerbated, it's been basically created by the profiteering of the oil companies. The fossil fuel industry has made an absolute mint out of the misery of people in this country as they've been struggling to heat their homes. And that to me is completely wrong. And this is again an example of how all these issues kind of get tangled up together. And that's another reason why the big one has been so successful, because we've managed to bring together people, all different organisations, public health organisations concerned about air quality, organisations concerned about urban transport, all these sorts of things are supporting this rapid, fair and citizen-led end to the fossil fuel era.
Yeah, I agree. And one thing as came to my mind as we were surrounded by the police then is that the police themselves, we shouldn't be really fighting against them, but rather working with them. But they're stuck in a broken system where they have to enforce broken laws. But where do these broken laws come from? Well, it comes from the ministers. It comes from what they think is the right thing to do. And it's not what the people want necessarily, because they just think about what the Conservative voters want rather than the general population. Is that your feeling?
Well, I think that's the interesting thing is, we know we're here in London where the Met Police, it's their jurisdiction. And we have seen recently, the problems in the Met Police have been absolutely shocking. People are worried and don't feel the trust with the Met Police, but we have to also recognise that they are upholding our right to protest. They have to respect our rights. This is one of the interesting things about the big one. We have in our laws, we are allowed to protest. We have a right to protest, and that's why we're here on the streets today. We've been here in Westminster holding truth to power, and that's why we're here. We want you to come and join us.
We'll continue to take the coal from the mine till the government changes us. And that won't happen because we're quick to bribe, we're lobbyists, we come from 55
Don't worry about it.
We will have our way. You have no charge. Peaceful protest. Money speaks louder than words.
We are unstoppable, and now the world is possible. We are unstoppable, and now the world is possible. We are unstoppable, and now
believe what's coming up is a clip with a future Minister of Transport. What might the future of transport look like, and what support might they get from the public? Let's have a look to see what that clip's like. Are we ready to roll with that?
When I first stood before you as Secretary of State for Transport, the single biggest emitter of CO2 was transport. It was shameful. Transport accounted for 28% of all our CO2 emissions, poisoning the air we breathe, poisoning our children, destroying our future. This government promised to take action, and we have. Thanks to the action led by the Prime Minister, I can announce today that we have halved our CO2 emissions. But that's not all. To truly transform our air quality and to give us all the clean air that we deserve, we had to go further. We had to enable individuals to join with us to make the change. Cars were the biggest problem. We had to give the people a viable, affordable alternative, so we have. We have made rail travel cheaper than it's ever been before, and we're providing more trains on more routes as we extend the network, helping you make the journeys that you need at the time that you need them. But rail can only go so far, which is why you'll now see our national fleet of e-bikes outside every station, helping you on that final mile. Now you can get where you're going quicker, cleaner and cheaper. Now that's an integrated transport policy. But the prize is far bigger than just improving the way we get around. This is about making every part of our country a more beautiful place to live. With our car share and car rental schemes, we have eased congestion, taking the rush out of rush hour. With fewer cars in our streets, we have been reclaiming our neighbourhoods with our road rewilding programme. Communities are pedestrianising their streets, using their outdoor spaces to garden, grow and gather. Our cities are now quieter and more social, the wildlife is returning, and people are getting a better night's sleep. Trust me, it's something the Prime Minister is very happy about. Of course, there was one mode of transport above all others that needed urgent action. We all like a holiday, but it's only fair that those who fly more pay more.
Yes.
Jet Zero simply wasn't enough. That's why we brought in a frequent flyer levy, so that people who fly regularly pay more than families taking their one holiday a year.
Yeah.
On top of that, ghost flights are illegal. Airport excursions are on hold. And airline fuel is now finally taxed. until we have the technology to once again democratise air travel, it is a price worth paying.
Yes.
Look at everything we've achieved and imagine what more we could do. Ultra-high-speed rail into Europe and beyond, hydrogen-powered mega ferries, next-generation trams, buses and underground systems. This is the prize. A truly global Britain, leading the world in clean transport, high-skilled jobs right here in the UK, driving green growth across the country, all in the pursuit of making this not just the most prosperous country on the earth, but the cleanest, the greenest, and the happiest.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen! Thank you all. Thank you.
And to change the very rules of the games that we're playing. Because when people argue over system change, do they not think that our systems are already changing? That our ecosystems and our weather systems are altering before our very eyes? It is imperative that man-made and woman-made systems must adapt. Because 1,000 years ago in Britain, Canute described as much, sat helpless in defiance at the rising tide. And a millennia on, we've replaced divine monarchy with the religion of no alternative commerce, but we remain just as powerless in the face of our Mother Earth. Compare our time to existential threats we have faced in the past, and you will know that money can always be found, resources can always be mobilised, and citizens are willing to make great sacrifices to save the lives of others. And there have never been more lives at stake than today. We're a cooperative species, and in a crisis, we are capable of overcoming difference, moving beyond polarity, and working with care and compassion. Our beloved NHS, not only a product of the post-war sentiment of care as a human right, but also a great tool against fascism and showing that humanity is totally capable of making arrangements for universal protection. That we must focus on human rights, on Mother Earth rights, on the liberation and regeneration of our systems, both living and human-made, including politics, including money, including business, and including our systems of care. Because it is the job of all of us to stop the harm and call a truce on the war on nature, against the climate, against the poor, and against the young, and then to call for a just peace. For this will require the great reserves of cooperation and collaboration that we know how to muster. This nation does have a grand history of radical democracy. We know how to be the ancestors that our future survival requires, and we need now to be the sisters and brothers that those who are already suffering require. So we will step up and we will build a new world together, ready to face the issues of the 21st century with the love and the collaboration and the spirit that this government currently lacks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Claire Farrell from XR. Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion! Okay, amazing. Now we're gonna quickly move on to hear from someone at Act Drax. But just before that, we have Jenny Jones, who is a member of the House of Lords for the Green Party. So please welcome Jenny Jones. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry, I'm a boring old politician. I cannot compete with the two women you've just heard. They were absolutely brilliant, so I'm going to save them not a time by saying I agree with every single word they said. I was told that this group today was going off on an anti-incineration march. So I'd just like to say that as a Green, I've been against incineration for a very long time because, of course, the councils that get stuck in these decades-long contracts end up recycling less. And although that's only a tiny percentage of what we need to do, it is crucial. But on the bigger issues, of course, what we have to do is stop using fossil fuels. There's absolutely no way around it. And it's scary for people like us who come out and protest, but you can imagine it's much, much scarier for governments at all levels who actually don't know where to start. So it's down to people like us to actually explain very simply to them, stop using fossil fuels. What I find in the House of Lords is we have to keep repeating stuff, but they still don't hear. And it is extremely infuriating when I talk to the government that they come back with the most inane, stupid, banal answers to really good questions. And so the most important thing you can do in the future, in the near future, is vote. Please don't give up from voting, please. It is really important, because if you don't make your voice heard at the dispatch box, at the ballot box, then they won't know how you'll feel. This parade, thousands of us out over the weekend for 4 days, it's great because it gives my voice, it gives me more authority to say to that government, you are corrupt and you are vile and you've got to go. Thank you so much for listening, and it's great to see you all. Thank you. Woo! Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jenny Jones.
filling up this space.
Yeah, again, and that's the point of it.
Okay, we're outside the department for Net Zero and something else. I can't remember its name, but I've got David here from, I think it's XR Wales, judging from the Dragon. Yeah, so can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing down in London? What's the plan for today?
Yeah, so we've been, we're here today to really shine a light on new coal licences that have been granted, and extensions to 3 coal mines that are potentially going ahead as of next week in Wales. So we're here to make sure people know about it, and when we call people to action, that they know why they should be coming over to Wales to occupy and take the coal mines.
All right, so you're going to be occupying coal mines in the future to try and shut them down?
Seems like a good idea.
And all these plans are coming from this department, which is the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero, is that right? Because they've changed their name, haven't they?
Yeah, as expected, it's a complicated mess and no one wants to take responsibility. Certainly the people inside this office that might genuinely be working towards net zero don't have the power to overrule the coal authority, and there's currently a legal judicial review over the Aberbergen coal mine that was occupied earlier this year as to whether it should be allowed to continue and expand.
Yeah.
So this is because Welsh Government and UK Government can't decide, no one wants to take responsibility, and in this time of need and time of action, we need people to take responsibility. We're doing it, and we need our governments to be doing it too.
Absolutely, and if we've got any chance of hitting targets and staying below 1.5 degrees, aren't coal mines something for the Victorian age? Shouldn't we not be doing that?
It's entirely incompatible, and as with the Cumbria mine as well, all the reasons for this, for their expansions, they're false narratives, just like expanding oil and gas licences. This doesn't help us. It doesn't help us heat our homes. Doesn't keep our energy prices low. It doesn't see us have a livable, healthy future as communities.
Brilliant.
So we want to see a just transition for workers. We want them to also have opportunities, but at the same time, the car must stay in the ground.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. Thanks very much, David. You've got a little bit of a performance going on in a minute, I think, haven't we? So I'll capture some of that. But yeah, have a good day. Thanks very much. Cheers.
So we're here outside the Department for Education, and I'm joined here by some of the people on the picket. I just thought I'd be interested to, what role, what are you asking, what do you see the Department of Education's role in this tackling this climate emergency is?
Well, we have 2 very, very clear demands for the Department for Education. The first demand is that, we're taught, as teachers, we're taught every term that safeguarding is a priority. And yet the climate and ecological emergency is not included within safeguarding, and actually that is one of the most important things about our children's future. The second thing is, I'm a geography teacher. I have to teach that as part of the curriculum that there are positives of climate change, and the positive of climate change is that it opens up the North Sea ready for new oil exploration.
Unbelievable.
As well as being positive because Kate and William, at their wedding, they had only English wine, and so it's great, the climate and the climate change. So the second thing we're demanding is a radical overhaul of the curriculum, and as part of that, what we want young people to be taught, as well as having the climate ecological emergency embedded into every element of the curriculum, we also want children to be taught about uncertainty. At the moment, because of the way the curriculum runs, we just teach to a matrix, where if people are asked a certain question, That's what they should answer. And they rote learn. And that rote learning is not teaching them about uncertainty, how to cope in a crisis that they are increasingly going to face. So that's why we're here today.
Well, thank you. And this is interesting. These are, again, I'm learning so much today that I've not heard about. And this is one of the things, I suppose, as you're learning all the different angles of this, we have all a role to play. We're talking about stepping up. The teachers, the lecturers are going to be stepping up from now on, getting the truth out there and holding power to account. So I understand, are you here as well on kind of covering a university angle? Is that correct?
Yes, because I think also it's very important to unite in this. We need to unite students and teachers and lecturers and academics and everyone in the system of education to come together, to fight together for this. Because, you know, at the moment it's like, you know, the lecturers teach the students and they teach them what they know, but the students are going to live in a very, very, very different world to their adults and their teachers and their lecturers. And we need to get these groups together and talking to one another, and both sides coming together for climate action to save these students' futures and, you know, make sure the curriculum is teaching them what they need to know for this post-climate future. And, yeah, coming together in schools and on the streets to demand a livable future for both sides.
And just while you're speaking, I'm struck wondering, you know, it's about the sort of, one of the aspects of Extinction Rebellion that I find fascinating is this idea of the culture that we are going to need in the future, because we're going to need a different culture if we're going to have any sort of resilience in this climate and ecological emergency. Do you, and I think you were talking about that a little bit there, it was about how we think and how we interact is going to be so important.
Yeah, and I think we need to start breaking down this, we have such a hierarchical structure at the moment, you know, it's like, it's all top down, it's all, some people at the top making decisions for all the people at the bottom, and we need to start flipping that. We need to make horizontal power structures, and I think students have a really important role in that. You know, they outnumber the teachers, and they are the future, so we need to start elevating their voices on the same level and, yeah, have a huge culture change of the future. Like, you know, we need a future for the many, not the few. And
yeah, no, that's really good. Thank you so much. And I was wondering, can I come and speak to you just a moment? Thank you ever so much. That's really kind. What's it been like on the picket this morning? Or we're just going to swap a little shuffling?
Okay, it's been fantastic. About half an hour ago, we had a whole class of kids from Stroud Green Primary School.
Oh.
They were so wised up. They knew exactly what we needed. It was wonderful to talk to them. I'm here as a parent.
Oh, okay.
And I'm here because I'm terrified for my kids' future. And I think when I'm here with other people who care, I'm less terrified. But I think one of the things that worries me is kids aren't being prepared for the future that's actually coming. And so that's why I'm on this picket at the Department for Education, asking them to start being real about what their future is going to look like and start teaching them the kind of skills that they're going to need for that.
Cool, thank you so much. I mean, look, all these pickets that we've been along the march so far, it's been super interesting. I'm learning something at each one, so thank you very much for being here. Come along and join us.
because Shell don't really like to advertise their presence, but they are in this building behind us. They are one of the largest oil companies in the world. They are driving climate devastation. Their oil and gas is pushing the climate crisis. They are wrecking lives and livelihoods and environments around the world. And they are setting us on a course for climate collapse. If we want a livable future, if we want a safe future, we have to take action against companies like Shell, who are in the building behind us, and we have to shut them down. So when I say shut down, you say Shell. Shut down! Shut down! Shut down! Shut down! Shut down! Shut down! When I say climate, you say justice. Climate! Justice! Climate! Justice! Climate! Justice! Climate! Justice! Climate! Justice! When I say house on, you say fire! House on! Fire! House on! Fire! House on! Fire! House on! Fire!
So you're joining me here. I've got a big smile on my face because I'm joining the Stop Incineration procession that's taking place in central London today. I live in Portland, Dorset, in one of the poorest streets in the country, above an 80-foot high incineration chimney that was proposed to go into Portland Port. After 3 years and 4 months of learning everything that I can about incineration, learning that there's absolutely nothing good about it, burning our potential recyclables, polluting our air, our water, our soils, just generally nasty business. We actually managed to persuade our predominantly Tory council to refuse it, unanimously refuse this proposal. It's not over, of course. The ports, they can appeal, and they are going to appeal, so our fight continues. But we're really hoping that we are going to be successful in this instance, and that the voice of the people will be heard, and that we will win. There were over 6,000 people signed a petition. We did 2 huge marches, and I find that actually if you get an incinerator application thrust upon your community, don't fret, because lots of other communities have been there before you, and there's a load of information and support now, a huge community, a network of all these different campaigns across the country trying to stop incinerator proposals and trying to phase out those that are existing. Because the solutions is to get a circular economy as quickly as possible. And the policies exist, they just need implementing. And we found that actually it brought our community together, it created this huge network, and it crossed all political divides. Any other divisions that we had in our personal lives with each other were completely swept away, and we were united under this common cause of stopping the burn, which is another great set of assets too, that there's all these signs and posters and information that you can just access on the internet if you want to run a protest against incineration. And I'd like to speak to somebody who's also equally passionate about incineration. What is it? Why are you here today? Are we busy organising? We'll come back. So yeah, I was actually really shocked to learn that 90% of materials that are put into incinerators could be recycled, reused or refused, and that in areas where there are incinerators, rates of recycling go down, that they're predominantly dumped on low, poor areas, because I guess that the companies that are trying to get them in place think that the community won't be able to fundraise enough to fight them with specialist reports and with legal representation. The people of Portland, Dorset area, we had to raise £80,000 to keep getting experts to look at all the reports that they were putting in, all their proposals, and find the loopholes in it that we could legally get this thing refused upon. It was just so interesting because the arrogance of the people that were putting the application in, they really thought they had it sewn up. And in a meeting, when they were asked, however, what's in this for local people, they actually couldn't answer the question. Like, there was nothing in this for local people. We weren't even getting heat from it. And then they were like, oh, don't worry, because the prevailing wind direction is southwesterly, so most of the pollution will dump into the sea. Oh, that's okay then. So yes, it's actually been quite a positive, galvanizing experience. Very emotional though. People are really emotional when such a proposal like this is put upon them. And it just shows, again, that strength of of the second demand for citizens' assembly, for participatory democracy. We shouldn't have businesses able to just impose things like incinerators upon a community if the community doesn't want it. Like, we need to have community organising. We need all our voices represented. We need fair and just movements forward at this time. So, I don't know, let's have a look around, because there's like loads of cool costumes, lots of great signage. Behind you is an elephant it's like a skeleton of an elephant with "Stop the Burn" written on its bum. That's quite funny. We've got banshees and... Do you want to speak?
Well, ever so quickly, yes. We are here for this procession around a number of government departments, all who are promoting incineration in some way or another. And we have the most amazing procession with banshees, with Nellie the elephant from HS2, with a dragon from Stroud, with an incinerator from XR Northeast, and drummers and everybody getting together to make a wonderful protest. We have letters to hand in to the government offices with a 10-point plan to end waste and so move towards net zero. Because unless we start moving towards ending waste, we will not reach net zero, because we will always require incineration. And this is something that the government needs to take on, and they need to start stopping licensing new incinerators, which they are doing now. They are increasing the incineration capacity in the UK. It's only Wales that has declared a moratorium on incineration. And I think Scotland too, but England, as always, last to the table, is not doing that. And we really have to make sure that they do. So this is one of the ways we're hoping to do it. Thank you.
Is Shlomo here from UK Win?
Unfortunately, Shlomo couldn't be here from UK Win, but you... Yes, hi Shlomo. But Shlomo has provided both the letter that is going that went in to Rishi Sunak this morning, and we are delivering copies of that letter, or attempting to deliver copies of that letter, to each of the government offices we go to. Anyway, we're moving off now. We've got to go.
Okay, so Shlomo set up UK Win, which is UK Without Incineration, and has just this amazing database of resources with all the scientific and physical reporting and investigation into incineration that can help you in your campaign against it. Oh, look at this. These are the zombie banshees. These are the banshees. Thank you. You want to speak? Any of you want to speak? Any of you want to speak? Yeah? Okay. Alex? As we talk about the health implications of incineration and fossil fuels and pollution, and you're an actual doctor?
I am an actual doctor.
Wow. What brings you out here on the streets today?
So climate change is the biggest threat to human health, and at the moment what we're doing, a few years ago we felt like we weren't going fast enough in the right direction. Now it feels like we're just steaming away in completely the wrong direction. So I'm here with there's a coalition of 26 different healthcare organisations. We've been running a planetary health hub for the last few days during the big one. And we've been outside the Department of Health and Social Care today. We've just delivered a letter to them asking for a public health campaign around climate change, because most people still don't understand the enormous threat that climate change represents for people's health. It's a catastrophe on a biblical scale that's only just starting to unfold. We already see nearly 40,000 people dying every year in the UK as a result of air pollution. Over 3,000 people died last year during the heat waves. At the same time, the hospitals were really struggling. They couldn't keep their IT systems cool enough. They had to shut them down. Same with things like MRI scanners. We were struggling to keep medicines at the right temperature so they didn't kind of expire. And then, also if you look at flooding, so many people in this country have already experienced flooding in their homes. We've had flooding in our hospitals in London, in Norfolk, where I come from. We've had people lose their homes to sea level rise. So it's already started, and we're also food insecure. So we import about 50% of our food, and we had a little bit of a taste of what's to come this year when there was vegetables being rationed in our supermarkets because of the weather affecting crop yields in Southern Europe and North Africa. So this is something that's going to affect it's already affecting everybody through air pollution, whether you know it or not. Air pollution also increases risk of dementia, which is the leading cause of death in the UK. I don't think any of us want to get dementia or for that to be the way that we die. But that's what we're risking every day by breathing in the levels of air pollution that we have. So we as healthcare professionals, we're asking the Department of Health and Social Care to do its duty by telling people what these risks are, to start putting pressure on other departments to do the things that we know we need to do that could actually make us healthier and happier. So things like improving public and active transport infrastructure, which means that we get fitter, but also means we're breathing cleaner air. If we improve our food system so that we're more relying on, we don't all have to be vegetarians or vegans, but if we cut down the amount of meat and dairy that we're eating, we take more of our protein from plant-based sources, it improves our nutrition, it improves pretty much every condition, the risk of almost every chronic condition that you can think of, from diabetes to heart disease to kidney disease to cancers. We could lower the rates of all those diseases in our population by switching to a more plant-based diet. So we're asking the Department of Health that the NHS should be providing more plant-based options and pushing that as the default option. So that's been our ask, is that we start doing those things that not only tackle climate change, but also make us healthier and happier in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. What a powerful action. Can we close by just seeing the sign and the medics that are here? And then we're cutting over to the video.
My name is Mamosou Twabi from Waterdali in Gauteng, South Africa. This is a biogas digester. A biogas digester is a system where we use a methane gas, a natural gas, for cooking. Since that we have a crisis of climate change. So for us to cut carbon emissions, we are going to use a biogas digester. So this biogas digester, we are going to use as community of Waterdal, so that everyone who don't have access to energy or who cannot afford the fossil fuel for cooking, they can come to the kitchen, then they cook.
Do we continue to?
Yeah, hello everybody. So we're just cruising along here, and I just thought I'd give you a chat and wonder why you're here today and what brings you on this march.
Well, I've been here for the last 4 days, trying to spend all of my time when I'm not working, contributing to the numbers here, to show the politicians that this is an important issue, it's an important question, and we're a lot of people that care about the climate and the climate crisis.
Thank you. And I mean, it's really interesting because you're talking about numbers. We need numbers, don't we? And we're calling on people to come and join us. This is a safe, inclusive and accessible space for people who are concerned and who believe that power is doing us a very great disservice at the moment. How have you found it?
I found this an amazing place. It's been very open. I've met a lot of great people from all around the country and also all around Europe. It's very open, and I really think that if you're thinking about joining, come and join, because it's worth it. We're a lot of people here and everyone's so amazingly kind.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. I'll sort of try and include myself a little bit in that one.
Do that.
And how about you? What's been your experience so far?
It's been really nice. It's been very empowering to be around so many like-minded people, and to feel like other people do care. Like, we are here because we all care, and it's amazing to see the numbers we have, even though we could really do with more. The numbers we have been amazing, and everyone's coming together to fight for a cause that we believe in.
And that's one of the things I think we've talked about a few times, is that a lot of people out there are worried. They know what's going on. This is a horrific situation that we're in. But actually just sitting at home watching on TV or reading about it on the internet is just absolutely miserable. But being here with people, that is really good medicine in my view.
Yeah, it can feel very hopeless to be sat at home thinking, like, being worried and having all this anxiety. And to come out, it's as I said, empowering to be around so many people, and just giving up kind of a few hours of your day and coming and joining us here really is going to make a difference. So, yeah.
Thank you both ever so much for being here. I'm super glad that you're happy to have been here. And yeah, as they say, come and join us. We need you.
Come join us.
For an ecocidal trajectory. At 4 p.m. there's the Housing Rebellion rally at the Department for Levelling Up, including, and then at 4:30 there's picketing again. And the final action will be around 4:30, 5 o'clock, picketing Parliament.
All right, so I'm just come along and speaking to this. In fact, we'll just wait for a moment because. Okay, so we're just hearing that the Assembly is about to begin, but I'm going to catch this interview right now. So, Poppy, you are a recent volunteer to Extinction Rebellion, and you've been involved in logistics, which is no mean feat in this sort of thing. How has it been for you? How have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I guess it's maybe my 5th day officially as a rebel. It's been so nice to work on logistics. It's so nice to get stuck in with everyone. And it's been so nice to see so many groups come from all over the country and just like putting everything together and working with loads of different people to get a job done. It's so nice, just the vibe's always really good, even if they're long days, and it's just been awesome, yeah.
And so, you know, what sort of made you join? What made you think I'm going to go and give up some of my time to get involved here?
Well, I haven't done so much in the UK, but when I was in Amsterdam, I did quite a bit of activism. And yeah, I just heard of it and I was like, yeah, great. I love logistics. It works for me. And I just thought it's great. I'll take some time off work and get involved, get to know more people in the UK too. And I mean, I'm from Manchester, but I lived in Amsterdam. But it's been amazing working with the team because then you meet people so much and you get like really tight-knit quite quickly. It's been really awesome.
And would you recommend it to other people who are kind of like, oh, you know, should I join? Should I help out? Whatever. Do you think, I mean, it sounds to me like you're pretty stoked on it.
Yeah, I think actually maybe the best way to get more informed or to get more enthusiastic is to join a team, volunteer, become a steward, do something. Because then you meet people and you get like more conversations rather than, just coming along. I think you get more stuck in. It's really great. Definitely recommend.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for volunteering. We need so many volunteers to keep this movement working. And you can look up on our website. You can volunteer on there. And that is how we win, with numbers and with people getting involved. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Mduduzi Shabalala here in Watterdal, Vaal, Gauteng Province, South Africa. Today I'm here to talk about carbon plants, which to us we present them as a just transition into a low carbon economy. We have indigenous trees, fruit trees, and succulent plants, which are best air quality absorption plants. We present these plants as solution for future jobs, which we hope young people will look into it, and not only young people, but mostly unemployed youth, unemployed people in South Africa. And so everybody, this is the just transition into a low carbon economy project presented to you by Mduduzi Shabalala at Musikari Project, partnered with Lebatlawe Environmental Group, Serapeng Sabasadi, Lidikare.
So I'm here with Baroness Jenny Jones, the Baroness of Wombako. Is that right?
Absolutely nowhere near. Molescombe.
No. Moleston. Okay. Sorry about that.
It's the council estate I was born on and grew up on.
Yeah. But
in Brighton.
In Brighton. Okay. So Baroness Jones is my favourite House of Lords.
Your favourite?
My favourite. Yeah. So we've met like in front of HS2 and so many different things, and also you've been part of like the Stop Silvertown Tunnel.
Yes.
You've been very vocal.
Yes.
So what's going on there? These 4 days have been quite inspirational.
Do you know, I really have enjoyed it, and I'm not sure that's the point of demonstrations, but perhaps it is, that we all get together and we realise there are a lot of us who feel the same way. The big problem at the moment is the government has no idea. No. It is not climate change aware, it is actually making things worse all the time. And the one big thing we've got to do is to stop using fossil fuels. That's the biggest thing we can possibly do, and yet they don't get that. No. Absolutely, and all of their policies, opening coal mines, deep sea mining, and so on, it's all makes life the worse for future generations.
Yeah, it's shocking. There's no other way of actually saying it. It's like talk about pouring petrol onto the fire. Literally, it's fossil fuels.
That's exactly right.
And we're going in the wrong direction.
We are, absolutely. And sitting in the House of Lords has been a revelation because, of course, I can rant at the government, I can shout across the chamber at them, and they have to listen.
Yeah.
But they don't hear. They absolutely. They sort of say they care because, of course, they have children and grandchildren and so on. But they cannot understand the big moves we have to make. And I suppose it's scary.
It is scary, but we have to do it.
Not doing it.
Yeah.
And they do talk all the time about how much it will cost, but they don't talk about how much it will cost if we don't do it.
Yeah.
So, it's...
And just one, catching up...
Great band.
Just one thing on the cost. So, years ago, like Lord Stern in 2006 came out with the Stern Report, and he said it would cost 1 to 2% of the GDP. And the longer that we leave it, it's actually going to cost more and more and more.
More and more and more.
And do they not understand this?
No. I mean, you could say they are economically and financially illiterate, that they cannot see that climate change, you have to deal with it, or you are mopping up and it's much, much worse, and much harder, of course.
Yeah.
And just one last thing, and that is that we talk about net zero all the time, but net zero is an absolute nonsense. We should be going for real zero.
Yeah.
Because net zero, you can't assess, who's at, better than net zero and who's worse than net zero.
Yeah.
So real zero is what we have to go for.
We actually have to go less than real zero. We need to actually go zero negative.
Yeah, that's right.
But that's a different conversation.
Yes.
We're not even out of the starting blocks. Okay, Baroness Jones, it's been a pleasure.
Lovely to see you.
Keep up the good work. Okay, take care. Bye-bye. Okay, so I'm just going to hand it back. I think we're ending up somewhere with the march. Switch over and see what's going on.
So you join me here on the final day of the big one. The event that has managed to pull together over 200 different groups and organisations. I'm on the streets of London on a procession with the Stop Incineration campaigners that have galvanised from across the country. Lots of different local campaigns coming together today to say stop the burn. We need to phase out incineration, not keep putting new ones in place. So the overarching theme of today is to choose your future. We've got to choose our purpose. We've got to choose what next for us as individuals, but also us as a movement of movements. We've shown incredible unity over these 4 days. It's been the most phenomenal, exciting, hopeful experience. Just seeing like 60,000+ people come together to march around Parliament on Earth Day. And these 4 days too, with the groups turning up, being side by side, sharing ideas, sharing solutions, and ultimately just working out how we can use our ultimate power, which is people. When we unite, the people hold the power, and just making people aware of that we actually can make the right changes that we need to. And whilst we're trying to force our government to do the right thing, we need to get on with the work within our communities. We need to network with all the groups, with our neighbours, and we need to start self-organising using this assembly technique, this self-organising system where we can make decisions on the ground so that should we be hit by a climate impact, a big storm or a flood, we know that within our neighbourhood we can self-organise and respond to the crisis in the best way to make sure that everybody's needs are met. So we're going to be running an assembly, working out what we do next as a movement, as movements and as individuals. And the march is going to continue. And I'm really excited because I want you to see all the amazing artwork that's on display here on this procession. People have gone to a lot of effort to communicate the messages here today. You know, whatever your creative passion, whether you like to write, whether you like to sing or dance or draw, we need to start telling the story of the future that we want so that people, or the future that we need so that people want it. The drummers here, so uplifting. The classic of Extinction Rebellion protests is having the samba band to really lift the vibe of a march. But there's all sorts of different groups here today. People who have never been to a protest before, stepping out of their comfort zones, but finding actually it's really quite comfortable and nice to be on the streets of London, side by side with people who care. Having those conversations can be very therapeutic and also very inspiring because you learn things and you go home to your community and you start making them happen there, like community food gardens, planting trees, setting up recycling schemes for those things that need TerraCycle that we can't recycle within our council's own recycling programs. So we've got Dragon here. Consumerism is eating our future, it says on the side. And they sound like they're having fun inside there. And next, we have some Cut the Ties representatives. We have the Stop the Burn. Oh, that's a great little incinerator model there. So across central London today, there are pickets outside all the different government buildings with health professionals, with scientists, with just people who have spent the time to learn about the problems and the solutions that those departments should embrace. And they're handing in letters with their suggestions. So this incineration procession is going government building to government building, handing in a 10-point plan to end incineration and to make a circular economy work for us. Positive stuff, you know, not at all extremist or scary that we try to get portrayed as sometimes. All right, so cutting over to the other side of London.
behind this action?
So this is part of Cut the Ties campaign. What we're asking companies in particular to do, who are currently enabling the fossil fuel industry to carry on with their destructive practices, to stop assisting with whatever way that is, be it insurance, be it law firms, be it engineering companies. The fossil fuel industry cannot continue to do what they're doing while they're being assisted and enabled by all these other companies. And we're asking all these companies, we're taking it direct to them. The Cut the Ties campaign is something that started in November last year with Extinction Rebellion. That will be continuing, and we will be looking at anyone that's assisting fossil fuel companies to carry on with their destructive practices. One of the targets, we visited Worley, who are assisting the ECOT pipeline, which is going to be the biggest pipeline that's constructed, and it's already seeing huge devastation, land grabs. Communities lost all their land, lost their homes. We've already seen a lot of companies pull out of it because it's been condemned that it shouldn't be going ahead. It's been classed that there's going to be irreversible damage to the environment and to water facilities. And all the time things like this are going on, we've got companies here that are facilitating that and allowing that to happen. So anyone that's involved with these fossil fuel companies, we're asking them to cut the ties to the fossil fuel industry, look at greener jobs, better futures for all generations, and then otherwise, you'll be on our radar.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Nawe Proskovia from Uganda. There is a change in the weather pattern. We see that nowadays the season changed because of climate change. You find that when it starts it rains heavily, and when it rains heavily, it affects the ground and affects the crops that are down and even leads to flooding, which has led to the destruction of many properties and has put the life of man on danger. We are seeing that there is a lot of dry season taking place after receiving the too much rain. This is affecting those carrying out farming in their local communities. They are not yielding enough, and in that they are suffering from hunger because of food insecurity. This has caused some people to resort to buying food, which is costly. And when it is costly, not that everyone can afford to go in for the cost that are incurred on the food charges. Many people are dying because of the changes in our community. We see that even food crisis has led to the loss of people because they don't have what to survive on. There is need to join our hands together.
Hi, my name's Helen and I am here at the People's Picket at DEFRA. The group that I am representing is XR Walkers. We walked, about 360 people walked into Parliament Square on Friday the 21st of April, from 7 different points around the capital, and we brought our messages to DEFRA. Those messages have now been bound. If I can just flick through, there's some beautiful messages in here, gorgeous pictures. There's poems, and I have pledged that I am going to get these messages into the hands of someone at DEFRA so that they can be studied.
Right, we're outside the Department for Energy, Energy Security and Net Zero, and we got some corporate awards going on. So what on earth are you presenting to this department?
CEO, would you please give the award? Absolutely. My name is Denialism and I'm with Corporate. My name's Denialism and I'm with Corporate. We're here to present our wonderful awards to this department for their excellent services to our lobbying effort. This Profit Over Planet award is given to the Department of Energy for oil, oil, oil. They are still supplying £236 million a week in subsidies for oil and gas. They are still building new coal plants and we are still profiting from it. So we say to them, well done, Corporate approves. Can we get a big cheer for their gold award? Thank you very much. Big cheer.
Boo.
Thank you. We love hearing those cheers. Thank you. Another big cheer.
Oh, the shareholders will be pleased. Another government department under our approval.
Hooray, Corporate approves.
Campaign for nuclear disarmament. We've come down because we're really concerned about both massive threats to the future of humanity and the planet. That's the climate catastrophe ongoing and of course the real threat of nuclear war, and they're linked together in so many ways. When it comes to carbon emissions, the carbon footprint of the military is really enormous. It doesn't get properly reported on, so that's a really, really important thing for us. And of course we also bring the messaging that in terms of energy, obviously 100% renewables can do the job. We don't need fossil fuels, any of that, and also we don't need nuclear power either. That originates in uranium, which is mined out of the ground. It's just absolutely not necessary. 100% renewables are here, so for peace and planet. Thank you very much.
I'm Nawe Proskovia from Uganda. There is a change in the weather pattern. We see that nowadays the season changed because of climate change. You find that when it starts to rain, it rains heavily, and when it rains heavily, it affects the ground and affects the crops that are down and even leads to flooding, which has led to the destruction of many properties and has put the life of man on danger. We are seeing that there is a lot of dry season taking place after receiving the too much rain. This is affecting those carrying out farming in their local communities. They are not yielding enough, and in that they are suffering from hunger because of food insecurity. This has caused some people to resort to buying food, which is costly. And when it is costly, not that everyone can afford to go in for the cost that are incurred on the food charges. Many people are dying because of the changes in our community. We see that even food crisis has led to the loss of people because they don't have what to survive on. There is need to join our hands together.
Right, we've just reached Parliament Square, and I've seen someone here, Joe from Hackney, has got a sign here about Ella's Law. Wonder if you could tell us, Joe, what Ella's Law is all about.
So Ella Adukisi Deborah was a young girl from South London who sadly passed away in 2013 after a severe asthma attack. And she was actually the first person who was found had air pollution as a direct result of her death. So on her death certificate is written air pollution. So it was a sort of landmark case where the links between air pollution and serious health problems was found to be really clear. So her mum since led a campaign for a law that's been named Ella's Law. It would be the Clean Air Human Rights Act. That would essentially create a legal obligation for the government to bring air pollution levels within to safe levels as set by the WHO, because currently air pollution is still over legal levels. We have illegal levels of air pollution in much of the UK, especially in cities, especially in London. And it was also a clear example of how the disparities in how air pollution and the effects of climate change are felt. Elliot was a young black girl in South London, so it was just a clear example of environmental racism where the effects are disproportionately felt between different groups.
And why is it that you're interested specifically about this particular law? Do you have any experience yourself about air pollution? Do you suffer with asthma or...?
As it actually happens, I moved to London 3 years ago and I had no breathing problems, and I've since had to have an inhaler. I cycle to work every day and I've developed mild asthma, like a late onset asthma. Obviously I can't directly link it, but it's the only thing that's been a clear, obvious link between me having asthma and moving to London. And I cycle down Holloway Road regularly, and you can tell how heavy the air is. So yeah.
And one other thing to remember is the Section 42 of the 1988 Road Traffic Act, which is idling is illegal. So if you find any police officers, or anyone in fact, who might be idling, you can tell them about that law, and then they might start to think more about air quality. I think we'll end the segment there.
Cheers.
You know an excellent way to stop the lights dying? Burn electricity, burn coal to make electricity. Keep the lights on. It's an important point though. How are we going to keep the lights on without burning things? You're all using electricity. Keep burning oil, keep burning gas. That's the way to keep the lights on. Stop raging and stop burning. Keep the fossils in the ground. Thank you, Corporal.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause.
So we've really tried to give voices to those who find it harder to be heard. One of the speakers for the main stage was Kai Gambangola of the Truth About Zayn campaign. I hope I said his surname correctly there. A very important and touching message to be heard about this campaign. And so as they couldn't make it into central London due to being in a wheelchair, we're giving them the platform now to be heard on the Big One TV. So hopefully the video is ready, but as it's not, we're here in Parliament Square, and behind us, we've got the Just Stop Oil campaign talking about what their plans are next. Over to the left of me, the medics hubs, the Animal Rising, Greenpeace, all these movements that have come together, but really hoping to be able to give Kai a platform here on Big One TV today. So the buzz is still going. Parliament Square has been blocked. We've returned from our incineration procession, and there was a second procession that was going to all the different government departments this morning, picking up all the people's pickets along the way and bringing them to Parliament Square for an assembly where we're asking, what's next? What do we do? Like we've managed to build this incredible coalition of different and diverse groups. So what do we do with that? How do we use that power to actually try to persuade this government to act on the climate crisis? And our demand is the tool to actually unblock politics. It's really not asking too much to update a system that is out of date. And our political decision-making body is out of date. And a citizens' assembly would be so much more effective at bringing about the change, the necessary change that everybody needs and wants. Oh, brilliant. So we've got that video for Kai, the Truth About Zayn campaign for you now.
I'm going to introduce now Kai and Nicole, who lost their 7-year-old son, Zayn, who was actually poisoned by toxic fumes, and they're after the truth about Zayn. It's a thread that's gone through many of the contributions, and I'm sure we'll hear similar sorts of stories of how things have been barriers have been put in the way of our next two contributors. Over to you, Kai and Nicole.
Spin, deception and lies. If we're honest, this is the heart of the matter. Nicole and I come before you as grieving parents, denied all rights to truth and justice, even the right to grieve in peace. Floodwater passed through secret landfill into our Victorian flood basement, and our home was infused with nerve agent. Zain, our son, was killed. In addition to flooding, secret landfill and nerve agent, which was the horrific hydrogen cyanide gas used to kill people in World War II gas chambers, and this was detected 3 times by expert hazmat, as stated in Freedom of Information disclosures and in many other disclosures. There were hospitals overwhelmed by unwell and evacuated people, also in Freedom of Information disclosures. And then there were expert geotechnical reports on the secret landfill 4 years before Zain was killed. And they state that there are migrating landfill gases. The risk is high and unacceptable. Investigation is required, then remediate. Now, with this forewarning, the authorities protected their own properties next door to Zain's home using gas-proof membranes so that they could not be harmed or killed, but they told no one else. What was it like for us? Well, I say watch Anne and the Salisbury poisonings and merge them. And note, Zain had no public authority sympathy from any quarter. We were attacked for daring to ask for the truth. Oh, and of course, Zain's had no justice. Imagine all that firepower against one child. There are more monsters prepared to attack children than one would imagine. Now, time is limited, and I want to touch on 2 aspects of Hillsborough law: candour and parity of funding. As with Hillsborough, the duty of candour was non-existent in Zain's case, despite many documents, data, facts confirming hydrogen cyanide. The multiple authorities involved denied hydrogen cyanide was ever detected. In addition, there was no proper full and fearless investigation. Zain was denied an Article 2 inquest, denied a jury. Witnesses and evidence were compromised at every level. Blame was shifted to a substance at day one, a gas that wasn't even present. And we found ourselves on trial at an inquest based on untruths. We were denied legal aid several times, whilst a phalanx of multi-billion-pound turnover authorities all had public money and legal aid for their legal teams for years, enabling the appointment of some of the best lawyers and QCs in the UK. Even the coroner had legal aid. We had to wheelchair and walk the streets broken to beg for money for representation at our son's inquest, nearly £80,000. Equality of arms? No. Metaphorically speaking, we had one unarmed David against multiple heavily armed Goliaths. Despite the truth being visible, the inquest acted to systematically strip Zain of his human rights using a false lens of plausible deniability. If they can do this to the 97 and their families, imagine what they can do to one family walking alone. If there is nothing for any of these authorities to hide, give Zain an independent panel inquiry with full disclosure. We are grateful for and we thank our 110,000 public petitioners, general secretaries of unions, including the Fire Brigade Union, who refuse to be complicit. Unison, Unite, PCS, CWU, NEU, TUC, and some of our cross-party leaders. Many have written to the Prime Minister asking him to give Zain an independent panel inquiry, which is how Hillsborough got the truth. The publicly elected councillors at Zain's own local authority recently unanimously voted and wrote to the Prime Minister demanding an IP for Zain. At their extraordinary meeting, they cited serious judicial failings and cover-up. We should all be able to speak truth to power and be heard. Hillsborough makes clear The truth is imperative in order that others can be protected and justice be served. The patronising disposition and disgrace of unaccountable power is neither confined to Hillsborough or the past. So we call on the government to commit to bring forward a comprehensive Hillsborough law now without further delay. For Zane, you must ask yourselves, what kind of a country do we live in where there is no investigation into hydrogen cyanide, a chemical weapon of mass destruction in a neighbourhood? I was 2 yards from Zane, unconscious. My diagnosis is paraplegia due to hydrogen cyanide poisoning. Bottom line, did Zane get a fair hearing? Answer, no. I'd like to thank you for listening and our gratitude to Andy Burnham. If the politicians on this call want to help, getting Zane an independent panel inquiry would be a good start. We have shared just the tip of the iceberg about Zane's story, but hear this: the power of love is stronger than the love of power. And I'm sure the campaigns are united on this point. Our hope is to honour Zane with truth and protect others. According to the BMJ, 80% of people in this country live within 2 kilometres of landfill. This fight is everybody's fight, and it's in the public interest. Authorities must face up to the truth and not bury it.
Little children should not be tucked up at night and fear that they will not wake up in the morning. Zane is not just a lie on a death certificate. No child was ever loved more, and we will die fighting if we have to, but please help us. Do not let history repeat itself. I do not want to die before we undo the lies that dishonour our precious little boy, so he can finally rest in peace. Zane did not die accidentally. He was unlawfully killed. The evidence is all there. Zane died and the authorities lied. Thank you all for allowing us to be Zane's voice today. Rest in peace, Zane.
Kai, Nicole, your love for your son just shines through, and obviously we see Zane there behind you. But actually the power of your words will resonate throughout the country. Steve and I were just saying, how can it be that you're still fighting? Your situation is one that requires an independent inquiry. I remember, Nicole, and we were talking to Margaret Aspinall about this, when you stood up after one of Margaret's speeches in Parliament and you said you were in the same position. We were with you then, we're with you now, and we'll be with you always. Thank you for joining us today.
So one of the over 200 groups that have come together here for the big one is XR Engineers, and I found a member of this group to explain a bit about this and the solutions that we need to embrace.
There we go. So normally I'm used. Oh, there you go. Normally I'm used to being on the other side of the camera, you know. But my day job is a renewable engineer. So I design and we build solar power plants. On top of that, I've worked in home installation with heat pumps, with biomass systems, wind turbines. So everything to do with renewable energy. So the Overton window is now shifting from talking about climate science and the need to take action. And now it's like, well, what action do we actually need to take? So everyone talks about decarbonising by 2050. What does that mean? That means we have to get to net zero. To get to net zero, what that means is we have to rapidly stop all fossil fuels. Oh, there we go. Okay, so about 80% of our world's primary energy still comes from fossil fuel, oil, gas, coal, peat. And renewables that we're pushing is wind, solar. We've got hydro. Hydro, unfortunately, can be quite damaging to the environment. It blocks rivers and it's awful for ecosystems. But we've got small hydro systems. It's called Run of the River that we can use. On top of that, we're looking at different types of biomass. Some biomass is a bit controversial. Some of it you can use with biomass carbon capture and storage. That also is a little bit controversial as well. Some of it's unproven technology at scale. But what we need to do is we need to have a huge push for the amount of people in engineering. We need to develop a whole technical team around retrofitting our houses, our buildings. We need to upgrade our electrical grid. For an example, the UK grid, they estimate we need to have at least 100 billion has to be invested in upgrading substations, cabling, all the systems. If you think about it, we've got all these electric vehicles that are getting plugged in. We've got heat pumps for heating our buildings instead of gas. That all needs energy, and the energy all needs to be transported on the grid system. So the grid system that we've currently got is not fit for purpose. That has to be upgraded. On top of that, renewables are intermittent, so the sun doesn't always shine. We don't always have wind. That's the biggest criticism that we hear from the right-wing media. But the truth being told, if we have smart grids and you have appliances and you have everything talking to each other, we can actually balance the grid. And to do that, we're going to have intercontinental interconnectors connecting like the UK to Canada to Iceland. There's a proposal to do one from the UK to Morocco. If that goes ahead, it's going to be the biggest interconnector in the world. It's going to take several years to build. The numbers are astronomical, but it could give about maybe 5 to 10% of the energy to the UK that's needed. On top of that, we need pump storage. There's so many different things that we need to be doing to decarbonise. And the problem is we don't have the funding. We don't have the funding in place. We don't have the engineers in place. We don't have the planning. We don't have the laws in place. So even if everybody said, right, from today, we're going to go 100% net zero, we don't have enough raw materials. We don't have enough mines. We don't have enough manufacturing facilities. On top of that, we don't have there's no recycling facilities in this country for e-waste. The biggest e-waste we're going to have is solar panels. So the amount of different things that we need to be doing, we haven't even got out of the starting blocks yet. So we need to start bringing the conversation to energy transition and how we're actually going to achieve it. People in my sector I talk to, one thing is for certain, we actually don't have the answers. And people said we can just simply shift to wind and solar. Unfortunately, it's not as simple as that. Okay, it's going to take a lot more than just saying, oh, we're just going to go to wind and solar. We also have to have a look at our buildings, how we heat our homes and how we operate our homes. It's one of the biggest wastes of energy here in the UK. Last year, I helped write a technical report for Insulate Britain. So I had to look into a home installation in the UK. I had to go and study the reports here from the UK government. And what they have in place is simply not good enough. We have to retrofit at least 21 million properties in the UK by 2050. So you're talking about that's a property every 1.5 seconds. You know, we're talking about like 25,000 properties a week. So we need a national home installation program. And it's not just Insulate Britain that's calling for it. The RICS, the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, are actually calling for a national retrofit. Federation of Master Builders are also calling for a national retrofit program. On top of that, we've got a couple of different political parties are calling for it. So the thing is, we don't have the funding in place to actually retrofit the properties. We also don't have the materials, and we don't have enough people who are actually trained up with the skills that are needed to retrofit. So if you're going to do a retrofit program, it has to be street by street, town by town. And to do that, we need to have a mass mobilization like that we saw after World War II. And this is the scale that's actually, what's needed. And on top of that, we need to invest in district heating systems, which is going to be disruptive because we're going to have to take up roads, put pipes down, and we're going to have to put pipes into different people's buildings and into apartment blocks for district heating. So the amount of work that we need to do is astronomical. And even a couple of weeks here, I was at a conference about C40 cities, about retrofitting cities, and the problem then comes back down to funding, how we're going to fund this. If we can get funding, it creates jobs. So for every $1 or £1 spent, you get £2 back in the local economy. So it's a win-win. It creates hundreds of thousands, if not millions of jobs. It will actually set us on a course for net zero. It will make our energy security a lot better because we're not relying on fire and oil and gas to heat our properties, and also for transportation systems. So anyway, there's a lot I could go on about and talk about, but I just wanted to give you a brief idea of the amount of things that we need to be now talking about in our strive to get to hit some of our targets as well. And shout out to XR engineers. So hopefully 2023, we're going to be doing a a lot more stuff together. And yeah, that's all I got to say. There we go. I'm passing the mic over here. And thank you very much for your interpretation. Good work. There we go. Thank you.
Thanks, Virgo. All right, so really fascinating that there are actually so many different roles to actually bringing this together and making it happen and creating this safe, inclusive, welcoming space. And you have a very important role. Paul, what is your past? What's your professional history?
Well, I joined the Met Police in 1983, and I retired in 2018. So that's
How many years is that?
So that's 34. I took 4 years out to go travelling, and then so 34 years, 30 years actual work. But most of that was CID work, murder squads, serious crime, domestic violence, safety of children, and sex offenders. So quite varied. But the interesting thing for me, all of it's about protecting life, and Extinction Rebellion is about protecting life. It's the same thing. Everyone thinks it's really weird that a police officer is in Extinction Rebellion, but there's quite a few of us, various different ranks as well, from constable to chief superintendent, and we all have exactly the same view. This is all about protecting life. And when you're in the police, you get a single strand of information about somebody's life being threatened. Nobody goes home. You have to put in an intervention. You have to do something to reduce that risk before you go home. And what have we got with the climate emergency?
Not an intervention.
Not an intervention, and we have got overwhelming evidence that this is going to happen. I mean, there is no doubt this is happening right now and killing people, and there's no intervention. So, there is something seriously wrong in our governing system, in the people that have power behind me. There's something seriously wrong, and it's about time it has to change. We need normal people, normal working people to get in there and make decisions.
So what is your role within Extinction Rebellion? What do you do? What have you done to make this a safe space?
Well, first of all, I was, what did I do first? Court liaison. So I went to court because I had some experience of how courts work. I presented a lot of cases at court. So it was just to give people reassurance of the court system and to witness what was going on in court. And there I saw more than one judge say that I agree with your moral case. Morally, absolutely right, and I wish you success. But legally, you've committed an offence. And now we're at a situation where Marcus and Morgan, who suspended themselves over the M25, they've just got 5 years imprisonment between them, and that is the judge said it was a deterrent. But that is a disproportionate sentence. I'm sure they've got grounds to appeal there, because if morally the case is right to do what we're doing because nothing is being done to protect people, morally the case is right, but you're still committing offences, then the legal system is separated from morality. That means the legal system is immoral. They have to look at that. They have to bring it together. Changes need to be made in the legal system. And lawyers are trying to do that right now by refusing to represent fuel companies that are trying to extract new fossil fuels, and also refusing to prosecute climate protesters. So things are changing, but the judges have to wake up. This judge who sentenced Marcus and Morgan, he said that they put their views above everybody else's, and to hell with everybody else's views. He put his views above 11,000 climate scientists, above Professor Kevin Anderson, above Sir David King, who was chair of the CCC. He's put his views, which are antiquated, above everybody else's, and above the president of the UN, Antonio Guterres. He's really got to read his climate stuff, because he's out of date and people are going to die because of such decisions.
Yeah, it's really heavy stuff. And you mentioned some of the leading scientists there and the Committee on Climate Change, the CCC. The Committee on Climate Change is the government's own advisory panel, and they are calling out the government and saying they're not even making one of their 45 key targets, key indicators for moving in the right direction here. They are utterly failing us. That this political system is out of date, corrupt to the core and couldn't be more blatantly obvious that they're not willing to do the right thing by us in this situation. So how do we change the law? At the moment in the courts, it seems like Russian roulette. Depending upon which judge you get, you either get a pat on the back and thanked, or you get put in prison. It's really scary how there's so much difference there. The media are really interested on the disruption elements leading into this, and they keep trying to focus on disruption, which seems to me a bit of a distraction from the really important messages that we need to put across. But I just wondered, because you've been involved, what your role has been in limiting the disruption in this, or what your role is now in XR.
I'm protest liaison, so because this has been non-disruptive, the focus of this one has been outreach and not disruption of the public, especially some disruption of government departments that are responsible for polluting our environment. But it's all been about outreach. So we've been working with authorities, we've been working with the police for about 6 months in preparation for this. And I must say they have been very good to facilitate this the way they have so far. It isn't over yet, so fingers crossed. They have been very supportive. We've also worked with the London Marathon very closely, and they've made it quite clear that they need clean air. Sports people need clean air. They're on the same side as us, and they were really, that was completely harmonious. One of our scientists reminded me the other day that 1% of the world's population breathe air which is within the WHO clean limits. So 99% of the world's population of human beings breathe illegal air, which is horrendous, which is why people are dying. So many people are dying.
And the situation is only going to get worse. And they're just not telling the truth. So when Extinction Rebellion formed, we had 3 demands. The first was for the government to tell the truth about the severity of the situation. And if they were telling the truth, they would say, well, this IPCC executive summary for policymakers is conservative. We know this because 195 global governments have all had to agree on the wording of it for it to get passed. But the 6,000 pages of just this latest report, and there's been numerous reports before that, paints quite a much more scary story of it. I was really fortunate to get a one-to-one session with Kevin Anderson. I find, so much information out there, you sometimes don't know who to trust and what is the reality of the situation, because you hear what the science is telling you and then you see how people are acting. I'm like, how can they be justifying continuing business as usual when that's what the scientists say is going to result from that? And Kevin Anderson saying that we must get to zero emissions, not even net zero, by 2030. That we're so up against the wall now with the diminishing carbon budget that there's no space to offset, that developed countries need to get to zero emissions by 2030 and developing countries by 2040 to have a reasonable chance of limiting global warming. Citizens' assemblies, potentially the tool to get us out of this. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what that is?
Yeah, I mean, everybody says, oh, you're just criticizing everybody and you don't have a solution. We've had a solution ever since we started, which is citizens' assemblies. It's a random selection of people, but it's not totally random. It makes sure that it's completely representative of society. So the right portion of disabled people, black and ethnic people, LGBTQ plus people, they're all represented to make decisions. Even different types of education, different ages is really important. So sufficient young people are in there because they're going to have to live with this. So the group is established, probably 100, 120 people, and then they have to, they are given the right information, as in peer-reviewed information, expert information, about gold standard information, and they're all given the same information. And that's what's really important, over maybe 3-4 weekends, and then they debate it, and then they make a decision. And that decision should be binding, I believe. It's been used many, many times. There's been many experiments with citizens' assemblies now, especially since we've started, and they have come out with very, very good results. So I think we should be integrating them, make them binding. I think one of the most important things about citizens' assemblies is that when you compare it to what we have now, when we have a referendum, and I don't want to mention the B word, but when you have a referendum, people are informed by the newspapers they read, and they are extremely divisive, and they are very rarely telling the truth. Even on both sides, they very rarely tell the truth. So people they get very different information, and they're trying to make a decision on very diverse information. Whereas in this case, everybody gets the same information, but it covers all of the arguments for and against, and then they make a decision. So it's a much more intelligent, fairer system, and it allows normal working people to make decisions, be involved. You cannot think to yourself that I pay my taxes, I vote for my MP, they're going to do the job for me. They're not doing the job for us. They're failing. They're failing dismally. They're failing in such an embarrassing way at the moment, and we have to help. We have to step up and make those decisions.
And that's what this is all about here in central London for the big one. And we're going to cut over to the next thing.
And the march hasn't left yet, so I'm really pleased.
Well, I'm looking forward to the march. That's going to be good.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that was lovely.
Aww.
Right, we've just reached Parliament Square, and I've seen someone here, Joe from Hackney, has got a sign here about Ella's Law. Wonder if you could tell us, Joe, what Ella's Law is all about.
So Ella Adu Kitty Deborah was a young girl from South London who sadly passed away in 2013 after a severe asthma attack. And she was actually the first person who it was found had air pollution as a direct result of her death. So on her death certificate is written air pollution. So it's a sort of landmark case where the links between air pollution and serious health problems was found to be really clear. So her mum since led a campaign for a law that's been named Ella's Law. It would be the Clean Air Human Rights Act, that would essentially create a legal obligation for the government to bring air pollution levels within to safe levels as set by the WHO. Because currently air pollution is still over legal levels. We have illegal levels of air pollution in much of the UK, especially in cities, especially in London. And it was also a clear example of how the disparities in how air pollution and the effects of climate change are felt. Elliot was a young black girl in South London, so it was just a clear example of environmental racism where the effects are disproportionately felt between different groups.
And why is it that you're interested specifically about this particular law? Do you have any experience yourself about air pollution? Do you suffer with asthma or?
As it actually happens, I moved to London 3 years ago, and I had no breathing problems, and I've since had to have an inhaler. I cycle to work every day, and I've developed mild asthma, like a late onset asthma. Obviously, I can't directly link it, but it's the only thing that's been a clear, obvious link between me having asthma and moving to London. And I cycle down Holloway Road regularly, and you can tell how heavy the air is.
And one other thing to remember is the Section 42 of the 1988 Road Traffic Act, which is idling is illegal. So if you find any police officers or anyone, in fact, who might be idling, you can tell them about that law, and then they might start to think more about air quality. I think we'll end the segment there.
Cheers.
So I've managed to find someone from the Save the Why campaign called David. He's here with me. An interesting one of the organisations, one of over 200 organisations supporting the big one. Save the Why, I guess the name kind of gives it away, but David, will you expand a little bit about on what this campaign means and how you are working in it, what you're doing?
Yeah, so Save the Why is a coalition of half a dozen local groups up and down the whole river, from Powys, where it rises, down through Herefordshire, Monmouthshire, Gloucestershire, and it's really about the pollution of the river. And for us, the issue is sewage partly, but it's mostly about chicken poo, which comes from 20 million chickens that live in the Wye catchment. And this is really driven by Tesco's, who buy the chickens and sell them at a cheap price. And principally by a company, Avara, who are part of Cargill, who are one of the largest companies in the world. And they really basically don't look after the chicken manure properly. It gets spread on the fields, goes into the river, and then you get these huge algal blooms that are basically killing the river.
What's an algal bloom? Just say that in normal language.
So an algal bloom is just a growth that happens due to the sunlight and due to the high level of phosphates that come from the chicken poo, and you get this green soupy river that just spreads for miles, then it dies and it settles onto the bottom of the river and basically kills off all the wildlife. So then there's no water crowsfoot, there's nowhere for the little fishes and insects to kind of grow and live. The swans die, the whole ecosystem collapses, and that's really what we're seeing right now happening on the Wye. About 18 months ago, it was like 2 years to save the Wye. The death of the Wye is the chronicle of a death foretold. It is happening in front of our eyes.
So I'm just, I'm a canoeist. I've paddled on the River Wye, one of the most loveliest sections. Almost every canoeist in Britain has probably canoed on that section. My hair stood up as you were saying that. We're talking about the death of the river, and it's, once something dies, you can't bring it back to life, right?
Well, I mean, you can't bring it back to life as human beings. We can't magically do something, but rivers do revive. I mean, the Thames here revived. It was really filthy in the 70s, and if you stop killing it,
So I'm mistaken in that case. So it will restore itself if we give it a chance. If we take our foot off it,
Yeah. I mean, you take your foot off its neck, it's got a bigger chance to breathe. So I mean, you don't really know what we're getting into because we've never really seen a situation like this. But you do see some of it coming back on some of the tributaries, but you've just got to stop killing it. It's like pesticides and insects. If you keep killing them, they're not going to come back. Just give them a chance. Maybe we've got some hope there.
So I'm really interested in this also because I know a little bit about this campaign, and one of the elements that I found to be really compelling was this link to deforestation in the Amazon. So we're talking about cheap chicken that's made for, basically produced for Tesco, that's killing our river, as in it's all our rivers, but it's a river in this country. Yeah. But there's this massive international angle here and a justice angle as well.
Yeah, I mean, Cargill are known as the worst company in the world for good reason. And, you've got to think about that. We generally think of BP or Shell or Barclays funding it. Cargill are worse than those people. They have the gold medal for, pollution, for killing the planet. And why is that? Because they've been destroying the Amazon for 40 years and turning it into soya plantations, the Pantanal, the Gran Chacal, the rainforests that are the lungs of the planet. They've been there deforesting those for 40 years. I mean, in Brazil, they are well known for their environmental destruction. And so what we have traced is the soya gets planted in Brazil, it gets shipped to a port there.
Well, just go back, they deforest the Amazon first, then they plant the soya.
Thank you, Etienne, I like these corrections. Let me get this right. They deforest the Amazon, then they plant the soya, then they take the soya, ship it down to the port in Brazil, it gets shipped to Liverpool, it then gets shipped down to Herefordshire, where it gets turned into food, chicken food and pig food. And, Extinction Rebellion locally and Marxist Climate Action have blockaded the mill there in Herefordshire a couple of times to try and draw this link to, this company is destroying the Amazon and it's destroying our river. And obviously in Herefordshire, local press and so on, they take the local angle, but we're always trying to connect it back to, what is happening across the world where they've been destroying the planet for a good long time.
And this is something that, as an activist and as people here are probably learning, participants at the big one, we are having our perspectives broadened. And it's so easy to just focus on one thing, but we start to see, as we know, we are connected globally to all our brothers and sisters, or all beings and all life. We are all in this web. And there was the kind of step zero before I even asked you, was to deforest the land. You've got to get rid of the people who live there, whose land it is.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's this, as you say, there are, tribal people who, the First Nations there in Brazil, who've been pushed off their land, they've been marginalised, they've been shot by, the ranchers, they, have lost their rights, they've lost their land. It's all part of that same process. And, ultimately we're looking at industrial agriculture as a system, as a global system, and we're saying, enough is enough. We can't take it. We can't take it here in the Wye. We can't take it over there in the Amazon. We have to have system change. The only way to do this is to go to systems that are less intensive and to wind back and say, we can feed people in different ways. We do not need to do it this way. This way is really about profit for Cargill. Now, Cargill, made 5 billion profit last year. They've got 14 billionaires on their board. That's how much money they're making, basically out of raping and destroying the planet. They're a pretty unpleasant bunch. But, we've got them on the back foot. They're having to defend what they're doing now.
And this is people power. So this is the thing about this campaign, it is exposing these companies cannot operate without the consent of the public. And if the public were to realise the true cost of their cheap chicken, destruction of the rivers in this country, the destruction of lands in the Amazon, the displacement of wonderful indigenous cultures and people in those parts of the world, they would be thinking very differently about the chicken that's on their shelf. So thank you very much, David. Thank you for that campaign. And I hope that has been interesting for you all there.
Thank you, Richard.
Nice one, mate.
So we're just smiling because we're just so happy and thinking about how inclusive this space is. The fact that we have this fantastic interpretation happening to make it more accessible for more people. And just the community vibe and feel. But Beanie, do you want to talk about what's...
Yeah, so, you know, this event was about opening the space and making it inclusive and making it safe space so that those voices that are not normally out there can join in the conversation and deliberate over what changes we need to do going forward. And let's be clear, it is the request that people step up. It's not just about turning up today, but it's what you do when you go back to your communities and how you then take action. Because without action, we don't get justice. So it's a really important thing to remember. And also I want to highlight to you, this is Food for All. All right, Food for All have been doing this work, providing free food for all protest movements. This is how they show love to supporting all activists across the board. And it's so beautiful that they continue to do so. Now, part of their team is in Ukraine right now. They are the ones that set up mobile kitchens as soon as the war was announced. They are the ones that have given safe passage. So their work is incredible. So please do donate to them because they look after, in solidarity, they look after everyone here and anyone who faces situations in war. And they make sure, no matter what your issues are, no matter what your struggles are, but the one thing that they make sure happens is that you get food. And that shows love in a way. You know, there's many people across the globe that don't even get one meal a day. And the fact that when activists and people stand up in solidarity for each other, these guys make sure we're fed. And big love to them. So do donate to them. Look them up. It's Food for All. And then the other thing I really want to talk about is solidarity. So, you know, making space for 200 plus organizations all to work together, that means that we're connecting the dots. That means that we're also learning to work with each other and learning to have conversations. So for me, it's really important that whether you're part of a movement, you're leading a movement, or whether in your community, to pick up those threads so that we can come back together. So if we're going to do a direct action, I don't really want to see a direct action where it's just one movement, right? Time to come together and do those direct actions together. Time to come together as communities and do community outreach or community mobilizing together. Because while we are divided, everybody, the 1% win. Our unity is what makes us powerful. And then the other last thing I really want to call out is that on Saturday, this Saturday, is BLM. They are mobilizing outside of the Home Office at 12:30. Now, BLM have shown up and supported Extinction Rebellion multiple times in the last 4 years. It's time we showed them solidarity because that is yet to be shown by the feet on the ground. The feet on the ground make all the difference. So I know we're all exhausted, but find that little extra energy and come out on the streets on Saturday, 12:30 with BLM at outside of the Home Office.
Thank you so much, Bhavini. And you've been incredible this weekend on the stage, emceeing, sharing so much passion and enthusiasm, all your energy for this cause. So thank you.
Thank you. I mean, it's been, you know, I'm honored. And I really need people to understand that no matter how you see different movements and what bits that they're not working for you or what bits aren't gelling with you, to remember that that's not the focus. Focus on the bits that actually speak to you. Focus on the bits that actually drive you in hope and in passion, because there's no movement that's perfect, not one in the entire world. But what is perfect is when we unite and come together, because that's how we win. Because I'll give you the story of the mobilization in India for the farmers' protest. It wasn't one movement. It was all their communities. It was all the different movements who took the streets together. And that essentially is the call for me for this big one, is that let's figure out how to work together.
Thank you. Absolutely. This is all about togetherness. And just before I cut over, I would just like to put a call out to those that are watching at home to put in the comments, what next for you? Or what next as a movement of movement? What are your ideas? Share your great ideas with us in the chats. And we'll cut across now to the video.
Back in front of the Houses of Parliament, and I'm here with Rob, and you helped to put this together. You must feel so proud of yourself for what's been able to happen this weekend.
Yeah, well, I mean, not so proud of myself, but like it's been an amazing team that's been working on this for loads and loads of months, and yeah, a bit of an uphill journey. But then this has been far exceeded our expectations. I think we wanted, you always aim really high. And you set very high targets and goals, but this has been absolutely fantastic. And the best thing is the feedback on the ground. People just seem to really have connected with each other. It's gone down well with a lot of the people, the public around here. There's been, no arrests. There's been no law breaking. There's nothing. So it's interesting. I think this is really presenting a moment now. You go, well, we've said we're not going to disrupt the public. Because we've heard that that's been a barrier for people to join. We've done that now. We've made good on that. We tell the truth. And we're also saying we want a reaction from the government by 5 p.m. That's also us telling the truth. And otherwise, basically, the media, if there's not the media's silence on it, they're not holding the government to account. They're more interested in whether we're going to disrupt the marathon, which we didn't. They're more interested in that than actually holding the politicians to account. So I think we've got an interesting moment here on the last day, because I think a lot of people are feeling like, well, what next? And we've built up to this moment. We've got a big march coming in now, which is great, and coming up to the main stage. It's going to be an assembly, and that assembly is going to be about exactly what next.
If we were to have a politician, as a miracle, if a politician were to come out before 5 o'clock and have a chat with us, what do you think would be the key messages to get across in that conversation?
Well, I mean, the key message is within our demands. I mean, it's a no-brainer that we need to end the fossil fuel era, and I think the majority of the British public are absolutely behind that. I don't see a referendum coming on that anytime. But key to this, I think, is underpinning a lot of the scandals or the crises we faced in the last few years, whether it's the climate crisis getting worse and worse and worse, or it's the cost of living crisis, or it's the global debt crisis. This has been fueled and aided and abetted and by a political scandal, which is just an inability to act on it. So when we're here saying, okay, we're gonna try this new tactic, we're gonna wait for it, we're gonna really work to make this accessible, we've done that. But we can't wait any longer. It's been 4 years since the climate emergency was declared, and what's happened? Absolutely nothing. And that's really shocking. And so we've got to do something now.
If people watching this feel that they are so enthused and excited about joining the movement and they sign up, what do you think they might expect in the weeks ahead?
Well, so. On the 28th, the PCS, the Civil Service Union, who we've been outside government departments on Friday and today again, picketing those government departments. The PCS Union, the Civil Service Union themselves are going on strike on Friday. So we're going to go out and join them. So that's the next thing we've got to do. On the 29th, just a day later, we're going to be out at...
You're in demand, I can tell.
Demand, yeah. But the day later, we're going to be out and we're going to be looking at... Morgan and Marcus, who've just been sentenced to 3 years and 2 years and 7 months respectively, we're going to be going out on their march, which is at 12, and again starting here. And then on the 30th, we should all be at our hospitals with the RCN strike. The Royal College of Nurses are going to be on strike. So, that just shows that this is an interconnected struggle. Everyone, there's this, and that it's a political issue. That there's chronic mismanagement and cronyism and scandal at the heart of it.
Yeah, well, there's so much to look forward to. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All the best. And that was an excellent interview. What a great guy.
So I've got Casper from the Climate Media Coalition to my right. But I just thought first I'd like to just ask our interpreter a little bit about the experience that she's had here at the big one.
Oh, amazing, invigorating, exciting, wonderful.
Fantastic, and thank you so much for making this so accessible to more at home. Casper, Climate Media Coalition, tell us about that.
So the Climate Media Coalition is basically what we are trying to do is ensure that the media and the specific parts of the media are right at the top of the narrative with regard to the change that we need to see in order to stop the worst case scenarios playing out. And whilst the media is a pillar that we haven't really targeted in the same way that we've targeted fossil fuel companies and government and the public. And, you know, actually the media is the organisations or the pillar, you could say, that has the most influence on public discourse. And consequently, you know, we've seen how they can influence policy of sitting governments. And we know that, for example, since Rupert Murdoch persuaded Margaret Thatcher to deregulate the press in 1981, every single party he has supported since has ended up in power. It's depressing, isn't it?
It's a very big overreach of power, and a big part of Extinction Rebellion is about tell the truth. How do we get the media to tell the truth?
Well, you know, we haven't got a free press in this country. What we've got is a press that's been captured by billionaire oligarchs, you know, and amongst those billionaire oligarchs, it's Rupert Murdoch and Lord Rothermere, Jonathan Harmsworth is his real name, own the Sun. Well, Rupert Murdoch owns the Sun, the Times, Talk TV, and obviously he had to close down the News of the World, which was our most popular tabloid paper, in response to the fact that he was bugging phones. But you know, or hacking into phones. That was hacking into phones, wasn't it? Hacking into mobile phones. Lord Rothermere owns the Daily Mail, which is at the moment the most powerful newspaper in the country. It was the Daily Mail that sacked Boris Johnson within 4 days. You know, there was a very rare editorial intervention from Lord Rothermere on Sunday in July, where he said, "I want tomorrow's headline to reflect that the public don't support Boris Johnson." Then there was the pincher headline on the Monday. By Wednesday, Boris Johnson had gone. They turned everything on him and he'd gone. That's how powerful they are.
Yeah, I can really respect how powerful the media are, and if they just started to tell people the truth and then engaged themselves in asking, so anyone that's involved in the media, if you're watching this, please, I think we need to move this story along now as to what are we going to do about it? Selling the solutions so that people want them. Why are the media not telling the truth?
Because it suits the, you know, so if you look at Western democracies, look at what Rupert Murdoch has just done in the States. And of course, we haven't seen this. Do you know about the Dominion Fox case that's going on in the States? Okay, so it's a 2.6 billion defamation case, 2.6 billion pound defamation case. But the Dominion, who make the voting machines that were counting the votes in the States, so Fox News was selling the lie, promoting the lie that the algorithm in these machines was stealing votes from Republicans and giving them to Democrats. That's, you know, that's fictitious. That's never happened. But Rupert Murdoch used that. You knew that his presenters on Fox News were telling that lie, and he encouraged them to get out there and continue to tell that lie, therefore playing into an insurgency. You know, obviously the January the 6th, in the largest functioning, most powerful democracy that we have on this planet. And he did that for money.
Yeah, for money. That's the conclusion we can all draw, really, isn't it? That with the media not telling the truth, they make their money through selling advertising. Most of the people who advertise have some sort of fossil fuel link. They're making their money through the current system, business as usual. And their own business, like the owners' own business interests, are in fossil fuels and continuing this polluting method.
I don't think that's the reason. No, not at all. You know, he has got, so Rupert Murdoch has got shares in a fossil fuel company. That's just about portfolio diversification. You know, that means he's got his wealth spread, so that if anything happens to any parts of his wealth, he will still have other parts of wealth somewhere else. This is power. We're talking about power. And this is direct power that he's got over governments here. You know, the way that they got the policy of our government to increase refining, increase extracting of fossil fuels when Russia invaded Ukraine was exactly the opposite of what we need. Yet the press pushed the government until we saw fracking come back, for example. That's about power. That's not about his shares in fossil fuel companies.
Well, it's about those that are going to earn some money out of fracking, just putting pressure on their mates. Hey, give me some good paper space, isn't it? Like, they're all mates together trying to make money. But is there a media that we can trust out there? Like, who can we listen to? Where should we get our information from?
It's a really, really interesting question because, the other thing, of course, like you just were alluding to earlier on, their advertising revenue comes from their revenue comes from advertising. So, even if you look at the likes of The Guardian, which arguably are one of the better papers about reporting about the climate and ecological crisis, you turn that page over where you've just seen the Code Red report, and there's you're faced with 2 pages of adverts for buying sausages, flying abroad, shopping, cruises, buying cars. They're just promoting high carbon lifestyles through they're monetized to promote high carbon lifestyles.
Along with our government, the media are utterly failing. When news that life on Earth is set to be unlivable, when that IPCC report came out and it was either not reported upon at all or buried deep and only like an inch of reporting deep in the newspaper, and this most recent synthesis report that's come out, and it was like on page 19 at the bottom of the page, and most of the page was taken up with a dispute against 2 OAPs about a flower pot.
Exactly. And it was about an inch column. It was a tiny, tiny little column about the future of everything that we love dearly on our own planet.
But everything is on the public record, so especially journalists, I think they need to be really thinking on their moral conscience now about the way that they are reporting, because it is all there. And it's been proved in the past that journalists that helped to provoke the genocide were tried and actually imprisoned. So I just think people need to be really cautious at this point in time as to whether they're part of the problem, the pollution, or the solution, and find your purpose. We need to find our positive role in the transition for 2 reasons. We all need to play our part in making the changes happen. And the second one is just to help our mental health and to help us to stay positive and to stop the paralysis from fear of the collective failure. So focus on your positive contribution and help your community to do the same and all your friends.
So have you just basically said to me, do we want to see the media billionaire oligarch newspaper owners in prison going through The Hague?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely we do, because they're morally on the wrong side of history.
Yeah.
Totally we do.
I know, right? I'd love to talk about this all day, I could, but we're going to cut over to the next interview. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Here, so we're having a conversation about reparation, and this is can you introduce yourself?
Sure, my name is Scott Ainsley. I am a councillor in Lambeth, South London. I've been a councillor for 10 years. I was London's Green MEP for 7 months before we got booted out by a controlled right-wing narrative that took us out of Europe, the biggest act of self-harm. Anyway, I went on a reparations march as London's Green MEP, and I learnt more about African reparations and the systemic abuse that happened centuries ago, which continues to this day, and that's what's led to our conversation just now. We passed the motion successfully in Lambeth Council. It was a cross-party motion to get the United Kingdom to atone and begin a reparative justice process for the transatlantic trafficking of enslaved Africans. That has led to the setting up of the first all-party parliamentary group to discuss this topic. But reparations is not about state top-down solutions, it's from the grassroots. So what in the community in Lambeth, home to the largest African Caribbean population in the UK, what can they do to atone and repair locally? That's what we're looking at. Because when national government fails to do the right thing, let local government show that leadership.
Yeah, that's where it needs to come from.
Yep, so it's spread to Bristol, which is a great, we're looking to get Liverpool Council, all these places that kind of are built on the backs of slaves and enslavement, to pass similar motions and just leave this historical place lagging behind democracy, true democracy, because this isn't working. This isn't democracy. This is just a bunch of extractivist guys that are in a revolving door between a continued exploitative sector of private sector, extractivism into government, back into extractivism, back into the City of London, who, as you say, facilitates all this ongoing debt. We need to cancel the debt. We need to begin a reparative justice, and we need to heal as a species, because we've exploited peoples for so long.
Yeah.
And it's time that, I think, the royal family's talking about it, Belgium's talking about it. We need them to stop talking about it. We just need them to get on and do it.
Amazing. And Rob, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm Rob Callender. I'm an Extinction Rebellion UK Actions Coordinator.
Yeah, and you've done some work around the whole concept of reparation, or we've chatted about this before.
Yeah. So, I was did some work in 2020 with Africans Rising, which is a Pan-African group in Africa, and they had a few demands. They worked really heavily, they lobbied really heavily against the Belgian monarchy. They also came here to lobby the monarchy here, because obviously it's to do with the legacy and where that legacy came from, and also sort of trying to challenge all the different figureheads of state. So they had a campaign called Rewrite History, with the right spelled as in correct, and one of their they had 4 demands to that. One was truth and healing commissions, so a little bit like the truth and reconciliation commissions in South Africa. Debt cancellation was a huge part of it, reparations, but the first one, and almost the sort of silliest one, is just an honest acknowledgement of the harm and human costs of slavery, because that hasn't happened. That hasn't really come. But I think what you're saying is so important, because the local level is really where the healing will come from. Absolutely. And that's something that I think is really, and that's what we're here for, and that's what I think is so exciting about this, is this isn't, just as you said at the end there, this is not going to change until we change the politics, until we change the political system. And I think this call for citizens' assemblies, emergency citizens' assemblies, this is just a beginning to get a couple on the table that are a no-brainer, but it's got to go much deeper. This is the beginning of a healing process. It's going to be long, but ultimately, if we don't do it, it just gets worse. Yeah.
And what we can have is state-led solutions.
Okay,
so
hold that for one
Cameron goes to Jamaica and says, we'll give you 10 million to build a new prison. I mean, this sticking plaster approach, it's got to end.
But it's again, that's all about the debt. That's all about development. That's all about going, okay, well, we'll give you this, but you're actually going to be paying us back more over time.
Yeah.
It's about keeping the knee on the neck and sort of saying, oh, I'm going to give you this little bit. And if you look at debt, I mean, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about local debt or international debt. What you're talking about is a transfer of wealth of the people who are doing the work or creating the resource to the people who have the capital in the first place. So it is an engine. It's like snakes and ladders. It's the engine of inequality. And that fuels a certain type of, high-speed growth that is ultimately destroying the planet.
Yes.
And that's why the whole, that links it to the degrowth movement, that links it to all these other things. Yeah. And you're going, ultimately, until you start changing these fundamental elements of the system, which is also about decolonisation, because that system is a colonial system, the debt system we have now, and we invented it. I mean, not we personally here right now, but ultimately, it sort of goes back to the Romans and a bit before that. It's about how you treat slaves. It's about how you trade in cattle. And it's literally about that, and the debt is about that.
That's right. This is the thing that we have to do. We have to get as organised as they are, because, as you say, they've been doing this for centuries. Yeah. The conditioning at schools, that revolving door that it continues to extract and exploit. That's the abuse that has to stop. Yeah. And I mean, even in Lambeth, where we've passed this motion, getting even the community a space to meet for free, so that they can begin to discuss some of the trauma, the generational trauma that's been experienced by people. Getting that from out of a council is proving hard at the moment. And that's the least that we can do to start something and build from a grassroots. A kind of reparative justice process, but we need to repair, and that's the key point about reparations. Not about the money. Yeah. Stop the abuse. Yeah. That's easy. That doesn't cost anything.
And also for the fact that what we give in false aid, like we give the money that we give to Africa, we take 10 times more out in extraction, and companies here in London owning mineral rights, owning crop rights. The new pipelines that are going in. Yeah. So like everything that we're extracting everything from Africa and other like South American countries and globally, that's what we do, and then we give them false aid, and then we charge them interest.
Yeah, and as well, sort of just going in to undercut local economies, like making sure that they're giving you raw materials, and this has been going on for again decades and decades, if not centuries. You're taking raw materials out, and in return they're having to buy much more expensive machinery to take those raw materials out, because ultimately you're saying, well, you run your own mine sort of thing, we're going to give you that, but you're going to get the funding from us, then you've got to use that funding to buy the stuff from us. So whose economy is it benefiting? And then that finance gets taxed here. The money doesn't go back to Africa, for the finance that they've had to get from the UK. So you're talking about a system that is, if you were looking at it from a completely objective point of view, you go, this is massively corrupt. This is just, it makes
perpetual slavery.
Yeah, it just makes no
financial
sense.
Slavery, yeah.
But that's on purpose. That's why it's a colonial system. It's absolutely designed to do that. And that's exactly what you're saying about repair. For me, it's like, it's also about context and being able to look at, we all have to do this stuff. We take action in all sorts of different ways. It might be your local tree that you've got to defend, and it's important. All those things are important. You can't compare them. Yeah. But ultimately, the context is until you cancel the debt, until you literally take the knee off the neck of sub-Saharan Africa and South America and some of the poorest countries in the world, but the most mineral rich, until you take the knee off the neck, there's nothing we're doing here that's going to bring that resource curve down. Yeah. And so what's driving that? Well, actually, it's the City of London. Yeah. I say this again and again. It's actually happening in this country. The people who need to take action, who need to start paying the debt, is the people who live here. And that's a huge burden.
Is it David Olusogun who has done the documentaries on this enslavement and the money from enslavement? Most of the laws that sit underneath that building just there are all to do with property. Rolls and rolls and rolls to protect people's property, to protect people's land, and that included human beings. That's a travesty that everyone who has any historical legacy to that property has to give up that right. Has to give up what is protected, and the police, they're paid for by it all. I mean, it's a very, very corrupt system, and what we need to do as a movement from the grassroots is continue these conversations.
Dialogue.
It's the dialogue, absolutely, but then the actions.
Yeah, because within that system there are people who simply don't know it, who are just part of it, who left school and just need a job and just need to pay the bills and just need to get through it. That's one of the hardest things is, you especially in certain countries, it's the levels of, it's the plastic, it's all the things that you get forced into, and if you try and spend your entire life going out of your way to live a life, without sin in terms of climate, in terms of other things, you'll never be able to achieve it. It takes up all your brain, and you're not going to be able to actually do the right repairing. You're spending all the time thinking about your impact, but actually, it's a system that has to change.
It's a system that has to change, yeah. And this is why it's so easy to attack the messengers, and that's why all the right wing and people say do you have a car, do you fly, do you eat meat, and it's attack, and it's kind of it's like Jesus
buy
said,
unwaxed lemons from
this is it. It's just absolutely ridiculous, and it's I've been hanging around with the Christians on Friday, and I went to the mass with them, and it's really powerful. And it's literally is like Jesus, let he who has never sinned throw the first stone. And we're all we're all carbon sinners. Yes. But what we need to do is we need to change the system and change the way and acknowledge how the system is structured.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've definitely got the control of the narrative. I mean, even, these people that are on ITV News, and I can't remember Richard Madeley, the way he attacks climate activists it's just tantamount of that male white arrogance that we're entitled to do this and you're this, pointing the finger. No, let's have a look at the systemic abuse that has been caused by men like us, and I include myself in all of that, that have been systematically exploiting, extracting, ignoring, not listening to, not hearing people's voices. And I'm afraid dinosaurs like that, their time must be up, and it must be soon.
I was saying actually to ITV on Friday that one of the issues, the blame for why there's disruptive tactics, or why this is happening like this, or why activists have to do certain things, actually also is shared by, it's not doesn't belong to any one sector, but is shared by the media. If the media did their job of holding the powerful to account for not enacting the right policies, then we wouldn't have to be here, and I would much rather not be here.
But they're not allowed to do that, because most of the printed media, most of the broadcast media is owned by people that they are offshore. They're tax dodgers. I'm sorry.
Revolving door,
revolving door.
Exactly.
They are tax dodgers.
We got 3 non-dom billionaires who control 70% of the printed media in this country.
Absolutely. That has to end.
And this actually, the nice woman who was interviewing me said at the end of it, she said, but we're here, we're trying really hard, what more do you want? And I was like, okay, maybe it's not you. Again, the media's not a monolith. It's the system that needs to change. It's the system that needs to change. And there's surely plenty of great people who are really trying to get the voice out, and they just can't. And so we end up having to, put ourselves out here in our tens of thousands just to be heard. And they're still only talking about, will they disrupt the marathon? The marathon hasn't been disrupted.
And it hasn't been disrupted.
And they're not going to put out a press
no
release
news
saying,
here.
Exactly. They're not going to say tomorrow, oh, well, the marathon wasn't disrupted. We should maybe listen to the climate protesters.
Exactly.
It's just a story.
It's just a story.
Just a story.
So we need to break the system.
And also, let's not forget the fact
we need
that
to repair it.
Repair the system.
We do.
Repair. Okay.
But I mean, it was refreshing to see Andrew Marr speaking on LBC away from the constraints of the BBC, because we all know that since Cameron threatened the BBC with put his foot on the neck of the BBC to say, we're going to take away the licence fee. The BBC has been nervous about being too critical of the government. But this government needs criticism.
It needs it.
It absolutely.
Otherwise, who are you fighting for?
Exactly.
You've got to protect the people who need protection. What's the point in protecting the people with the money? They don't need the protection. They can afford it. So people, you've got to protect them. But it's all backwards.
We also need to look at the Lobbying Act. Now, the Conservatives, the Lib Dems, and Labour Party, they don't want to be exposed with the reforms of the transparency that would come out with a reformation of the Lobbying Act, because that's the real issue. It's the system that needs to change, and not many people are talking about the reforming of the Lobbying Act to make sure that all of the politicians that are representing us, they have to openly declare and be far more transparent than they have been about who is actually pulling their strings, because we all know that that's what's happening.
Absolutely,
But it's not being talked about.
Well, it was like that Led by Donkeys action recently.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you talked about that. What's your daily rate? £10,000. What? Was that daily rate or monthly rate? I can't remember.
Daily.
But daily rate.
Hourly for some of these guys.
£10,000 a day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crazy.
Matt Hancock, £10,000 a day. I mean, just mad. Absolutely mad.
And what does that buy?
When their constituents are at food banks, what is that about? And they're giving them access to the doors, and I don't know.
Revolving.
It's too much.
Well, look, local elections are coming up soon. You have a choice. You got a chance to put in a party that is really, really making a difference, that is speaking truth to power, and that is the Green Party. Unashamedly, I'm a Green councillor, have been for 10 years. I wouldn't be in the party if they were pulling the same kind of stunts, blocking reforms to the Lobbying Act, if that's what the Green Party were doing, but they're not. So get out and vote and change locally where you are in the local elections. They're coming up on the 4th of May, and may the 4th be with you.
And whichever way you vote, I would say also just join us on the streets.
Absolutely.
Come out to Extinction Rebellion. We're just, the tagline is Unite to Survive, and that's what we mean. And it's all about dialogue. You've got to be able to trust each other, talk to each other, tell the truth to each other. Not everyone here agrees. But we need to talk. It feels so transformative. Around us is this amazing assembly of people, all in groups of 6, and they're all having these amazing discussions.
There you go. And this like 15-minute conversation we've had just now, I've learned so much, and we all need collectively to share this knowledge with as many people as possible. On that note, it's been quite a long interview.
Just to say, the Green Party is the only party that has actually passed a motion as a national party on atoning and reparative justice for the transatlantic trafficking of enslaved Africans.
And that is amazing.
It is.
And this is what we need. We just need to push.
Yep. So that's a challenge to the other parties to do the same.
There we go. Okay, guys, been good conversations.
Pleasure.
Okay.
Great to meet you.
You too.
There you go.
Quick bite to eat, and we are back with you on Big One TV. Stood beside the Animal Rising stand. This is a new movement. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so Animal Rising, previously called Animal Rebellion, and we launched, I think it was on the 10th of April, so quite recently. You might have seen us at the Grand National this past Saturday. So yeah, essentially what we are is a movement for all life. So, for us, for nature and for animals, and acknowledging that our exploitation of animals, this broken relationship, also needs to be mended so that we can create a beautiful world for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense. I found it really heart-wrenching to see the Grand National footage and those horses that get put down if they tumble over a jump, and it makes utter sense that shouldn't be allowed to happen. And yet the media tried to portray it, that it was the activists that were the ones in the wrong in this situation, and really painting the picture that we should continue doing this. Yeah. So horse racing, what other targets do you have? And do you have aims or?
So first of all, yeah, this isn't just a problem about horse racing. It's about our broken relationship to animals and the natural world in general. So especially when we look at our food system, how many animals suffer there, and the impact that this has on the environment. It's the leading cause of deforestation, ocean dead zones, and it's something, this transition to plant-based food system is absolutely what needs to happen. So what we would love to see is support from the government to farmers. The subsidy system at the moment is incredibly rigged and sort of it's what really is keeping this industry of animal agriculture alive. And the other thing that we would love to see is a national conversation about this relationship that we have to animals and how it needs to change, and how we can create a world where we have a relationship with them in a way that is loving, in line with our values, and doesn't hurt them.
So I wonder if we start this conversation online. So if you're watching on the live stream now, you can put in the comments, what would you ask them? How would you spark? What would the question be that you'd ask to start that national conversation?
Yeah. I guess for me, it's like, what are our values? Who do we want to be as people? What kind of relationship do we want to have with the other beings that we share this planet with? And are our actions in line with them? And I would really encourage everyone who does want to get involved and does want to be part of this change to get in touch. We're here today, and we also have a website, animalrising.org, and just sign a form and someone will be in touch. And we would love you to be part of this amazing movement that we're building.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much for your time and for everything that you're doing. It's really great.
Thank you.
So at the moment, we've got various things happening across the centre of London. There's a march heading across the bridge to a fairly well-known target, but I shan't give anything away. It's the March to End Fossil Fuels, which might be a little bit of a clue. Down at the main stage, there are numerous amazing entertainers and expert speakers that are there to share their knowledge and to entertain. Musicians as well, to just set the vibe. We've just had food from the Food for All stall over there, where there's a gentleman tapping on a drum, which has actually just got this really nice beat, which is giving me a new zest for life and more energy to get through the final day here at the Big One. It's been 4 incredible days. Saturday was the standout, where we had over 60,000 caring souls come into the capital, dressed in all their costumes representing nature. It was so inspiring to see that many people come together, calling unitedly on our government. I'm stood outside Parliament right now, just to call upon them to do the right thing, to upgrade their decision-making system. It's actually an incredibly sensible ask when something is out of date, that we should update it. And the solution, like the most empowering tool, is to implement citizens' assemblies. It's really quick, it's really fair, it's really just, it's proven through history, it's being used across the world already at the moment. And if we had a citizens' assemblies where everybody's voices were heard, everybody's needs would be represented, and that would be really, really strong. And I wonder just in a moment whether you can share a bit about your experience here and your friend that was running. And
so yesterday, a friend of mine was running in the marathon. I had 2 friends also that came to watch and support and cheer the girl running the marathon. I was like, oh, come. They're like, not sure if, Extinction Rebellion's what I want, but they came and they just keep telling me what an amazing experience it was to come here, to see the peaceful protest, to see people just getting on, and yeah, they said the atmosphere was wonderful. So come.
Yeah, I second that. Come on down if you are wondering, if you're close to the centre of London. We're continuing here till at least 5 o'clock when the grand finale is to happen. We're focusing upon the sort of what next. That's really the question being asked here. Running assemblies to help us to self-organise and to come up with the answers to this question. Hiya! Do you want to say a few words? What are you here representing?
The animals.
Are you going to talk? Yeah. Do you want to talk? Or just something? Yeah,
I don't mind. What do you want me to say?
Well, what is it that you're here representing? What brings you
We're
here?
here representing the 3.6 million animals that are killed in the most barbaric, brutal, unkind, cruel, and secretive methods in vivisection labs up and down the country, and university halls everywhere in this country. So we are here to highlight the fact that this is a hidden industry, that this is a very unscientific industry, that this industry has a failure rate of 95%, products never ever being used for humans, and for the animals having given their lives for products which never actually make it onto the market. So we're here to try and let people know. Most people have no idea that dogs die in vivisection labs like MBR. Most people have no idea that cats are still experimented on. Most people have no idea that horses are experimented on. In actual fact, most people have no idea that any animal that moves that they think they can use, they will do. At the moment, what is happening is, and this is not vivisection, but this is the violation of the life of octopuses. They are trying to set up an octopus factory farm in Spain, which will be the first factory farm for one of the most intelligent animals on Earth. They have 8 brains and 3 hearts. There is nothing like the octopuses in this world, and they are solitary. But in fact, all animals are completely amazing. This stuff goes on all of the time because everything behind this industry is profit. And everyone behind this industry is the pharmaceutical industry, the lobbyists, and the politicians. This has to end, and it has to end now. Any publicity that you can give for Vivisection Exposed, for MBR Acres, for animal aid and animal-free research, we would really appreciate.
Well, you've just done an excellent job of explaining that. And I've just been looking at the signs here and just these poor little faces in this puddle of blood.
Huntington, 1.5 hours from here. 2,000 little puppy beagles will lose their lives in LabCorp, which is up and down this country. At 16 weeks, they will be shipped off. If they miss the mark between 16 and 19 weeks, they will not be considered impure. So they will not actually even make it to the lab. It is disgusting. It is barbaric. It is inhumane. And no country that would dare call itself animal lovers would have anything to do with this. So
it's really hard to believe that this sort of thing still happens in this country. It's really,
it is.
Yeah.
It is.
I think take a moment to look at the signs. I don't know if anybody else wants to say a few words whilst we're here, whether Nico wants to take this, because I've left my bag.
No, I've got your bag, Laura. I've got your bag.
Could I just give you a website?
Okay, sorry.
So I'll just give you a website. We are www.vivisectionexposed.co.uk, and we have materials. We have all the universities test on animals. We have a shop there, and we are very open to talking to and encouraging people to get active or just to understand what happens. Thank you very much.
Are there puppies that need adopting, or is that not a part of it? Or
they have to be free to be adopted. Can't get near MBR Acres.
Right. Yeah, I did.
3,000 in America, didn't they?
Yeah, 4,000. 4,000.
We need to do the same here.
Yeah. do you want to say about that?
Animal Rising rescued some a few months ago. I can't remember exactly how many it was. 18, yeah. So they go to, sadly too. Love and Libby, they were called. They'd named them Love and Libby, and
the police still have those, do they?
They took them off the animal liberation, and they held them for a few days, and then they contacted the Home Office, and the Home Office told them to give them back to MBR.
No.
So they gave those 2 puppies back to MBR to a certain death.
Oh, that really does sum it up, doesn't it? Meanies. Who are you? We're Big One TV. You can find it online. So it's for the event. This whole event is the Big One. And the Big One TV is bringing all the action here from Central London here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really worthy cause. All right, we're just going to do a quick presenter swap here. Marine. Hi, today, do you want to go this side? Is all about citizens' assemblies, about people's assemblies, about what next. And you're the expert to talk about this. I wonder if you want to take the mic and share all about that.
Yeah, so it's a really exciting time in that today is the last day of the big one, day 4, and the theme today really is all about what next. So we've been here for 4 days, we've gotten to know each other, we've learned and listened to each other, and now we need to make a plan, because obviously the worst thing that could possibly happen now is that we have had these amazing 4 days, made these amazing connections, and that we then now don't do anything with that. So we need to have a plan. So we've just had a People's Assembly that's happened, all about what next. So there's several pathways. There is Picket, so supporting the strikers. There is local, organised locally, and disobey. And so organising locally is really interesting, because we've actually got people talking soon about how they're organising people's assemblies in Cornwall that started outside the Cornwall County Council building, and they've actually now been invited to take place inside, and is happening more and more regularly. I was just informed that there's still a disconnect between the councillors and the actual people's assemblies, but that the councillors are engaging with the people more and more on this. So I think it's a process. It's not perfect yet, but it's really exciting. And I think that is kind of the sort of thing that we really want to start to do, is hold people's assemblies and involve the local politicians. If we're going to do this locally, we need to involve the council, and not just as a sort of box ticking exercise or a consultation or a poll, but really collaborative decision making. So I think that's really what today is all about. Of course, today is also about the collective demand from the big one. So loads of organisations who've come to the demand have agreed to stand behind a demand, who've come to the big one have agreed to stand behind the demand on end the fossil fuel era. So no more new licenses, no more new explorations for fossil fuels, and for emergency citizens' assemblies to be set up to deal with the most pressing issues of our time. So that would include, of course, the climate and ecological emergency. But for a lot of groups here, there's other issues which are all connected, but they want to talk about the refugee and migrant crisis. They want to talk about the cost of living crisis, the housing crisis, all these different things. So all these pressing issues really deserve to be deliberated on and carefully considered by a representative group of people that represents society as a whole, and they would start talking about it. So anyway, we gave them those demands last week, and we said, we're going to put a deadline on it. We're not going to wait forever. Enough is enough. We're running out of time. So we said last week we will wait until 5 o'clock on Monday the 24th, which is today, and 5 o'clock is coming up rapidly. And we understand that within a week the government can't create a whole plan, but we want them to at least acknowledge that they have received our demands and that they are going to make a plan to implement what we are asking for. And so we're waiting. Where are they? We know they're inside. Are they going to come out? We're going to have Rishi coming out. I think, Rishi, you should come to the Citizens Assembly hub, and we can give you a talk about what Citizens Assemblies are. If you're not sure you like them, I'm sure we can convince you. I invite, in fact, all MPs to come out and come have a chat with us. We've got more speakers coming. We've got Rich Wilson from ISWE, who is the founder of Involve, which is an organization very, very experienced in organizing citizens' assemblies. He is coming to speak later. So come and learn from him. It's a safe space. You're not going to be harmed in any way. We're not scary. Come and learn. Come and share ideas. Come and listen. We really invite you. You know, we're only here. This is the quickest commute you'll ever have, right here. So yeah, we're going to talk. We're going to go over to Nico now. Are you going to present for us?
Yeah, hiya. So we're actually going to head over to the Ask a Scientist tent just next to the Korg tent right now. And they're going to tell us a little bit about what Ask a Scientist is and what it's been doing for the movement so far. Sorry. Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead. Sorry.
So I'm Robin from Fossil Free London.
Oh, fantastic. Yes, of course. Thank you. We had you lined up earlier and then we found you. Yeah,
you know what it was?
We lost you, but this is great to have you here. So we'll do this interview first and then we'll head over to Ask a Scientist in a moment. So thank you, Robin. Yeah, tell us more about Fossil Free London.
Well, first of all, sorry that you lost me. I ran off because I could hear Marcus's voice on a speaker. And for those people who don't know who are watching, Marcus is one of two people who've been imprisoned after climbing the QE2 bridge. So with Just Stop Oil, they took an action to scale this bridge, also called the Dartford Crossing, back in October. And they were recently found guilty and then sentenced. And they received unprecedentedly long sentences. Morgan, 2 years, Marcus, 2 years, 7 months, and Morgan, 3 years. And I think the climate movement is shocked about this. And there are many of these little flyers going around in the festival. Feels like a festival, that's why I'm calling it a festival. That promote a solidarity march coming up this Saturday at 12 noon. So anyone who can, please do come along to that.
Where's the Solidarity March happening?
So it's starting in Parliament Square at 12 noon. I assume by Just Stop Oil, because it seems to be their text.
So right here, Parliament Square, Saturday the 29th of April, I believe that is. Join us for solidarity for Marcus and Morgan. It was also really beautiful. I was down at the main stage earlier. I believe Marcus's partner was up there. Yeah, Holly. And beautiful words that she was talking about Marcus. And of course, many of the viewers here probably know Marcus because Marcus has been part of the live stream team for quite a while. Actually has done a lot of presenting for us, has sang a lot for us. And such a wonderful human being. I sadly personally don't know Morgan, but when I was watching the footage of them up on the bridge, I mean, both of them just absolutely remarkable. And it was so nice. So we'll make sure to try to clip that piece with Holly and put that on the Extinction Rebellion YouTube for any of you to find it. And she did a wonderful song. So yeah, Saturday, 29th of April, Solidarity March right here, Parliament Square. Thank you so much. Is there anything you would like to add?
Yeah, just that, as you said, he's been everywhere. I mean, you know, Marcus has done stuff with Orchestrated Discontent, this amazing protest band who bring trumpets and tubas and violins and flutes to demonstrations and make them the vibiest, most beautiful events. He's done singing with that. He brought me into doing singing. He walks around with no shoes on, spreading songs.
Yeah, he's never got shoes on, does he?
And I just think, like, a lot of people know who he is, and it has, like, shocked a lot of people when, you know, he said today in an interview with LBC, the radio, which is coming out this evening at 5 p.m, that, like, people may disagree with blocking the motorway, and he really regrets the hurt that they caused people who weren't able to get to a hospital appointment or a funeral. And I just think, like, a lot of people know who he is, and it has, like, shocked a lot of people when, you know, he said today in an interview with LBC, the radio, which is coming out this evening at 5 p.m, that, like, people may disagree with blocking the motorway, and he really regrets the hurt that they caused people who weren't able to get to a hospital appointment or a funeral. but what else can they do? And I think, people in this crisis need to throw everything we've got at it. And it's just, incredibly difficult to think of a strategy that is going to keep everyone happy. I sort of think whatever we do, there's going to be some people who are against it. And I think we have to have the courage of our convictions to do what we know to be right, whoever sort of is against it. And even if the people against it are the people in power who are going to put us in prison, I think we need to come back stronger than ever and know that if we're motivated by love and by the desire to preserve life on Earth, and we think, we have a chance to get the message out there, then as long as we're doing it non-violently and with compassion for others, we've got to do it. And that's what they did. And we should all be proud of them and go forward stronger.
Absolutely, yeah. Majorly proud of them. And it was a beautiful action. I know that Marcus he occasionally on Instagram, he'll do phone calls from prison and also sings and everything. So do go out. Check out Marcus on Instagram.
It's Marcus with XR if people want to follow him.
Yeah, so Marcus with XR. Do go and check that out. Does Morgan have does he use social media as well?
If you're interested in keeping up to date with Morgan, he does this amazing blog called Bumblebee Unbarred on what's it called? I want to say Notion, but it might not be Notion. But if you Google Bumblebee Unbarred blog, you'll get Morgan's blog, and he talks about why they did what they did, the prison system. He is really eloquent. He represented himself in court. He's an engineer and, has been part of producing many of Extinction Rebellion's most impressive stunts, the sort of physical infrastructure of those. And yeah, I think they've been supporting each other a lot in prison. But check out Marcus with XR on Instagram or Bumblebee Unbarred on, I think, Notion, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll keep up to that. And then for all of those viewing here, come down to Parliament on Saturday for the Solidarity March. Do we have time to go over to the Ask a Scientist desk, or do we want to switch over to the march? Would you like to speak on the live stream? Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
I was following you on the live stream because I have a very important message to share, which is a radical hope. It all starts from the belief. There is enough anger, frustration, everyone is suffering, but now we have a change of seasons, new energy. And I am massively inspired by JFK Moon's speech. He put a stake in the ground. By the end of a decade, we will put a man on the moon. And when he made this speech, he had no clue. But by having the ambitious goal and the bold vision and strong leadership, he was able to accomplish it. So a little bit about myself. I was to COP 3 times, 23 in Bonn, 24 in Katowice, 26 in Glasgow, IPCC reviewer. I even was to Davos. I rented a camper van. I slept for free. I bathed in the ice cold river, the snow melting from the glaciers. And I realized we are due to climate revolution. Sometimes it happens. It didn't happen within my lifetime. When the Berlin Wall fell, I was too young. But sometimes it happens. Declaration of Independence, French Revolution, Arab Spring. It happens from time to time.
These key moments in history, right? With the key moments in history where we do a pivot and a turn in direction. That's really what we need at this point. We need that key moment in history where we go from we're on the wrong path, we switch over to the right path. And a lot of these gradual approaches that we see politicians trying to take, I've heard quite a lot of many of the people that we talk to here do not believe that that's going to cut it at all.
This is rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. And in terms of the media, I think they are part of the establishment. Rupert Murdoch, founder of Fox, he's 90-something, and he controls so much media. I would like to prosecute him for the corporate manslaughter. This person is guilty of killing people through his willful ignorance and willful inaction. This is a toxic system. Let's make it work for 99%. We are 99% and 1% of climate change deniers, fossil fuels executives, pharmaceutical companies who treat addiction as a business model. If I may, this is entire roadmap. I try to keep it simple. If you can zoom in, these are very simple, very agreeable policies. starting from education and sense making. We can agree that education is important. Of course, education is important, but we also need sense making to make sense of what is real and what is true. Then comes land use, food system. Someone mentioned this is crisis of migrant crisis, cost of living crisis, energy crisis. This is called meta crisis because all of these crises compound together. But look, my short message is belief. It all starts from the belief. The change is happening. The change is right now. This is the climate revolution. I called my mother and I told her I am prepared to die. I'm not willing to die because I'm a father, I have good health, but I want to make this stake loud and clear. I am prepared to die. I called my mother saying that I love her. Look, these activists who put themselves willfully to jail, this is step one. If the government does not respond, we will escalate in a loving, compassionate, and proportionate manner.
And non-violent, I hope. But at least, be that as it may, we as the big one here are all for non-violent action. We have had a lot of discourse today with various different people on what next, and we also had a people assembly earlier. What next? What are the next steps that we want to do? We've obviously chatted a lot about citizens' assembly. We've heard now here from the climate revolution. There's a lot of different ideas going on. Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving me the space. I really appreciate it. Climate revolution is the hashtag because this is not just the UK, it is worldwide. UK was the first country to do an industrial revolution, railways, a steam machine. Back in the day, it was the British Empire ruling the entire world. The founding fathers of this country, if they see what is happening right now, OMG, but we have this historical responsibility. We were the first to do this CO2 emissions. We started industrial revolution. We are the home of the climate revolution.
The global north has a responsibility towards the global south. Thank you so much. We're now going to head over to the Ask a Scientist tent. It's wonderful bumping into people. Lots of people that we've been chatting to have had we're doing a switch over BSL interpretation. Please let us know, by the way, in the comments below what you think of the BSL interpretation. We've had feedback online and we've decided to add BSL interpretation to the live stream today. Of course, we've had it for the main stage of the last 4 days. It's not the same as closed captions having BSL interpretation, actually. So I'm actually going to ask our previous BSL interpreter to just really quickly tell us why is BSL interpretation so much more valuable to people who are deaf than, say, closed captions?
Well, a lot of people, if their first language is sign language, then they may not understand the actual structure of English language because it's their second language. It's like anyone whose second language is English. The preferred first language is sign language. So to be able to communicate all of the amazing stories and narratives and messages that people have today, it's vital that we speak to people, British citizens, in their own language.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. And I think it's so amazing because these the BSL interpreters that we've had with us are all doing this volunteer work for us, and it's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. All right, so we've reached here the Ask a Scientist tent, and we've got some scientists right here. Or Alex, if you would either, if we could, whichever one of you would like to do it. Okay, we could also do an interview with both people, but sure. Okay, so do you want to first of all tell us what is Ask a Scientist?
There's a lot of conflicting opinions out there on the internet and people talking about it. And what we do as XR scientists is to make sense of that science and talk about it to people so it's in an understandable way. But we also are kind of reaching out to other scientists as well who may not know quite how they can get involved. We do campaigns and we've collaborated with places like museums, the Science Museum and with the Natural History Museum. We do actions as well.
So how long have you been part of XR Scientists?
About a year, and then I had COVID, so I couldn't do so much at the beginning of the year, but from the summer onwards. And Alex was actually the first person I met.
Cool. Yeah, Alex, tell us a bit more. How did you get involved with XR Scientists?
I was organising a kitchen on just in the middle of the road in 2019, and then the scientist tent was right next door, which was great. So I made a load of new friends and never turned back. It was great.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. So I know that the scientists here in XR, it's absolutely incredible. You guys have done so much different work. I can see that there's so much infographics. What about some of the conversations and experience that you've had so far over the weekend interacting with the general public? What were the kind of questions that you guys were asked?
We've been asked just about everything, I think, from people who had really no knowledge at all, were just interested, to people coming and saying, oh, can you talk to me about Hanson's latest report? And, we've kind of looked it up on the internet and gone through it with them. Obviously, we've got graphs to show people, talk about those as well, because quite often that STEM literacy isn't there. So when you're trying to talk about data, people don't always understand how it's presented. So we've talked about that a lot. And we've also signed up an awful lot of new people. Had loads of people coming up saying, I'm a scientist, really concerned. How do I get involved?
Fantastic. Thanks. Well, Alex, what about you?
Yeah, well, a lot of people come, I think they want reassurance. They're just it's really that bad, right? And we can, having read some of the literature, we can reassure them. Also, scientists that come, some of them feel like they're still focused on the problem as one of information. They're like, oh, but we need to learn and we need to, tell those decision makers the facts. And so it's a matter of encouraging them that, no, this isn't really an information problem at all. Like the politicians, decision makers in there, they've had all this information for decades. It's a matter of politics. It's a matter of decision-making power. So when just a small number of scientists, so in this tent, it's just tens of scientists, when we decide together and act together, and for example, just write a letter on behalf of Scientists for Extinction Rebellion to decision makers, to influential people, they respond. Sometimes they respond, and often they're more supportive than you would expect. So it's amazing that just a relatively small number of us can have a really outside impact by working together.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, because it really is. This is the bit telling the truth, and having scientists here who can explain and tell the truth is absolutely fantastic. One interesting thing that I came across that I wasn't aware of at all beforehand, the IPCC report, so it's a 6,000-page report, I believe, and it gets condensed down to, I believe, something like 30, 60 pages or something. And then that final bit actually has to, if I'm correct, it has to be agreed upon by government. Can you tell us a little bit more about the IPCC report and what the IPCC report does and doesn't do when it comes to communicating the severity of the climate crisis?
I think originally all the thousands of papers that go towards it are all saying the science as it is in the way that we do present it. Unfortunately, as you say, then has to go through the filter of being made in a digestive form for everybody to read who doesn't want to wade through all those 6,000 pages. And also it's still going through a filter of policy makers who have still got vested interests. If countries still rely on fossil fuels for their economies, they Saudi Arabia has done this. You can have bits sort of amended and just slightly watered down. So I think people don't get the full impact. If they had the raw data and could see it in the way that we do, they would be a lot more worried.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. It's been really interesting chatting with Ask a Scientist. Anybody who is down here in Westminster, I do encourage you to go by and have a chat and just ask questions, even dumb questions. It doesn't, ask the dumb questions, because if you never ask the dumb questions, you're not going to find out. And sometimes just chatting down with somebody, you get a much better understanding for the whole process of how climate science is taken from an academic space and actually is communicated with the general public. What I found absolutely fantastic, what XR Scientists was doing a while back, was Ask a Scientist, I think live YouTube speeches about that. So I believe that's still available on Extinction Rebellion UK YouTube. So do go ahead and check that out. Also, let us know in the comments below if you do have any questions for the scientists, and we can pick that up and we can bring them back here to the tent and we can ask those questions. Is there anything that you guys would like to add before we go?
Go to our website, scientistsforxr.earth. If there's any scientists watching this, we desperately need you right now. this is super important, and acting together is the way forward.
Fantastic. Thank you. That's www.scientists4xr.earth, all one word, scientists4xr.earth. If anybody would like to pop that in the chat, go for it. Okay, would you like to sort of add anything?
I'd like to say that we're not just scientists. We're parents, grandparents. We've got brothers and sisters with children. We're all people as well. So we're just as worried about what will happen from a personal point of view as well as we can see from a scientific point of view.
Yeah. Thank you so much. It's been fantastic. All right, I believe we're going to move on now. I don't know if we're going to catch up with the march, if that's still going on at the moment. Otherwise, we'll continue walking this direction. We'll catch up with some more interviews and down at some of the tents down here. So we're back here at the Cork tent that we're walking past. We can actually see that there's a fantastic panel happening right next to it. And this has actually been really interesting because we've had a couple of panels at the Cork tent over these last few days, together with Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, Make Votes Matter, talking all about what are citizens' assemblies, how can we bake citizens' assemblies into our existing democracy in order to upgrade it. So, of course, Extinction Rebellion, part of the demands and principles is we need system change, not climate change. But the beauty of the big one, bringing all these different supporter organizations together, is that we have various different organizations that have different approaches to how they think we need to be upgrading our democracy in order to make sure that we act on the climate crisis. So yesterday we had a fantastic interview with the Climate Change Party, which was really quite interesting. So do go back and check that out. The Climate Change Party, there's probably a lot of mixed opinions about that. Let us know in the comments below what you think of the Climate Party and their approaches. But it's really good to see because it shows that there's quite a diverse group, over 200 supporting organizations here at the big one. Bringing it all together, we can see that there's also a lot of outreach going on. We've got a lot of stands here talking about climate refugees and migration. There was a fantastic action that we had yesterday, which was really, really beautiful. You might have seen pictures on social media with pink boats at the Home Office, calling out the illegal migration bills that are being put forward to stop the small boats coming over. And this is directly related to the climate crisis because, of course, when we have something like the climate crisis, not only are existing crises exacerbated, so we're going to be seeing more migration based on that, but of course also with extreme weather events, more and more people are going to be displaced. And in 2021 alone, we saw 60 million people that were displaced. And what's really, really tricky about climate migration is that people always migrate for multiple different reasons. They never migrate for just a sole reason. And therefore, it's very, very hard to get data that pinpoints this person is and this person isn't a climate migrant, which makes it quite difficult when you look into academia and social sciences to actually find data on climate migration because it's not recorded in that way, just based on the nature of migration studies, to my understanding. Which is why we really, really need these actions that bring attention to climate migration. So go ahead, check out yesterday's stream and social media posts all about the small boats action at the Home Office. All right, I think we're gonna move further up here, and then we're gonna switch over to another camera here in a moment. Thank you so much.
My name's Sandy and this is Jeff, and we've come from Lincoln to take part today. We feel very strongly that carbon emissions are going up and up and up. Nothing seems to be working, and it's a matter of political will on the part of the government. We really want to call on the government to end all fossil fuels. There's new investments being planned every day, and we really don't want that to happen because it's endangering our planet and our children's future.
And it's what the United Nations have been calling for, and the International Energy Agency have been calling for several years, to the extent that at the most recent IPCC report, they've warned that countries like ours should have 2040 targets, and the Committee on Climate Change is making clear that the government's present actions are not even consistent with their own 2050 target.
So it's basically a matter of political will. We could transfer to solar and to wind tomorrow, but the government is not prepared to, and it was Cameron that said cut the green crap, and so he had jeopardised our very own industry in solar and in wind, which would have taken off by now. And the other thing is getting insulation in would actually make a difference in all sorts of respects, cost of living crisis and the planet. And the government again should have started that project years ago. We're ready for it, we could do it, but they haven't started yet.
Yeah. Okay, my name is Rajan Naidu. I'm here in London with hundreds of, tens of thousands of other human beings who've gathered here because we're so concerned about what is happening on our planet, what corporations and what corrupt governments are doing to us. They're using their power against the people. So this is the beginning of non-violent civil resistance. Non-violent civil resistance against social injustice, against climate injustice, against economic injustice. And we're doing everything completely peacefully and non-violently, as you see. This is our way. And we're not an eco-mob, we're not eco-fanatics, we're human beings just like you who are listening to this or watching this. And we're here, people from all over the country. They've taken time off work, they've taken time off their studies to be here. And in unity. And because we're here behind the science, we're following the science. We're not following any conspiracy theories or anything like that. So you can hear the samba band now. And there's so many of us here. I was with a group of Quaker people, and we had 300 Quaker people in Westminster meeting. It's a tiny meeting house, and we spilled out onto the streets. And it's been an amazing spectacle, and people are really coming on board. We have over 200 organisations together with Extinction Rebellion here. And we have and it's a beautiful thing to be. And I call on you to join us. Please join us.
Okay. Where we are now, we are in the middle of London, nearly crossing the bridge again. Why? Because this is the last part of 4 days of actions in London. And this is the crucial moment when we are talking about fossil fuels, enough fossil fuel. And we are bringing the message to everyone in the streets, the people who work in the offices, the people who are just walking about. And it's the fundamental message, because we know the science, and we know that if we continue producing, extracting, and investing on fossil fuel, nothing will change. And this is why we are, to some extent, disrupting traffic and in the middle of the town.
If you walk back, I would just leave behind.
And this is why we are here in quite uncomfortable situations sometimes, because people who are driving feel that we are disrupting the day. But this is not the intention. The intention is to be heard. Finally, we've invested a lot of time and energy in this. And this is the time when everybody has to listen to us on the fundamental message of the end of fossil fuel era. And that can only happen also when the decision-making power is in the hands of citizens in general, citizens in this country and citizens of other countries. Because as long as in the hands of the politician, their interest lies in the short-term interest on maintaining their own position, whether it's political or individual. So this is the time to change altogether, with not only XR, JSO, all the organizations, over 200 organizations that joined us in this march. Thank you. Thank you.
We're outside what was the Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. I think it's now changed its name. And we've got this young lady with a Stop Equinor, Stop Rosebank. What's your name? What's going on here?
My name is Lauren MacDonald. I'm part of the Stop Rosebank campaign. We're here outside the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero, demanding an end to new fossil fuel projects, and specifically the Rosebank oil field, which is the biggest undeveloped oil field left in the UK. If it goes ahead, it will create more CO2 than 28 entire countries combined. So this is a really...
One project is going to be more than 28 countries combined.
Yep. this oil field alone will create more CO2 than 700 million people in the global south.
Yeah.
It's the biggest oil field left in the UK, so this is a really, really important fight to get behind. It's called Stop Rosebank.
Yeah.
You can find us on social media at Stop Cambo.
And okay, silly question here, but like their argument. So we're in front of the Department of Department of Energy and Security, and it says net zero. Okay.
Yeah, the
right?
Department for Energy Security and Net Zero.
Yeah. So we're So we're supposed to now be decarbonising by 45% by 2030. Yep. How does this fit in, Rosebank?
Well, I think the name of this department is very apt. So it's the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero, but really this is the department that approves new fossil fuel projects. So it's not really a case of energy security, it's not really a case of net zero, when we've been told time and time again by top climate scientists, even the chief of the UN, that we can't have any new fossil fuel projects if we want to have a safe planet in the future. And we're here saying, yes, we do want to have a safe planet in the future, and we will not accept anything less than safety and dignity, and to do that we need to stop all new fossil fuels.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, it's not amazing, it's really scary, really scary.
It's really scary, but it's also a very exciting time to be alive, because I believe that we will look back at this time in history as a time that we turned the tide against new fossil fuels and tried to build a better world from the remains.
Yeah, and the company that's pushing it, Equinor?
Yes. Yeah. Equinor is a Norwegian state-owned oil giant, and the UK government, in fact, is subsidising this field, giving £3.75 billion to Equinor in tax breaks just for going ahead with the field. Equinor made record profits last year of £62 billion. Meanwhile, 7 million households in the UK were put into fuel poverty. Right. Just completely unjustifiable.
So we're giving them money to extract fossil fuels that's going to put us over the tipping points of a livable planet.
It's almost satirical, but unfortunately it's not, it's real. Investing in new renewable projects is cheaper than investing in fossil fuels, but the UK government has their hands in the pockets of the fossil fuel industry, and they're showing right now that they care more about.
So, hi, I'm on duty now. It's Anna. I'm the Big One TV, and I'm really excited. We're at the welcome area, which is right on the corner of Parliament. And here's Matt, and he's going to explain to us what we can do actually today, right now, what people are doing. So talk us through the green card.
We're here outside Parliament, and the people who work in there, the MPs, are accountable to the people that vote for them. So one of the processes through which people can hold them accountable is a process called green carding. Essentially, everybody has a right to go into the House of Commons, into the central lobby, and complete a green card and hand it over to their MP, asking them to come down and talk to them about a specific issue. We're hoping they'll talk about the climate emergency, the things we hear about today, and the demands which are coming out of the big one. So the end to the fossil fuel era, the call for citizens' assemblies to put things right after the failure of the people in there to do it over so many years. So we're taking groups of about 20 at a time, accompanied by a steward into central lobby. We'll hand over the green card. Hopefully, if the MP's inside, they'll come down and have a conversation with their constituent. If the MP's not inside, then they're obliged to write to them and follow up at a later date. So it's a really good way to hold people to account.
Brilliant. So is that actually happening now? We've got people in there.
That's happening right now. We've got a group of 20 in at the moment. You may be able to see the piles of bags behind us, which we can't take in for security purposes, and a group just forming to the side. So we'll have groups and groups going in for the rest of the afternoon, and hopefully we'll get a lot of conversation with MPs. We really need their support. Lots of them are on side already. Some of them need to be persuaded. So we'll go and show the strength of support in person in the central lobby.
I just love that actually is involving direct action, and that we can do something today. Because, I mean, it's lovely that so many people are here. There's a lot of people, a lot more than I thought would be here on Monday.
Absolutely.
And they're going in to do that. Now, can I just ask you a question, because I'm naive? Can you do that green card any day? So
Absolutely.
you just happen to be in the centre of town, bit bored, pop down, bug your MP.
Yeah, absolutely. Any day that Parliament's open, if you go in the resource, you might have a long wait, but they would send you a letter instead. But you can always come down, just walk inside. You have to go through security and hand in the card.
That's amazing.
They're your MP. They serve you.
Oh, brilliant. I'm going to try that. Now, whilst I've got you, Matt, because I know that you've also been really involved in the Dirty Water campaign.
Oh, yes.
Just for the benefit of anybody who might be watching, would you like to talk us through that? Because that has been really effective.
I would love to talk about that. Dirty Water is a campaign which is trying to hold MPs, parliaments, water companies and a whole range of other people to account for all the stuff that they pour into the rivers, waterways and streams that they shouldn't do. At the moment, we have had unchecked pollution pouring in. I live close to the River Wye, and I'm a kayaker. The River Wye is dying because of agricultural pollutants coming in from the local chicken farms. We're here partly because we care about the environment and the ecology. I'm also here for health reasons. I mean, I got an infection in my leg years ago. It explodes because of a bacterial infection every few months. So it's really important for the people who want to live, work and play safely in the water. It's been a fantastic campaign. It's really forced MPs to talk about issues that they don't really want to talk about because they don't have a good story to tell, because they've been failing us. Every time we put the pressure on, they ask the water companies to come up with a new plan. I think we've had 4 calls for them to come up with a new plan in less than 12 months. So we really need action on this urgently.
Yeah, and so much is spent on shareholder dividends, isn't it, rather than keeping our rivers clean?
Absolutely. I mean, the Ofwat had a report fairly recently which said that the problem is underinvestment in water infrastructure, sewage treatment plants, etc. Yet we've had billions poured into the pockets of shareholders over recent years. If only a small fraction of that investment was put into infrastructure, then we wouldn't be in the state we are at the moment. It's a clear example of putting profits over planet and people and the ecology of the rivers.
And we really do need to invest, because it's not going to stay the same, is it? I mean, the other thing is, we all know that the rain has changed, right? Have we all seen these kind of rain bombs and atmospheric rivers? And when they come down, particularly in the cities, yeah, they've got nowhere to go, so they back up the drains. And that's when all the effluent comes out of your toilet.
Absolutely.
So it might not be flooding in your house, but it's coming out your toilet. So I would say if you're in a basement flat, get a brick for your toilet lid if it's raining. No, seriously, because the effluent is really horrible and really awful to clear up. Ask anybody in Ladbroke Grove or Walthamstow, if you're in a basement flat, get a brick for your toilet, and also get a kind of, not a drastic squeezer, but like a sandbag for your bathroom door, so that even if it does come in, it doesn't get to the rest of your house.
Absolutely.
I think you might be a bit better off if your toilet's at the top of the house, because it's all water pressure that pushes it up. But it could happen to any one of us. There's actually some pretty radical rain forecasted today, and there might be somewhere. It's very localised, this kind of thing. So, I mean, I've been at the top of Highgate Hill where it's been really raining, and then by the time I get to my garden in Islington, it's totally dry. So it's very localised. But if you're in a basement, get a brick for your toilet lid. I urge you to. So, Matt, thank you. And that campaign is brilliant and ongoing, yeah?
Ongoing, yes. And I think another important thing to stress, it's a campaign that was initiated by Extinction Rebellion, but it's far broader than Extinction Rebellion. We're making links with local groups that care about the rivers, who want to swim in the rivers, wild swimmers, paddle boarders, kayakers, canoers, all sorts of groups across the country. So if you want to be involved, come along. It's a big tent and there's lots of work to do, because we need to fix this fairly quickly.
It's quite a good laugh as well. I remember seeing somebody and they'd made out of old tights a kind of little curly turd for their head.
Absolutely.
It was rather gorgeous.
Yeah, we lots of groups around the country are having poo-tillers of floating inflatable poos on various things, and dyeing harbours green and other lots of fun stuff.
Excellent. And a blue plaque.
Yes.
For any MP who voted to keep the sewage in the rivers, they get their own blue plaque, and they are loving that, aren't
Absolutely,
they?
yes.
Totally loving it.
And completely in denial. They've been let down by their whips. They thought they was voting for something good without reading the small print.
Well, imagine not reading the small print when you're voting for a law. This is just crazy.
Precisely. I mean, you'd think these people need to be qualified, wouldn't you?
Oh, you would think. But anyway, they just do what the whips tell them.
Precisely.
It's a hard life being an MP. You don't actually get to do the things you want, which is why we need citizens' assemblies.
Absolutely.
Anyway, Matt, thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Congratulations on a fantastic campaign. And when I've done this stag, I'm going to hand over to Nico, because I'm just getting symboled, and I might go and sign up to go and see Emily. Emily, I'm coming for you, darling. Emily Thornbury. Yes, I am. There we go.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. Sorry, Fossil Free London wanted to quickly come in here again. One moment. Go ahead.
Well, I didn't get a chance to tell you about the group.
Yeah, of course. Of course, we were so focused on the Solidarity March, which, by the way, is this Saturday, in case you are only just tuning in. Solidarity March for Marcus and Morgan. So yeah, tell us all about the organisation.
Sure. So Fossil Free London is an organising group. We take creative street action against the fossil fuel industry. We protest outside their HQs. We break into their bougie dinners. We protest their schmoozy, smooth. What is that word? Do you know the word I mean? You know when when you're schmoozing. You know, schmoozy. I think I mean schmoozy. They're schmoozy parties, and generally try and make them feel less welcome in our city, because the fossil fuel industry is here in force, in their HQs, in their engagement with our ministers in the building behind me here. And I think, yeah, it's really our responsibility as Londoners to stand against them.
Fantastic. Okay, we're gonna cut over probably back to the march or maybe some other interview clips here, and we'll be right back with you soon.
Hi, here today marching with XR scientists who are united along with so many other organisations who now realise that new oil and gas licences are a death sentence to billions. And we are celebrating all the individuals and groups and organisations who are here today, but we are also asking, where are the other big organisations? We are marching for our futures, we are marching for nature. Where are the RSPB? Where are the wildlife trusts? Where is the National Trust, and where are WWF? Because their 8 million members mobilised to the streets alongside us could make a huge difference to saving our wild isles, to saving our wildlife, and to solving both the climate and the ecological emergency. I was at the trial for Marcus and Morgan most days up at Basildon Crown Court. And I was actually here last Friday when the information about the sentencing came through. And hundreds of us, thousands of us here, are absolutely appalled at what Judge Collery has, the sentence that he has given to both of them. He's given it to them, meaning that he wants it to be, to set an example so that other people won't do anything. To start with, I don't think other people are so likely to be climbing up the QE2 bridge like Marcus and Morgan did. They were extremely brave, they were real heroes, and the campaign started on Friday to get them out of prison, to free Marcus and Morgan, because they should be free. They are not the criminals. The criminals is the government and governments around the world who are taking no action to avoid the catastrophe that we are heading towards.
I'm Tristram Wyatt from the University of Oxford, Department of Biology, and I had to be here because we're losing all our biodiversity gradually. In my lifetime, so many species have already disappeared. So that's why, as scientists for Extinction Rebellion, we're joining this march in solidarity with Just Stop Oil and all the other organisations that have come together, all 200 of them. It's a really important march, and I just wish this was being properly covered on the media. Sky News has done a great job, but where's the BBC? It's intolerable. It's inexplicable. We need the media to be covering these peaceful actions, just like the others. Thank you very much.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. So yeah, we're back here with Anna together. So Anna, what have been your highlights so far of the weekend? Because it's been an incredible weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, it's been quite overwhelming how brilliant it is. And I guess the thing that I think is the biggest success about it is how many new people have come. Because, this quest needs more and more people. If we're going to change things, we need everybody on board. And we did that video, Here Comes Everybody, and then they turned up.
Yeah, they really did, didn't they?
So exciting. And especially today, as I set off this morning, I was thinking, it won't be that busy now because it's Monday, everybody's got to go back to work. There are gazillions of people here because people really do care.
Yeah, and especially when this morning I was walking around with to the Pickets, and just people, set up at their picket, specific at the department that's most related to the cause of that specific organisation, and it just really showed how ingrained the problem is throughout all systems of government, and how all these departments that are here, I think we were picketing something like 15 departments, right? All of these departments desperately need reform and upgrading to actually tackle it. There was a fantastic clip earlier with the the Minister of Transport. I don't know if you caught that, which is fantastic. Which basically, no, it was a mock Minister of Transport, but it was fantastic because yes, and it was so great because it was basically putting out there what a fantastic speech by a Minister of Transport could look like, and what if the Ministry of Transport were to take the climate crisis seriously, what they could all be doing. And it was fantastic. And there's lots of examples like this all over at the different pickets about what we could really do. So I think that was one of my highlights. What are some of the other highlights?
Well, again, new people. I did this thing, so we're on the march, there's about 90,000 people, and so overcome with emotion as I was, I went, Extinction, like that, and only 2 people went rebellion. And so I felt like a bit of an idiot. And then I thought, no, that's brilliant. That means that all these people around me are new. Think about that.
They didn't know about the call and response yet.
And then coming back to your point, there's this incredible woman who's a hero of mine called Harriet Lamb, who's now gone to be the chief exec of RAP, but used to work at Ashton. And her catchphrase is, every job is a climate job. And coming back to all the different departments, that's true. Everything we do, we've got to rethink it in a different way. So it doesn't matter what job you do out there, you can probably improve the sustainability on it, or pressurize your bosses or your staff, whichever way you, or your colleagues, to do things differently, because we've got to do things differently. But also there's so much low-hanging fruit that we haven't done. So say, for example, all the supermarkets had doors on their fridges. That would reduce their energy bills by 30%.
Oh my God, it would make a huge difference, wouldn't it?
That's a big difference. So the other thing is, you know those kind of posters at the end of the bus stop that's lit up? Do they really need to be lit up all night?
Well, I mean, when we do the brandalism stuff, it's quite nice when they're lit up. But no, of course, absolutely. I mean, all of the energy that's wasted on advertisement, there's so many sectors where if we would reduce that, and I think what a lot of people, and what I've really noticed here about how people have been communicating with the public, is it's like, I mean, of course we can all do changes in our individual life, but it really, at the end of the day, it's not up to the individual and the changes in their life as much as it is to the systemic change and the change that is coming from government, from departments, from multinational corporations. And so those are the ones that I've been talking to a lot of people here. Those are the ones that people really want to be targeting. Especially with disobedience, that what I've been hearing. But there's been a lot of talk about what next, and there's been fantastic amounts of creative ideas.
But ultimately, right, so there are loads of brilliant ideas. In France, they've made every car park have to have a solar roof, right? So, I mean, that's just space that's not getting used for other stuff. So there are millions of brilliant ideas out there. But what we need is a way of making policy so that they can be implemented. We need all the levers of government at full throttle, and they need to be led by a citizens' assembly, because we do not need Shell dictating our decarbonisation policies any longer, or any of the other oil companies. There's too much lobbying money influencing our government. We need to be led by the citizens' assembly.
Absolutely, we need to be led by the Citizens' Assembly. Yeah, that's on that topic. Also, the People's Assembly that we've been seeing here have been some fantastic highlights. I know for my partner on Saturday, they were telling me one of their highlights is they went and joined into a disobedience action, which was fantastic. Which, by the way, you guys might have been wondering, why did we stop? We were just walking a moment ago. Well, if we turn around, we can see that behind us, we've got folks practicing disobedience for later on, which is fantastic. And just the creativity and the love that's been around here is absolutely brilliant. And it's a whole choreographed bit. So I think we'll check in with the disobedience folk later on once they've practiced their routine.
It's really worth seeing. There's a really good video by Sinara done in St Ives of their first disobedience, and it's very clever video.
Oh, is that on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and look that up on YouTube. The very first Sinara, the very first disobedience. Fantastic. On the topic of creative actions, such as, for instance, disobedience, what have been some of the most fantastic art and creative action stuff that you've seen this weekend?
Well, one of them, an outfit that I rather like, are the Dirty Scrubbers.
Oh yes, They were at Tufton Street on Friday, right?
They were at Tufton Street on Friday. So basically, they are greenwashers. They're PRs. They're a global franchise now. They have offices in Indonesia, Northampton, and London. And so they really help.
The disobedience is starting behind us. As much as I'd love to watch that right now, I think we'll tune in with them later because I think that they'll do it a couple of more times. So sorry, Anna, go ahead, say that again. So the dirty scrubbers.
Dirty scrubbers are greenwashers. So, I mean, part of the problem that we've got, because we've been talking about climate change being in 30 years, for 30 years, right? And now it's here. People have said, oh, let's have another 30 years. Yeah. And the reason they're doing that is because the fossil fuel cartels are trying to keep the news, the reality away from people. And they spend enormous amounts of money with PR and advertising. And some of the biggest agencies are the dirty scrubbers. So they were there on Tufton Street, 55 Tufton Street, the home of your libertarian AstroTurf movement. There's 5 or 6, maybe 9 there now, celebrating the life of Nigel Lawson, who was the UK's climate denier-in-chief and who actually set back in 2008, after the Inconvenient Truth and before the market collapse. People in the UK were really, and America, really concerned about climate change. And companies like Ecover and that, they were on the front of Time magazine and all that kind of stuff. And then what happened? The emails from the University of East Anglia climate scientists were leaked selectively so that they could put doubt.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
For Copenhagen, for COP15. And the thing is, for the dirty scrubbers, they don't have to prove anything. They just have to make you doubt the facts. And that's what has slowed this movement down so much.
Yeah, I think, the dirty scrubbers were fantastic. Go back and watch Friday. We covered all the pickets on Friday, so you can go back and check that out. We're going to cut, I think, to another clip here. We've got some folks, I think, still on the march, and we also got some more interviews lined up. We're going to be right back here afterwards with Anna, and we're going to go through a couple more highlights because I remember some fantastic stuff on Saturday. But before that, we'll switch over to another presenter.
We've come up to London for these 4 days with 2 major demands for the government. We feel the government hasn't been looking after us. Firstly, we want them to stop any new oil and gas exploration in our North Sea. We've got reserves that would last about 8 years, during which time we can get on with the renewable technology to keep us safe. And the other one is to start citizens' assemblies. The government has to make some very awkward decisions which they don't want to make. We can make the decisions for them and take the onus off them.
People power! People power! People power! People power! When I say people, you say power! People power! People power! People power! People power! People power! The people united! The people united! We'll never be defeated! 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 No more oil! No more oil! No new gas! No new gas! Just keep on! No new oil! No new gas! No new gas! Just stop oil! Just stop oil! No new oil! No new oil! No new gas! No new gas! don't want that anymore. Shell must fall. 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 Shell must fall.
I've slightly lost my voice.
Are they making a speech?
Could you hold it? Just hold it. Just hold it.
Whose streets? All streets. Whose air? All air. Whose seas? All seas. Whose planet? All planet. Extinction.
Say what you want to say.
So, I'm here with my colleague Friday and Barney Babaluli from Nigeria to send a message to Shell to stop drilling the Niger Delta. They've absolutely devastated the Ogoniland. The fishermen cannot fish. Normal people in the population are drinking 900 times the level of the World Organization level of benzene in the water. They're driving out people from the land. They've devastated the natural environment. The recent report coming out says the land will take 25 to 30 years to recover, even if they start now. They've had about more than 4,500 oil spills in Nigeria. What do we do if we have an oil spill here in Poole? We clean it up. Do they clean it up there? No. This is all for their profit and our usage. The Nigerian population get nothing from this. And that's why we're here.
Thank you.
So just, can we move to the side?
Okay, if you're just joining us at the fourth day of the big one, we're outside Shell's headquarters. You've probably heard some of that just now. We've just marched on this Stop Fossil Fuels march from Parliament Square right through the city of London with thousands of other people and other organisations to the Shell headquarters. And we're saying, look, Shell, it's time to clean up your act. Shell's got to fall. BP's got to fall. All these big oil companies making billions of pounds worth of profits at our expense. It's just not the right thing to be happening during a climate and ecological emergency. So outside Shell saying we need some climate justice right now. And it's been a brilliant, brilliant day. Hopefully you've been with us throughout and heard some of the interview and seen some of the action that's going on in London. Just to introduce myself quickly, I'll turn the camera around. So I'm James, I'm from Norfolk. I came down on Friday. I've been staying at Clapham Common actually, so I'm a little bit shabby looking because I've been in my tent for 4 days. But it's been well worth it. Actually, the camping was superb. We had security there and toilets and a kitchen tent. So it's all been really good. Hundreds of people camping out. We've been making it every day to the big one. Friday, we had the People's Picket. Saturday, we had the Biodiversity March. On Sunday, we supported the London Marathon, did some excellent outreach work. And today, we've been, well, lots of different marches actually. There was an anti-incinerator one that was on earlier. We've heard from XR scientists and doctors. And now the Stop Fossil Fuel March has made it through London with a vast array of flags and costumes and people talking sense, which the government is not doing. Right, let's turn this around again so you can see what's happening. So, yeah, we've got till 5 p.m, folks, 5 p.m. for the government to come back on the demands that we've made. And let's just reflect on those demands a little bit and how much they make sense to anyone that's actually got any sense, which clearly those in power don't seem to have any. We are asking for no new oil and gas licenses. At the moment, the government has plans to open over 100 new oil and gas fields in the North Sea. They're also opening new coal mines. We saw XR Wales earlier outside the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero saying, look, you want to open new coal mines in in Wales. That's not on. And they're already trying to open new coal mines in Cumbria as well. So the government's really taking us backwards. So no new oil and gas licenses. We have enough oil reserves and gas reserves to last us for 7 years with existing fields. We don't need any new oil and gas projects, that is. The other demands, we're asking for climate justice, we're asking for reparations as well. So the Global South are far worse affected than we are. And that's largely because of our emissions. So we're asking That's me being a complete noob with the camera. We're asking for no new oil and gas. And then we've got deliberative people's democracy, so citizens' assemblies. Look, the government are completely not fit for purpose in making decisions that we need in the timescales that we have. We need to act right now. Citizens' assemblies is a thing that actually go back to ancient Greece. They're a form of sortition where you select members from the public at random. They're advised by experts, and then they make decisions. Now, the government are too tied up in governance and bureaucracy, with lobbyists. They receive millions of pounds every year from lobbyists and fossil fuel, and they can't make the decisions quickly enough. So we need citizens' assemblies implemented as soon as possible to be advised by experts and make those decisions that are needed. So these demands have been made to the government, and they've got till 5 p.m. to respond. If they don't respond, what happens? What do we do next? Well, there's a number of things that we can do. One, we're a non-violent direct action group. Extinction Rebellion was founded on non-violent direct action. So we can look at those principles and what we can do around that again. Two, we've got the joining people on the pickets. So the workers that are on pickets at the moment, the nurses, the doctors, the train drivers and workers who are on pickets recently, the posties, support people on the streets. The cost of living crisis is a climate crisis, so we can join them. And we can do these people's assemblies to find a direction of travel as well. What does the organisation want it to do? So there's a number of options available to us. And one of the best ones is we can continue to build on what we've been doing over the big ones. So we've had over 200 supporting organisations that have come down to London, including Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth. We've had lots of climate justice movements. We've seen Animal Rising, Just Stop Oil. They're to name just a few of the people that have come down. So it's been great to see all those supporting organisations. We can continue to build on those relationships, grassroots style, and build up more supporting numbers. So, yeah, we've got non-violent direct action, we've got building on the movements, we've got joining people on pickets, and they're just a few of the options available to us. So, government, come on, respond to us by 5 p.m. Tell us what you're going to do to make this crisis better. Otherwise, we're going to have to decide how we act. We need to act very, very quickly because time is running out. Now we're down at Shell. Back to Shell. Shell HQ, how many billions of pounds worth of profits have they made over the last year? Well, it is billions, and it's at our expense. It's the same with BP. And meanwhile, the government is still subsidising them to the tune of £236 million a week. That's £11 billion a year. Why aren't they putting those funds into renewable energies, which are cheaper and quicker to build? And you just saw a fire engine go past then, so we're out on the street outside the headquarters of Shell, but there's been a number of ambulances and fire engines that just came along, and they've all gone through really quickly. We get straight out of the road, there's no disruption. That's the thing, we said to the government that we're going to not disrupt during the big one. We're going to keep the streets clear, people to travel, no public disruption. But in return, they've really got to respond to our demands and let us know what they're doing. So the march is concluded outside Shell. We're going to going back to Parliament Square shortly, I think. It's the last day of the big one. And it's been a fantastic 4 days. It's really built on those connections up with grassroots movements. And long may it continue. I know the supporting organisations that I've talked to have had hundreds of sign-ups. Whether that's Just Stop Oil, who are planning more slow marches over the coming weeks in London, or Greenpeace, or Animal Rising that we were talking to earlier, about animal testing that's still going on, and the beagle puppies that are still being used for testing. So all these organisations have had thousands of sign-ups, which has been really, really encouraging to see. So after the big one, if you haven't been able to get down to London, then check out your local Extinction Rebellion group. Go along to one of the meetings, get involved, sign up, see what you can do. And please, if you're watching from home, then please have those difficult conversations with your friends and your family and colleagues about what we need to do. It's all very good doing stuff on an individual basis. That's commendable to be recycling and using less fuel and cycling to work. However, that only takes us so far. We need to be putting pressure on the government and these big organisations to stop the oil and gas and transition to a fossil fossil-free fuel economy. That's going to get us out of the mess. There's only so much that individuals can do. So get along to one of your local Extinction Rebellion meetings and see how you can help. There's going to be more and more happening over the next few months, I think, as people come together and gathering momentum off the back of the big one, gathering momentum with their local groups, local organisations, putting pressure on council. We've got the local elections are coming up soon. Chance for people to vote democratically. Lots coming up over the next few months. Just getting out of the way of the taxi, don't want to get run over. The Samba ban has been great over the last few days as well. We've had the biodiversity march on Saturday. I think 4 big Samba bands and crews came out to support the marchers. I don't know if you've heard Chris Packham speaking to them, and also MS Smart as well. They were talking about all the supporting organisations that have come along. So I've already mentioned them, like Greenpeace and Friends of the Earth and Just Stop Oil and Climate Justice Groups and Animal Rising. But there's a number of notable ones that are missing. Where were the RSPB? Where were the Wildlife Trusts? There's a long list of organisations that you would have thought have a very much a vested interest in protecting the ecology and the environment, and perhaps wanting to make their voices heard down here, but they didn't turn up for the show. And I really hope they're kicking themselves now, because a lot of their members were here. Their members were out on the streets, but they didn't officially join, unfortunately. And we really don't have very long to act now. The UN Secretary General says we're on the highway to climate hell with our foot on the accelerator. The IPCC report, that intergovernmental report on climate change, has told us that we have a short and rapidly closing window to secure a sustainable future, a livable future. Now, when they say short, they're talking about 3 or 4 years or something around that to turn things around, to cut emissions drastically. If we don't do that, then we're going to cross over certain tipping points, as you would have heard from some of the scientists that are down at Extinction Rebellion today, and we may not be able to come back from those, and that's frankly quite terrifying. I mean, I've got a niece who's 9, a nephew who's 11. I'm 47, and at the moment, you know, this sounds grim, but I don't know if they're going to live to my age, and that's tragic. It really is. The time to act really is now. Talk to your friends, talk to your family, get involved where you can, get the message out there. Please like, comment and share on this live stream. Start those discussions, have those difficult conversations. There's a lot of climate anxiety out there. We heard from some psychoanalysts and some psychiatrists over the course of the weekend. They were talking about how it's really affecting people's mental health at the moment. Yet another reason we need the government to act. A lot of young people are getting really affected about, well, are they going to have a future? So yeah, the big one. We've got a few hours left till 5 o'clock. If you're just joining us, we did a march from Parliament Square, a march to stop all new fossil fuel. March through London. We had some great support from the sides of the street, actually. People really cheering us on, getting the message. And we're going to head back towards Parliament Square pretty shortly, I think, and find out at 5 o'clock whether the government responds or not. And if they don't respond, then there's a number of options available to us that we talked about earlier. Non-violent direct action, building on those existing movements that we have at the moment with other organisations that support base, joining people on the picket lines around the country to show solidarity. All these crises are linked: the cost of living crisis, the climate crisis, asking for global justice for those people that are really suffering overseas at the moment. Over in Pakistan last year, we had 33 million people displaced by the floods. In the east of Africa, there's this really harsh famine and drought at the moment caused by climate change, where one person is really sadly dying every 36 seconds. But extreme weather events have been hitting different parts of the world. And of course, a couple of years ago in Australia, we had the wildfires that raged around the coast, and they killed billions of animals. Our non-human cousins who don't get a voice in this matter. And that's one of the reasons we're outside Shell today, because they're one of the criminals that are causing this disaster. Earning billions of pounds worth of profit while the world literally is on fire. So come on, government, you've got till 5 o'clock this evening to get involved. We've been non-disruptive, we've made our demands clear. Tell us what you're going to do about the crisis. Or Rishi Sunak, are you going to continue to line your own pockets? You're only going to look after the super rich. I think it's likely that you're only going to look after your friends, aren't you? But a big thank you to everyone that's been involved in facilitating the big one. I mean, the stewards have been working so hard over the course of the weekend. All those pink jackets you see, by keeping people safe, telling people where to go, getting people to first aid if they need it, telling them where the food is. It's been really brilliant to see. And then got all the people behind the scenes running the media as well. Busy in the press office, answering all those questions, doing all the interviews, the spokesperson team. Yeah, a shout out actually to the spokesperson team. They've been working incredibly hard. And often if you're a spokesperson, you have to get up at 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning to do these interviews. So big shout out to all the spokes team. They've been fantastic in getting the message out there, getting our demands out there, telling people what's going on. All the actions people that have helped put these things together and facilitate them. We had the pink boats thing yesterday when we were outside the Home Office. That was fantastic, you know, saying we need climate justice for all these people, these ordinary people that are travelling across the channel at the moment in small boats. They may be migrants, they may be refugees, they may be asylum seekers. They're just looking for a safe place to live. And the climate crisis in 2019 caused, I think, the displacement of something like 5.1 million people around the world. And most of that was due to the climate crisis. These people are just searching for a safe and secure future. So come on, government, do something about it. We could be world leaders in green tech. Instead, we're world leaders at the moment in lies and false accounting on the carbon crisis. Just switch round and show you there's still a lot of people here. Yeah, so lots of people outside Shell HQ after a fantastic march in the centre of London, bringing the samba, bringing the love, bringing the rebellion to life again. And now I think we can go with one of my fellow presenters who's going to catch up at the welcome tent. Thanks very much, folks.
All right, so we're here at the welcome tent, which is right at the corner of Parliament Square, where people enter into Parliament Square and come across the big one for the first time. We've got somebody here with us who was actually in the welcome tent, so we asked them to come out and tell us a little bit about their experience. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you've been doing this weekend?
Okay, my name's Stephen. I've been helping out with some fundraising. So we've asked the public if they can spare anything to help XR make sure we can kind of keep doing the amazing things that we do. And the response has been absolutely fantastic.
Fantastic, yeah, of course. I mean, XR runs off of donations. It's how we're able to put on something as massive like this. So that's, of course, totally vital. But I also see there's a lot of other stuff going on. I see some people over here signing up to stuff. We've got some art materials. Why don't we walk down the length of the tent here a little bit, and you could walk us through a little bit about what we all have here, because there's so much different stuff going on here at this hub.
Okay, well, over here we've got some posters. They've all been made by Extinction Rebellion. These ones are going to be put up on
yeah, I like this one.
Trains and so forth. So that's a bit of outreach. Also, we've got ones that have been made by the arty block people who are fantastic.
I think that's the same one you've got on here,
yes,
right?
Here. Yeah, everything's made by Extinction Rebellion, and it shows the creativity of the movement. And yeah, so you might see one in the future, maybe on the wall near you.
Fantastic. So anybody who's watching the live stream here in Westminster, be it on one of the big screens or something, do obviously come by the welcome tent and pick up some material, pick up a poster to put it up on the tube. That be the London Tube for those of us watching us overseas. All right, I also see lots of stickers and sign-up sheets. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
It's just to stay in touch, sorts of people. So this might be their first experience of Extinction Rebellion. They might want to get more involved. So we try to make sure that we can reach out to them to make sure, whilst they're feeling really positive and want to make a good change, they can do that.
Have you had a lot of non-Extinction Rebellion people come by then?
Yeah, it's been a really good mix of all ages, all different types, and been speaking to people who they've literally never thought about climate change as an issue before, and they've seen the energy, and they found it's great to bring positivity to this, because obviously it's a terrible situation we're in, but when people see us acting so positively, they feel that energy and it makes them want to be involved. So,
what are some of the highlights with some of the interactions that you've had with people over the weekend?
There was a moment where there was a young girl, she got very upset, and she got a bit overwhelmed by the challenges that we face, and it was obviously a very difficult moment for her. So we sat down, we chatted for 10 minutes, and I told her what Extinction Rebellion was doing, and she slowly kind of started to feel better. And it shows you what XR can do. It can just help people in so many ways, even just being able to know that the situation isn't hopeless. So that conversation was very special for me, and just everyone really. I could spend all day talking about the amazing things that people have said to me. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you encountered such a diverse group of people, and it's really, really nice. And I've also spoken to some other people who felt similar. Sometimes, especially, I mean, we've had some such powerful speeches and visuals here, and sometimes it can, it can really become overwhelming and really, really emotional. But it's also fantastic to see that we have further down, slightly away from the rest of the big one, their well-being tents and even spaces where people can lie down and process those emotions. And it really is, because I mean, climate grief, to my understanding, is something that is properly diagnosed, and it really can take you over, and sometimes you need to take that time to step out and step back, or chat with somebody and actually also hear that other people have those same concerns. So thank you so much. It's so vital, the work that you guys are doing here at the Welcome Tent.
It's such a pleasure, and I totally agree that we need to, it's important to look after yourself, because climate change is such a big thing. It can feel so big that one person can't do it alone. That's why we're all here together, to try and build that momentum we need to make sure that we can change, that we will make the difference.
I just noticed one of your colleagues in the background put here next to us one of these things. Oh my gosh, it's two of them. Yes. Crikey. So, and you've got it right here. Fantastic. Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit more about the text?
So you can donate to this phone number here.
At 70085, yeah. 70085.
Yep, and you can text the big one word, or you can text climate action for £15. So the big one's for 10, and climate action for £15 donation to XR. This here is a QR code. I hope that can be used. And what you can do there is you can make your donations there, but you could also become a regular giver, which would help XR, because we'll know where our money's coming from in the future. So any kind of contribution is really, really appreciated. So, just if you still got time, come and find us, and you can take a poster away with you too.
Fantastic, thanks so much. I also see that you guys got sign-up sheets, making sure that we're growing the email list and stuff. That's really fantastic as well. We have a lot of it's so crowded here. We have people walking through the shots and stuff. We've got some one of our backup BSL interpreters trying to keep people out. Fantastic, thank you so much. We're going to switch over maybe back to the march or some other interviews. Thank you so much, Stephen. It's been a pleasure.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks guys.
Face the camera as much as possible.
Okay, so one of the most exciting things about Extinction Rebellion is the artwork. And the artwork is fantastic, but also it's so amazing to reconnect with making. So I've got Sarah here, who works a lot with the art blockers. So do you want to show us what happens? All the people who aren't here, all the people at home, what happens with art blocking? What does it even mean?
All right, so yeah, the art blockers are the team behind all of the beautiful banners, flags, t-shirts, and other props that you see during the rebellions or the protest times for Extinction Rebellion. So we are a large team of volunteers. We work in a warehouse in the north of London, and we have all of the paint, fabric, and paper and brushes that you can imagine, and with those we sew them on the sewing machines. We outline them, every single banner that you are seeing during Extinction Rebellion or that is part of Extinction Rebellion's props. We have been hand painting them, so a lot of love and care goes into every single item that we create together.
Yeah, and it's a magical place. Actually, it's a magical place to go. But let's follow me, camera, into the art blockers place, because when you come to an Extinction Rebellion event, bring your old t-shirt. Sorry, Sarah, I'm elbowing you out of the way. I don't want to do that. Bring an old t-shirt, come down, have a look at some of these blocks, and you can print whatever you like. You choose to do it. So we try and go in there. Sorry, I've been getting in the way of everybody. So, camera, could you just have a look? You can have a snail. Oh, isn't the snail lovely? You can have disobey as a mantra, which is quite useful, I think. You can have swallows, beautiful octopus. Now, the interesting thing about these blocks, and this is one of the things that made me fall absolutely in love with Extinction Rebellion, is that the originals of these blocks are hand carved in wood, and then the pattern gets shared out so that people can either die cut them or 3D print them. So that's both ends of the technology. That's the most rudimental, which is like carving them out of wood, and then right to 3D printing.
Yes.
How exciting is that? I think that's like pretty much one of the most exciting things about XR, because I also think that as we go forward into our less wasteful future, 3D printing has a huge role to play. And then the other thing that I would say, this is especially new. The hairs were new for the big one. Gorgeous hairs. You might have seen our posters with lots of kind of dancing hairs on there, asking us to unite to survive. That's our theme here, people. But the other thing that I would say, so you print some ink on the block, and then you turn it onto your favourite t-shirt or your tote bag or whatever it is that you want to bring. And then you have to stand there so it prints really well. And then when you get home, you have to iron it with a really hot iron with a bit of paper over it or something. And then it's fixed for good. You've got this beautiful that's what Sarah did earlier. I haven't got my printed things on today. I've got so many. It's a bit Moorish. Watch out, because it is a bit Moorish when you get into it. But also, it really reconnects you with making. And reconnecting with making is part of reconnecting with our entire world. We've got to reconnect with nature and reconnect with our whole environment. I have to say that since I've been part of Extinction Rebellion, I've taken up painting again. I used to paint when I was younger, and then I stopped. And then I joined the rebellion, I started doing a bit of printing, and I found it so creative. How about you, Sarah?
Yes, yeah. So we block print some of these t-shirts or jumpers. We also have screens to screen print, and then the patches, and then we can hand sew them or sew them on the sewing machine.
So normally there's loads of patches already printed up, and you can just give a donation and take a patch. But we've been so inundated by people who are not left, are they?
Yes, exactly. All our patches are gone, so
yeah, we do a lot. I mean, a lot. And also the Art Factory wanted me to mention they've done 216 metres of banners, hand-painted banners for this. And if you see the picture of the Unite to Survive banner on Westminster Bridge, that is 35 metres long. So just think about what skill it takes to create things like that, but not just skill, teamwork. That is not a one-person job, is it? A 35-metre banner. No, that needs a lot of people. Teamwork. So how you move it, how you fold it, how you dry it without smudging it is really fun to do. I don't know, do we have a look at all the different colours and look at some of the t-shirts?
you can see the inks and the different colors of inks that we are using here. Yes.
Okay, so these guys are standing on their blocks so that they can do a nice print. I think we've just come at a good time to see one go. There's a seahorse, one of my favourites, is going down on this t-shirt now. Let's see. And everybody gets to choose their own and how they like it. And then they have to stand on their t-shirt to make sure. But it doesn't have to be a t-shirt, could be trousers, could be a tote bag, could be anything really, could be anything. But then when you get it home, what you have to do is iron it with a really hot iron to seal it in. And then I've got ones that I've had 4 years, I'd say, and they're still cool, they still work. They're really good. So it's a bit nerve-wracking when you stand on the first block, okay, because you're like, oh, I don't want to ruin it. But it's fine, you have to be there for a little bit for the permaset ink to really take. And then you've got a beautiful design. So let's just go along and see. Look at this, I really like more of less and less of more. That just works so well, doesn't it? It just goes round and round in a circle. I think it's wonderful. And then up there we've got the octopus, we've got the bee, and in Extinction Rebellion, the B for O stands for Deliberative Democracy, for Citizens' Assemblies, for working together. So the B has become a symbol of that. And actually there's somebody with a flag just there. Now what else can we see as we go along? It's very popular. It's always packed out. Hello, Alex. No, come on. The other thing, right, about blocks is you have to give them a proper wash, okay? And if you don't look after them, then they don't print really well. So you want to keep all the bits nice and clean. And here we've got Alex, who is an artist, who, if you've seen on the main stage at the back, there's a one, the first letter of the word one, and it's got all people dancing, holding hands. Alex is the artist who made that beautiful banner, and Alex has got a beautiful coat that I'm going to try to borrow for quite a long time actually, because it's so fantastic. So yeah, cleaning the blocks. Talk us through cleaning the blocks, Alex, because it's important.
Cleaning the blocks is a very, very important part of the process. And what can I say? Rubber gloves, lots of washing up liquid, freezing cold hands. It's all good. It's all good. I'm getting the blocks clean.
Oh, you're doing a great job there, because you have to have them clean, or else we don't do clean printing. And if we don't have clean printing, that's rubbish. But look at this one. Look, all the different creatures that you can have. There's new creatures come along every now and again as people get inspired to do a new block. So the hair was brand new for this big one. And yeah, if you're thinking, oh, I'll go down to an Extinction Rebellion event, there are blockers all around this country, and then there are 80 more XRs around the world, and there are blockers there, and they've all got these same patterns for these blocks. Think about that. That is magic. So I tell you what that is totally local, that's what we call it. So local with a G on the front, like local. And some people talk about that in advertising terms, but actually, if you talk about it in mycelium network terms, you're talking about real change, global change. So when we have events at our Islington Climate Centre, we do lots of block printing there. Children absolutely love doing it. It's a really, really good thing to do with families. Anybody, I haven't met anybody who doesn't want a block printing thing yet. So there we go. That's block printing for you. But also when you see the flags and the things of Extinction Rebellion, they're always beautiful. They have all been hand done. And making those things is an act of love for the world. Yeah, I mean, it's a way of showing love, isn't it? Love for Mother Earth, love for each other, and the best way forward. Now, do we need to go and find something else? I don't know if I've got more to say about block printing, although I do actually adore block printing. I'd quite like to be printing, but I'm talking. So there's loads more flags. I like having the washing lines as well. Another activity that we haven't brought outside, but we do a lot, is the poster workshops. So you might have seen some of our beautiful posters that are around and about, I believe. So we've worked with this outfit called Paris 68 Redux, and at the Climate Centre they'll come with loads of backgrounds, so they're screen printed backgrounds, and then they've got loads of stencils, so that you can express yourself through the medium of posters. And that's proving so popular at the Climate Centre. We're going to be doing it in June at Angel at Islington Climate Centre. We're also going to be doing it on the 22nd of June at the public opening of Planet Summer, which is on the South Bank. So Planet Summer is going to be a massive kind of festival. The Hayward Gallery have got an exhibition called Dear Earth, and we're going to be there block printing and printing posters. So you're looking at this now thinking, oh, I wish I'd gone down. Because I think unless you're here in the next half an hour, we might have packed up by then. Definitely come to your next Extinction Rebellion event with a spare t-shirt to get printed, and then you won't be disappointed.
Her name is Naramatisho. She's coming from Moita village in Monduli district. She's a livestock keeper and she depends as her economic. But she lost a lot of cattle because of severe hunger caused by long-term drought. So the situation has made them poor.
Thank you. It's been so brilliant to be here these last few days with you, the trade union members, the nurses, the racial and economic justice campaigners, those defending animal rights, all coming together, all understanding the intersection of our causes. Can we bottle this energy? Can we bottle this togetherness? I'm Tim Crosland, an ex-barrister, an ex-government lawyer, now working with Plan B, and lawyers are responsible, the group of lawyers who recently declared that we would not prosecute those defending the life and lands that they love. We were proud to be on the front page of the Daily Mail, but that was nothing compared to the all-system attack on all of us this last week, the lies in those newspapers about disrupting the marathon. Can we have the apology, please? Come up here. The personal attacks on Gail for shopping for grapes and lemons. What a hypocrite. And then Judge Shane Collery, 3 years in prison for our beautiful friends, Morgan Trowland and Marcus Decker, 2 courageous people. And let me tell you something that you already know. If Judge Collery thinks he can intimidate us, if Judge Collery thinks that was a deterrent sentence, he has just made the biggest mistake of his life. Because we are not afraid. Judge Collery has learned nothing from his fellow bully boy judge, Judge Silas Reed. You probably know about Judge Silas Reed. He didn't like what was happening in his courts. The ordinary men and women of the jury listening to the evidence, applying their wisdom, and finding people not guilty. No, Judge Reed didn't want that. So he banned people from using the words climate crisis in his court.
He banned people from using the words fuel poverty. And when David Nixon, a gentle, thoughtful care worker from Yorkshire, decided to honour his oath to tell the truth and told the jury why he'd done what he'd done, Judge Reed sent him to prison. Not for sitting in the road, just for telling the jury what he'd done. But then, wait, what happened next? What happened when we showed our togetherness? What happened when we showed we would not be intimidated? More people came and did the same. Amy and Gio did the same thing. They told the truth. They told the jury why they'd done what they'd done. Judge Reed sent them to prison. But now, even the Times was outraged. It said, well, they may be tofu-eating wokerati, but surely even tofu-eating wokerati have the right to a fair trial? This doesn't feel quite right. We had Trudy standing outside court with a placard that said, members of the jury, you have a right, we've had it for centuries in this country, to make decisions on your own conscience. That's what you're here for. That's the point of a jury. Judge Reed had her arrested and sent to the Old Bailey for contempt of court, the same court that has literally set in stone that same message. Juries can acquit on their conscience, and now the lawyers were outraged. Sometimes people think, lawyers, you don't want to get on the side of lawyers, but lawyers have got their limits too. We'd had a handful of people signing this declaration until Judge Reed turned it on, and then we had people signing up in droves. Started off from 5, then it was 170 lawyers saying, no, not in our name, this is not justice. And now we need to give the same message to Judge Collery. Are we going to do that? Are we afraid? But we need to do this fast because this is a turning point in the legal system. It's an inflection point. We're planning a show of solidarity. This is going to be lawyers and non-lawyers coming together. Something simple, something accessible, outside courts, not climbing bridges. I don't climb bridges. I can't climb bridges. If you're interested in being part of this and learning more about this, please put up your hands. Thank you. And if you mean that, could you please come just for a minute to the steward's tent here, and we'll take names and addresses and tell you a little bit more about it. And please, can I also mention at 12 o'clock, Parliament Square this Saturday, a march for our wonderful, courageous friends and colleagues, Morgan and Marcus. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim Crossan from Plan B, and your tireless work for this cause. Absolutely incredible work. So if you do want to find out more information, Steward's tent just here, it's the pink tent. Loose!
Her name is Nongishu. She is coming from Bumuita village in the Monduli district. She is a farmer. Due to climate change, crops have failed to grow due to the lack of rain for a long time. So it has set them back a lot economically and made them poor. So they need help.
So I'm here with, is it Glyn Goodwin?
It is Glyn Goodwin, yeah.
Glyn Goodwin. Okay, so we've actually met a couple of times before. Got loud music playing here, so I'm going to shout a little bit louder, okay? And we've just been talking about that. Yourself and Chidi in COP26 produced a letter looking to ban all new fossil fuels, right? I know I'm paraphrasing here. And so just talk to me about this letter, talk to me about the organisations. Let's start off with a background to it.
Yeah, well the background was it was coming up to COP 26.
Yeah.
So we wanted to do something which was going to be substantial. So we did a lot of research into it.
Yeah.
And we came up with the COP 26 Climate Action Plan.
COP 26
Climate Action Plan. Yeah.
And high level, what was in it?
It was high level. One of the crucial bits was actually following what had happened in America, which was stopping new fossil fuel finance.
Stopping new fossil fuel finance.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So one of the things that we have is we know that we have more fossil fuel than we can possibly burn.
Yeah.
So why are we actually searching for more? So it's actually transforming those financial flows away from fossil fuel and actually onto the transition. So we actually put a date on that. Which was by the end of last year, which obviously hasn't happened.
So you said you wanted to stop new investment in new fossil fuel.
Yeah, and that's the crucial bit. So it's actually swerving those flows, financial flows, away from fossil fuel, which we know is going to end up either destroying the world or at the very least you're going to have stranded assets. So it's going to be...
So, which sounds absolutely great. This is what we need. Okay, so you wrote this letter. This is the Climate Action Plan, right? Who signed it? Like, give me an example. Like, how many people? 10, 20? Was it organisations?
Well, I think in the end we had something like about 1,000 NGOs, so non-governmental organisations, and that was internationally.
That's very impressive.
So we had Price of Oil. We had loads and loads of people. We also we came here and we got all party support. We got the
all party
support.
Right, even the Conservatives.
We had the Conservative Environment Network who signed up to it.
Yeah.
So it was apolitical in that way, and it was actually what we needed to do.
So you've had the Conservatives, the Labour, Lib Dems, Greens, cross-party support, all signing this letter, saying to end investment in new fossil fuels, essentially.
Yeah.
And to divert that money into decarbonising the grid system. Right. Essentially.
Yeah. Decarbonising.
And what happened?
And what happened was it became very popular. Keir Starmer mentioned it. It became sort of the international, the IAE, the International
Energy
Agency. That became a thing.
Yeah.
So suddenly it became this thing that was really a necessity. And so before we wrote the letter, it wasn't really a thing. So then it sort of ended up being the thing that everybody agreed.
That's brilliant.
So it's
is this guy part of it as well?
This is Chidi. Chidi, come over here.
Come over here for a sec. Yeah.
We're talking about the.
Pop in here.
So
there we go. So we're getting. This is like a line-up coming up. So Chidi, come and talk to me.
You want to talk to John first?
No. I'll talk to you. We were talking about the climate change action plan that you guys did. So I didn't realise 1,000 organisations had signed it.
Over 1,000.
And
NGOs. So we started off.
Step closer.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
We started off with what was really a very simple line.
Yeah.
We basically said to everyone that we wanted to stop all new fossil fuel projects. This was 2019, 2020.
Yeah.
So this is before Glasgow.
Yeah.
It was in time for the first iteration of Glasgow.
Yeah,
of course, thanks to lockdown, Glasgow was pushed back a year.
Yeah.
So in the interregnum, that time while we waited, the Spanish government, the Danish government, and even the IEA came out with supporting statements.
Wow.
So all of a sudden, we went from being a radical group, who were asking for a radical thing, to being completely mainstream, which was really deflating for us. We wanted to be radical. We weren't radical anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But then what happened next is even more amazing. The debates about no new fossil fuels have broadened both internationally and domestically. So we now know that in the House behind us, the main opposition party has adopted it as part of its manifesto for the next election. The Labour Party now say that if they're elected into power, they will also pursue a policy of having no new fossil fuel projects started. Now this is particularly important because some of the coal mines in the north of England, for example, that have been approved have such devastatingly large carbon footprints. By one estimate, they will generate more carbon than the bottom 15 countries in the world do now.
Wow.
And you can't be setting an example for transition. You can't host COP and then backslide in this gigantic way. We're not going to be delayed. We're not going to worry about what the past is. We're looking to the future.
Yeah.
COP28 is coming up, and we're writing a new letter for that. What we're aiming to do is to make sure people have positive goals to aim for. So not only are we saying no new fossil fuel projects, we're saying that the budget for the expansion of the energy industry should remain the same or increase, but it should be diverted to specific renewables that are place relevant. So solar for countries that have sunshine, geothermal for relevant countries, tidal and wave for coastal countries. But the idea is to say to the world, we want to see progress, we want to see movement forward, we want to see growth and development. We just want it to be the right kind of growth, not cancerous, horrific, dangerous, boundary-breaking growth, but human-centered growth. Growth that talks about people's welfare, that talks about having healthy environments, that talks about development as an opportunity to expand the benefits that all human beings can have, rather than crush us and tie us into a legacy of failed energy policy that kills people. That's what we're hoping for.
Amazing.
But Vin and I, in mid-July, are going to be launching this at the Royal Society.
The Royal Society in July, guys.
Absolutely. The COP28 letter is going to be amazing.
It's called COP28 letter.
Yes.
So you're going to go back to the 1,000-odd NGOs and all the cross-party people who signed it, and we're going to get it up to 2,000.
Definitely, double the call to action. But, and we're definitely asking the NGOs to invite not just partners, but their members and other concerned parties, because we want to have wide stakeholder involvement in this. I think that's one of the core things that activists do. You can have all the formal conferences you want. You can have government ministers come in and sit down and pat each other on the back. But if they don't take people along with them, if they don't show a vision for what the future can look like, if they don't inspire people, I think they lose half of their function.
Amazing. That's really inspirational.
Can I let you know, if you don't know,
There we go.
how
We
the
go.
Saudi Emirates, the Arab Emirates have already made commitments and pledges to put a third of their returns from fossil fuel sales into developing renewable technologies for their own kind. They're not going to keep expanding either. They know the science. They understand the science much more than we are.
There we go. Side question coming in here,
Thank you so much, Leila. I'm going to repeat that. The young lady in the background was just saying that many of the governments who are coming to COP28, including the presidency, which is going to be managed by the CEO of the national oil company in Abu Dhabi, have said that they're very comfortable putting a third of the investment they would have put into expanding oil and gas into renewables. We acknowledge that. We think that's great. We want to challenge them because our core demand is that 100% of that expenditure goes to renewables, not a third.
There we go.
We think this is a challenge they can rise to, especially if you talk about the actual balance of payment that comes out from doing this. So if you find the right renewable projects, ones that have short break-evens, they make so much money for investors. We're not asking people to forego profit. We're not asking them to forego development. We're not asking them to forego the ability to invest and grow. We're asking them to forego negative growth, to forego pollution, to forego human rights abuses. We're asking them to think of the future as a place in which you build dreams, not nightmares. That's what we're doing.
Amazing. So, which is totally ties in with the whole no new fossil fuels.
100%.
Yeah, 100%. So where do we find out more information?
Well, as I said, I know that you want us to break the full letter right now.
Yeah, let's break it right now. Come on. It's in the back. Come on. I know it's in here. You've got a typewriter in there. Come on.
Audience.
Show me your typewriter.
And we support you.
Okay.
You're going to have to wait.
Okay, we have to wait. Okay.
June the 17th.
June the 17th.
At the Royal Society, the full letter will be published.
Amazing. Anything quickly to add? Because I know this is going to be a little bit too long over. Like it's going. Vlad's going to go crazy.
I mean, Chidi's said it all, I think. We actually do have to write it. This is the crucial. So, we're getting a lot of people on board. We've talked to people about it. So it's going to be, it's science-based. It's people-based. And, hopefully it's going to be, radical but doable.
Cool. I have to say, guys, amazing work. Two of you managing to get like 1,000 NGOs, getting all the parties to sign up for it, and to influence the International Energy Agency. Did it. Can we have like a kind of a prize or something? It feels like we should.
You've eaten the prize. He's been eating the prize.
We're going to give them apples for everybody. Don't worry. I'll tell you what. I'll get you guys an apple each. How about that? Okay.
Thank you so much.
There you go. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Cheers. Okay. Thanks.
My name is Precious Kalambwana, a climate activist from Lusaka, Zambia. I started climate activism about 5 years ago when I came to realize that climate crisis is affecting us. It is destroying our land, it is destroying our clean water, and I came to realize that we need action now. I had to move from one place to another to go find shelter because of climate crisis. We have been facing a lot of floods in my community. My children couldn't go to school because of floods in my community. I could not drink clean water because of floods in my community. We are tired to face climate crisis. We are asking global north countries to stop funding our fossil fuels. We are tired as Africans. We are tired as Zambians. We are tired because we are facing a lot of climate crisis. Stop funding our destruction. We are still watching you.
Give her a massive round of applause. I'm such a fan of Climate Justice Coalition.
Hello everybody, really good to see all of you here. I'm going to keep it short because I know we're running a little bit behind time. But yeah, I guess to just introduce myself a little bit more, Claire Arkwright from the Climate Justice Coalition. I'm the national coordinator. And I also worked as a community organiser in South London for the past 5 years. And I've recently come into the world of climate justice. So the Climate Justice Coalition brings together trade unions, faith groups, migrant groups on the intersections of climate justice with the recognition that this is an intersectional issue and we have to treat it as such. During COP26, we brought together 250,000 people to the street and hosted a series of workshops and basically ran all of the kind of people's COP outside of the traditional negotiations. But I want to talk a little bit, there's been a lot of talk about the why and the why that has brought us here today. But I want to talk a little bit about the how of what we do after today. And when I was an organizer, whenever we were starting a campaign, thinking about a campaign, we had a series of questions that we asked ourselves. First of all, what is it specifically that we want? Who has the power to change it? How much power do we need to shift them or their interests? Because we can't be under any illusion that somebody is going to wake up tomorrow morning and decide that it's the right thing to do to take the necessary action on climate. We have to push them. There is no other option. So thinking about this question of how do we build power, it feels like a really abstract and daunting task, but actually it's really simple. It starts with you and your communities and the people that you know. So put your hands up if you are connected to a school in your local area. Put your hands up if you're connected to a trade union. Put your hands up if you are connected to a faith institution. So I can see a whole range of you put your hands up, and there are other organizations and there are other places where people are already gathered. So what I urge you to do is go to the places within your community and have conversations. We need to be asking the question, how does the climate crisis affect you? We don't want to go trying to preach to people. We don't want to go trying to convert people. We want to go and listen and build genuine, authentic relationships and get the conversation started. Okay, all right. Because ultimately we need ordinary people at the heart of this. We need people who are facing all of the different systemic problems that have got us here in the first place. And if we do not have those people shaping our solutions, at best, we have a sticking plaster. And at worst, we recreate the same problems that got us into this mess in the first place.
The civil rights movement doesn't owe its success to a powerful speech or a one-off march. It owes its success to the deep and slow organising work that is necessary to create long and lasting change. So, with that, I need to wrap up now. But with the energy that you have created this weekend, with the relationships that you have built, go back into your communities, find where your people are already organised, and build power and unite to survive. Thank you.
So much for coming, Claire, and thank you so much, Climate Justice Coalition, for all you have been working on. So, if you haven't seen this book yet, The Work We Need to Do, it was circulated, it's been written for this weekend, and it's just got so many gems in it. I was reading it, I feel really inspired, and it just helps me to remember what everyone's been saying. So, next to the stage, we have Megan McCubbin, zoologist and presenter. Give her a warm welcome, everyone. Hi, Megan.
Hi everyone. It's great to see so many faces still here on the last day, and I know it's getting a little bit chilly, so you're all doing absolutely phenomenally. I started getting into zoology because I just had this intrinsic fascination for life, whether that was a butterfly in the garden, a woodlouse that I found under a log, or a stag beetle emerging from my front lawn. I realised very quickly how our nature was in trouble because those stag beetles started to disappear. And when I started getting excited about life in general, I realised that it was no longer enough to care. Caring simply was lovely, but no longer as important as acting upon our passion for life, which is why I'm here today. And I'm sure that's why many of you are here today as well, because you're acting and speaking up and using your voice for something that is so important. Over the last 2 years, I've been working on a project that's all about extinction. And extinction is just as much an important part of life as life itself. There has always been extinction rates. But when they are accelerated at the rate that we have created, then we create this massive imbalance, and our climate is starting to deteriorate with biodiversity loss linked within that. And I could talk to you now about how the kakapo, which is an endemic rare parrot in New Zealand, is declined and is only up to 248 individuals because we introduced rats to the island. I could also talk to you about northern royal albatross and how the females like to forage in subtropical areas out of the breeding season, but the females are therefore getting caught on long lines, and that population has declined significantly. For example, I could also talk to you about pangolins. I could talk to you about northern white rhinos that are functionally extinct. There are so many different species that are facing that terrifying threat. But I want to talk to you about something a little bit more hopeful, and something which I owe all of you here today for giving me inspiration for. Back in 2018, at one of the first XR protests, I was actually at a meeting where I was discussing making a documentary about climate change. And it was a really depressing documentary. Well, it was a great documentary, I think, but the ideas and the conversations around it were really depressing because the people I was talking to just simply didn't get it. They didn't get how important it was. They didn't understand it. So I left that meeting feeling incredibly sorry and depressed. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how we were going to get this message across. And as I was coming down on the underground, I saw a family that held a placard that said "No Planet B." And I had my headphones in because I needed to zone out the world. I immediately took my headphones out and followed that family up the escalator. And that's when I came across my first Extinction Rebellion march. And it was a moment that I will remember forever because I stood around thousands of people and I couldn't speak. I was lost for words and I could barely move because I realised how much hope there was in the world and how much the importance of people's voices are. And I was so enthralled by that movement. And then I've come to them ever since. And I've been here this weekend and it's just giving me that same feeling. I think the big one has had a very different feel to it than perhaps, other events have in the past, but it's got a more important feel to it, a more poignant feel to it. And I want to apologise to a few groups out there today. I saw a little girl earlier, I don't know whether she's around at all, but she was holding a sign that says, "I've missed school because sometimes I have to be a little bit naughty." There it is over there. And I love that sign. But what I thought to myself, how sad is it that you have to be naughty to come out of school and not have your education to protect the planet? So all to the young people out there, I'm so sorry that you're having to take to the streets and do this. You shouldn't have to. And also to all the people who have been protesting for this for years. I am so sorry that you are either ignored, villainized, or just, chucked to the side because it's not right. And we won't let it happen any longer. You're here, you're making your voices heard, and it's brilliant. Keep on going, and I'll see you at the next one. Thank you, Megan.
My name is Shamim Mwasinyanda, an environmental activist and social scientist from the United Republic of Tanzania and a member of Extinction Rebellion Tanzania. Climate change has had significant impacts on Tanzania, including changes in temperature and precipitation patterns, rising of sea levels, and increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events such as droughts and floods, which is already happening here in Tanzania. And these changes have had a significant impact on agriculture, water sources, public health, and the Tanzanian ecosystem in general. And as an individual, I'm trying as much hard as I can to ensure that the community understands what climate change is through the climate change education, and also providing them with the resources that are needed for them to be able to combat and curb climate change, such as educating them to be able to practice smart agriculture, and also encouraging them to protect and conserve biodiversity, which is the most vulnerable right now as we are speaking, because the loss of biodiversity means the loss of species, and the loss of species means the loss of the planet. So we are really working very hard, because we do not, for me, I do not believe in somebody who destroyed my home to be able to come and rebuild the same home. It is me to stand up and take up that responsibility and say, okay, this is the right time for me to be able to rebuild back my home. I'm building resilience, promoting sustainable development, and contributing towards the global efforts of addressing this critical challenge.
Hello, my name is Karis, and I'm here to launch the Fossil Free Parliament campaign. The campaign was born out of the Divest Parliament campaign, which has been focused on trying to get the MP pension fund to divest from fossil fuels. We've made lots of progress on that front, so much progress that we've decided to expand the scope of the campaign to look at all of the ties between Parliament and the fossil fuel industry, because fossil fuels have been polluting our politics for decades, delaying climate action, and getting in the way of any measures that are going to disrupt their business model. So we're launching Fossil Free Parliament to try and change that, and we've got 5 key demands. Before the next general election, we'll be calling on the UK's decision makers, MPs, peers and parties to commit to these 5 demands. The first one, block the money pipeline. Decision makers must refuse donations and gifts from the fossil fuel industry and its representatives. 2, reject the invitations. Decision makers must decline to attend any fossil fuel industry run or affiliated events, and ban fossil fuel events from taking place on parliamentary premises. 3, remove the seat at the table. Decision makers must refuse meeting requests from fossil fuel industry representatives unless the meeting is to plan the industry's phase out. 4, divest the Parliamentary Pension Fund. So as I said, this campaign was born out of the Divest Parliament campaign, and we intend to carry that work forward. So we're calling on MPs and peers to remove their pension fund's investments in fossil fuels, because what kind of pension fund fuels the fire that's destroying the future? And finally, break the revolving door. Decision makers must not take on roles in the fossil fuel industry, and fossil fuel representatives must not be allowed to take on political roles. So we're launching the campaign officially in June. If you head to our website, which is fossilfreeparliament.uk, you can find out how to get involved before then. Be really brilliant to have as many people there as possible. We all need to work together to make this happen, and every tiny little victory that our movement has will only have a positive knock-on effect on the movement on the whole. And that just, the more we kick the fossil fuel industry out of Parliament, out the door, then that's more room for climate justice. Thank you.
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
about the shoulders on which we stand, the suffragists and the suffragettes, incredible women that won us the vote. I really believe that direct action is the way things are going to change. It needs to be supported by the campaigns around. So looking back to how they worked together, I think this is how we should work together. So the suffragist Millicent Fawcett, her statue is in Parliament Square. And Emmeline Pankhurst, her statue is just over there, a smashing woman herself. And now she's got a statue. Isn't that amazing? How times change. So I'm going to read you a bit of what I said in court to set that scene. When women got the vote, it was a combination of the work of the suffragists and the suffragettes. The suffragists worked to lobby the government with more traditional methods. They used petitions, put up posters, and held public meetings. The suffragettes chained themselves to railings, disrupted government meetings, and broke the windows of government buildings. Neither would have been successful without the other. Would there be any women sitting in this room? The prosecution, in her job as barrister, she told me she had a mug with the suffragettes on it, which I found slightly ironic. Or you in the jury, in your vital role as my peers, deciding on whether we're guilty or not, if the suffragette campaign hadn't happened. When we cracked those windows, we were following in that tradition. Direct action from the outside puts pressure and actually helps people working inside the financial industry. I've spoken to many journalists who have said thank you for the work that we've done, because it's allowed them to get the story into the press. I've spoken to internal financial campaigners who work with the banks who say they can't support it publicly, but that it supports their work internally. This direct action from the outside is vital for change. I'm just going to pass over to Dolly, wonderful Dolly, who will talk about, well, who will read out what she read in the court to talk about the action.
Hello, this is nerve-wracking. So, on the morning of the 7th of April in 2021, I carefully cracked one pane of glass at Barclays headquarters in Canary Wharf. Once I had cracked the window, I sat down and waited for the police to arrive. The officers that attended said that we were calm and polite. We bore no malice, nor any spite for the staff or police. So I took this action with 6 other women in part to highlight the disproportionate effects that the climate and ecological crisis has on women. Currently, 70% of the 1.3 billion people living in poverty globally are women. So the tools I used to take that action was a hammer and a concrete chisel that I got from B&Q. And we carefully painted them in the colours of the suffragettes, purple and green, and wrote words such as love and care on the handles, just to kind of highlight that this was not a violent act and one taken with kind of love and care. So yeah, the window that I broke was really quickly replaced. The disruption that we caused may have caused like a few bank executives to be a little bit late for a meeting. But the damage was temporary and it was confined. And it was replaced. We can't replace entire ecosystems. We can't replace the species that have gone extinct. We can't compare the disruption to a handful of bankers on a single morning in April to the disruption caused by losing your home in a flood, or watching your child die of malnourishment, or entire countries displaced by droughts and forced to flee. That's a bit of my statement. Woohoo! Thank you. Zoe.
Thanks, Sophie. Thanks, Dolly. Can you hear me okay? Okay, I'm going to be really brief because I know we've got a lot to get through. I was going to read you a long piece, which I read at the Ministry of Justice on Friday, but I'll just summarise. I've written a piece which is reflections on the legal system and how we know the government's not going to save us and the legal system isn't going to either. A few reflections. Our law, our legal system and our court system is totally not fit for purpose, in case anyone didn't know. We don't have an ecocide law, which we desperately need. Some of you have probably heard about ecocide over the last few days as well. We had this bizarre situation where we risked our liberty to call out Barclays for being the biggest fossil fuel funder in Europe, etc., etc. And yet, in a 2-week trial, we were not allowed to put any single piece of science or any single piece of hard evidence about what Barclays do in front of the jury. Not a single piece of evidence. So the whole thing got reduced to the subjective beliefs of what are seen as 7 emotional women. This is how we get disbelieved, reduced, and othered in court. Everything was reduced to, we were left with one defense, belief in consent, which is a convoluted, weird defense to do with criminal damage, where we have to say that we believe that if those people who could have consented to the damage knew what we knew at the time, they would have consented. It's like, oh, you can get tangled up in it. But frankly, I will take to my dying day, I absolutely believe that any right-minded person, no matter whether Nigel Higgins, the chair of Barclays, or whoever, would absolutely be okay with a pane of glass being cracked if they understood what I understand, if they see what I see when I close my eyes, they would be fine with it. I know that. And I've always known that, and I'll know that till I die. But you can't convince a court of that when you're not allowed to bring any actual frigging evidence in. Excuse my language. This is how we're silenced, and this is the justice system in 2023. It's disgraceful. It's utterly disgraceful. And we're going to hear more from our beautiful colleagues currently in prison at the moment.
Thank you, Zoe. So we're just going to finish with what I read out in court as my summing up. And just before I go into this, I want to take us back to the suffragists and the suffragettes. Now, I'm not asking everyone here to go and break windows. They might be. Are we? I don't know. Anyway, food for thought. But the thing about this suffragists and suffragettes, I run a campaign called Switch It Green. On the 10th of May, we're launching our green banking platform. If you currently don't know if your bank funds fossil fuels, go onto switchit.green and sign up for the campaign, because our goal is to support thousands of people to move their money out of these banks and into green ones. So that's just one really simple thing that we can all do. That's where we can start. That's the suffragist side. The suffragette side, I'll read the end of my statement. I don't believe this trial is about glass. I believe it's about the billions of pounds Barclays are pouring into fossil fuels. And I believe it's about true justice. The courts are where we talk about the truth, where we have the opportunity to decide, to recognise what is right and wrong. I'm here because I know what the decision makers in Barclays are doing is denying us all of our futures, and they desperately need our help. Sometimes we have to make difficult decisions, and sometimes we have to go beyond what we see as the norm. I certainly did when I took this action. I don't consider myself an activist. I work in communications and PR. I wasn't sure whether it might put the campaign I built from scratch into jeopardy. But I also knew that I had to do something. I had to do more than a traditional campaign. I had to do something more to break them out of business as usual, to stop the harm, to wake them up from their relentless cycle of fossil fuel funding, to help them make the decisions that they know in their hearts, beyond the profits, beyond the reputation, are the ones that will support life. Throughout history, hello, thank you for the shade. We're now at that critical point in history. We have to make decisions about positive change. I ask that people check what is being done in their name. If the people that work for Barclays checked the effects of what was being done in their name, the destruction of all life, I believe they wouldn't stay silent. Bad things happen when good people say nothing. Every single person on this planet can wake up one morning and choose, am I going to try and stop harm or am I going to let it happen? Am I going to step out of my commitment to my job as banker, as employee, as member of the judiciary, as politician, and into my commitment as human, as sister, as father, and decide for myself who is causing harm and who isn't? Am I going to use my intelligence and my heart and question whether the rules I follow are still fit for purpose when the environment we live in is breaking down around us and we're seconds from midnight to stop everything from dying? So that is... I think what I want us all to take away from this is every single one of us is in the position to choose every single morning, are they going to stop harm or just let it happen? The invitation is after this march for us just not all to go home and go, we've done the march, wasn't that great? Okay, back to our day job. I'm sure many of us will not be doing that, but it's absolutely vital that good people don't stand by and support and then just don't really do anything beyond that. So the invitation here for the last 20 seconds of probably the time that we've got is for you to turn to the person next to you that you don't know and commit to one thing that you'll be doing beyond this march, whether it's a suffragist or a suffragette action. Commit to it now, please. All right, I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to stop there, and I'm just going to end with the words of Millicent Fawcett, the suffragist. Courage calls to courage everywhere, and it's about finding it in ourselves because we've all got it, and now is the time to use it. Thank you.
These three brave folks from the Barclays 7. Well done.
Climate change isn't a distant threat. It is a reality. It is really happening. And some of us do not know because we are not on the ground. The global south is really suffering. Talking about debt cancellation, it is a very important topic that our world leaders listen to us. The G7 countries, the World Bank, the IMF, they should listen to us and cancel those debts so that these countries can really get involved in adaptation, in financing the loss and damage that has already been done or that is already there. And that loss and damage is affecting directly the young people in the countries.
Okay, we're just moving back across Westminster Bridge with the Samba Band and the marchers and all the flags. We've got a very dark and brooding sky over Parliament behind us, and we're just wondering, are the government going to come out and say anything at 5 o'clock? We've made our demands. We've said no new oil and gas, no new oil and gas licenses in the North Sea, no new coal. We need reparations, we need climate justice for the global south and those countries. And we also need citizens' assemblies. We've been talking about them a lot over the weekend, that deliberative people's democracy. Normal people coming together, advised by experts to make those decisions. So come on, government, come out of your little houses of parliament over there with the dark brooding skies and give us some positive news, please. Give some positive news to the people. People who, frankly, are far, far ahead of you in their understanding of what the crisis is and what the solutions need to be. Let's move to renewables. Let's move to a fair and just society. We can do this. We can all work hard together and make it happen. We just need the political will to back us up too. And there we have it, the march. No new fossil fuels, end fossil fuels now, coming over the bridge. Thousands of people have come together over the big one over the last few days. And I think this will be probably the final march, but we'll see what happens at 5 o'clock.
Right, we're here as corporate. We're about to approach Westminster and continue our lobbying.
Now, what we know about the MPs here is they appreciate some good big bribes, so we know what to arrive with. We're going to sort them right out, and eventually, you know, it's a simple 3 million quid and we'll have our seats in the House of Lords. Imperialism, doing great work there already. Yourself there?
Yeah, my name is Denialism and I'm the science expert within corporate. We've been handing out awards to the government departments for their excellent work in doing our lobbying business. We've been handing out awards to the Department for Transport for their efforts in cutting down trees for profits. We've been handing out awards for the Department of Energy for oil, 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 because that's where the profit is, and where we are, profit is king. So we're putting an end to all of this nonsense. Parliament isn't going to listen to this rabble, they listen to us, because we're the ones making the money. Back to you, Cash Money.
So, we're here to call for them to deregulate everything. Regulation gets us nowhere. The more we can exploit, the more we can profit, and the more our shareholders are happy. So remember that. Corporate decrees. Keep your shareholders happy, exploit everything.
We are corporate. Big cheer for corporate.
And don't forget, the climate crisis, it's your fault. It's not our fault, it's not their fault, it's your fault. There's plenty you can do to change it. Don't forget to tick your offset boxes.
That's it. Personal responsibility, not corporate, not governmental. It's about you and your failures, not ours. We're about money. Sort your lives out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you for sticking it out in spite of the random sudden downpour. It's good to have you all here. There's been some amazing speakers. Aaliyah spoke a moment ago, just before the brilliant Barclays 7, and she really put it into really concise words that the overarching issue of everything that we're dealing with at the moment is one thing and one thing only, really, and that's capitalism. I wrote this piece in 2020. We're slaves to ideology and consumption. Man is selfish. We're slaves to thinking that we're better than anyone else is. We're slaves from when we wake up to the time that we sleep, for being born into a system with no help for the helpless. We suffocate, asphyxiate, heart rate perpetuating hatred. We overwhelm, degenerate, abbreviate for the sake of staying basic. Assimilate at any rate, the whitewashed state to maintain power. Appropriate, decelerate, propel to hate their finest hour. You see, the truth is our prime minister's a real racist. And Dave the Rapper got it right when he used his platform to say this. And the problem isn't self-isolated when we're peeling back our history just to see where the hate is. It takes 8 minutes, 46 seconds to put a man down. 8 minutes, 46 seconds, his head to the ground. 8 minutes, 46 seconds, spectators surround. And it ain't finished in a split second. So come gather round, because we've got a history as whitewashed as the paper I write on. Colonial, custodial, protecting the white ones. And if only you'll believe it when you're faced with the lives gone, because you'll hashtag Black Lives Matter. But are you ready to fight, son? And I'm talking from a privilege that I don't debate. I hit the jackpot of the century. White, male, cis, straight. And I know my heart was meant to be my pale-skinned fate, because I know I couldn't live with being silent on hate. When I grew up, my estate was always teeming with diversity. And I still remember the rejoicing when my first brown friends got into university, and thinking, why is that such a win? That seemed a little bit perverse to me. Absurdity is when the powers want the universe to be you versus me, because that's the way to keep the division. so they can profit from the black lives that they've tossed into prison, so they can bomb the Middle East and its imperialism. And we can all sit back and benefit from anti-knife crime missions that they've stamped inside boxes of chicken. Man. Thank you. So I buy tea bags without plastic, even though it's more expensive. And it's kind of fucking tragic that it doesn't make a difference. I buy products free of cruelty because I can't believe the horror. And I know the packets fool me because it's wrapped in fucking plastic. And it's tragic, and it's tragic, and it's really fucking tragic. I drive a van to work and I can't buy electric. And when I fill it up, it's hard to just forget it. And I wake up every morning feeling shameful that I can't do more to make an ounce of difference. I've gone vegan, wasn't easy. I miss the seafood, I miss the cheeses. I miss the time I lose by staring at the tiny little writing on the plastic fucking packaging that's wrapped around the products, around the peppers, around bananas, around the earth. I've seen death up close, starvation and corruption. I've seen gluttony, extravagance to boot. I've seen children die while parents cry, diseases rife and ecocide, while champagne served in London towers 30 stories high is deliberately spilled on finest suits. I've cleaned the glass that's on the ceiling right above me. Despite the promises, I've never broken through. They fooled me far more times than twice, so I don't know about perspective, but I'll be throwing stones forever. So will you. And no one fucking told me there's a crisis, but ignorance is bliss, or so I'm told. And so I've given up my future and my freedoms and my dreams because I'd like to see my nephew growing up. And no one fucking told me there's a crisis. But equally, they didn't know my worth. Because with every bit of strength, I'm going to fight this. So I'll rebel to save our futures and our earth. Thank you very much.
Nice one. Give it up for Molly. Okay, we've got something coming for you now. Yeah.
Hi, thanks for hanging around in the rain. And if you can bear with us just for a couple of minutes, we're going to have a phone call from a very special person. You'll know that Marcus and Morgan were sentenced to 2 years and 7 months and 3 years respectively last Friday for the Just Stop Oil action at the QE2 bridge. It's the longest sentence a climate activist has received for a non-violent direct action. And we all know it's highly politicized, the length of that sentence. Obviously, they will appeal, but for the time being, they've already spent 6 months there on remand. And you know, they have some more time to come. So Morgan has just called. Hang on one second. I'm just going to introduce him to you. 1 second. Give him some love when he comes on. I'm just listening to the warning message that comes on.
I am Silvia Aristizábal López. I am temporarily living in Inírida, Guainía, Colombia. Climate change has affected me in the increase of temperatures and the imbalance that nature is experiencing. I respond to climate change by being aware that I am part of everything created, and everything created is part of me. I also carry out workshops, discussions, videos, and meetings with different population groups to raise awareness on the importance of taking care of the environment. And through popular action, I am trying to get the mayor's office, the governor's office, and the CDA to protect the environment. For the right to a healthy environment, let's take care of the wetlands of the Amazon.
Should I speak now? Okay. Hello Parliament Square. This is the first rebellion which I've not been able to attend. So it's great to be here in spirit and hear all of you and speak to the friends of mine who are around the square and friends of friends who they pass the phone to. Now today seems like a good day to recount all my reasons to be cheerful. I'm grateful for origami. I was wondering when I would start origami, and it turns out today. Today is origami day. I'm grateful for the ducklings in the prison grounds. Does anyone here like ducklings? Beep, 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 beep. Cute little fluff balls. Turns out men in prison like ducklings too. You'll see a group of big burly tattooed dudes walking around the yard, but carefully diverting around mother duck and 3 tiny peeping little fluff balls as they peck away at some cornflakes which someone has kindly scattered for them. Ducks love it here in prison because the foxes can't get in, nor the cats. They're safe here. So the ducks fly in and relax, put their feet up on the grass. I often hear them outside my window at night on the grass. Quack, 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 quack. It's nice to get some visitors. Unauthorized. I'm grateful for some highly unexpected support which I received during my trial from a very surprising direction. Now, usually during a trial, your barrister will meet with the prosecuting barrister in private to sort out various things between the court sessions. However, because I was representing myself, I had to meet with my prosecutor in private, in the dungeon, in effect. At first, it was weird to be locked in a dungeon with a person who's tasked with putting you away. For some time, it turned out. But after a while, it became clear that we both respected each other, and we were kind of getting on quite well. So one thing then astonished me, that in the trial, at the end of the prosecution evidence, he played a video to the jury. It was the most emotive video message which I had recorded from the top of the bridge. I was astonished because it contributed nothing to the prosecution case. It was purely helpful to me and Marcus in getting the message across. He must have felt that he had the case so well sewn up that he could afford to throw us a bone, and he was right. And then another surprise. After the verdict came back, the prosecutor asked the judge to give us a suspended sentence. No more prison time. So despite his fiery cross-examination, the rigorous skepticism, which I welcome, all of which he had to do as his job, as well as the character daggers he had to stick in, because that goes with the business, by those 2 clearly supportive actions, he believed there was something good we were doing, though he could not say it in court. But as a human, he understood that. I'm grateful for that. There's a big reason to be cheerful because it shows that there is a huge spectrum of opinion within the ranks of the authorities. I'm grateful for the 120 barristers who came out during my trial to say that they would not prosecute non-violent climate protesters. More wavering in the ranks. More debate within the ranks. I'm grateful for the wisdom of Joanna Macy. Has anyone here heard of Joanna Macy? That wisdom has reached me in all kinds of ways over the last 12 years. The years I've been living around the tofu-eating wokarati of Britain. Any of you here today? Any? In particular, I'm grateful for this poem, which she wrote with Tom Attlee, which I'll read to you now. When you act on behalf of something greater than yourself, you begin to feel it acting through you with a power that is greater than your own. This is grace. Today, as we take risks for the sake of something greater than our separate individual lives, we are feeling graced by other beings and by Earth itself. Those with whom and on whose behalf we act give us strength and eloquence and staying power we didn't know we had. We just need to practice knowing that and remembering that we are sustained by each other in the web of life. Our true power comes as a gift like grace, because in truth it is sustained by others. If we practice drawing on the wisdom and beauty and strength of our fellow humans and our fellow species, we can go into any situation and trust that the courage and intelligence required will be supplied. Oh, I'll give it to my place. I can confirm that everything she writes is true. It really happens. The more pressure put onto you, the stronger you can become. When you step off and plunge into your depths, you will be given all the tools you need to make things work. And many hands will reach out to help you. I'm grateful for my prison support group. You're wonderful. You sustain me. Give them a chair, please. I'm grateful for all my ancestors who sacrificed and suffered through terrible ordeals, far more terrible ordeals than I'm suffering through, so that I could have a fair trial. Most people in the world cannot get a fair trial. Even in Britain, our justice system does not live up to its principles for everyone. So remember what a privilege it is if you can rely on a fair trial. A beautiful feature of our system of justice is the jury. 12 ordinary people make the final decision, and they are accountable to no one, only to their conscience. They take an oath to give a true verdict according to the evidence. If the law does not conform to the ordinary person's idea of what is fair and just, then the jury will not enforce it. That's not playing the system, that is the system. It's been confirmed by our highest courts and hundreds of years of tradition. Now we urgently need ordinary people, people like you, to stand up in front of juries, stand up in all your human frailty and vulnerability, and make your case that you have acted to preserve your own life, the lives of your loved ones, and the communities and lands which you love. You need to represent yourself so the jury gets to know you as a person, day after day, seeing you and hearing you, so that they can empathize with you. For it's like Joanna Macy said, draw on the wisdom and beauty and strength of your fellow humans on the jury. I swung and I missed. I caused too much pain. You need to urgently keep probing to find the tipping point, the sweet spot, where few ordinary people can convict you according to their conscience. Once we find that tipping point, things will shift very rapidly, and they need to, because we have a mountain to move. This could be the most beautiful gift which British tradition gives to the world. It makes me feel proud to be British and Kiwi, and to be alive at this pivotal time in this place, and have a chance to be a good ancestor to all those that will follow me. Now, my last point. Is anyone here at their first Extinction Rebellion event today? Anyone? Cool. Well, watch out where it takes you, because the first time I ever attended an Extinction Rebellion event was a song learning night in Bethnal Green in February 2019. A Jewish man and a woman taught me this very simple, very ancient song from their culture. I want to teach it to you now because it says so much in so few words. First, I'll say the lyrics. The first verse. The whole wide world's a bridge, a very narrow bridge, a very narrow bridge, a very narrow bridge. Now I'll call a line and you repeat. The whole wide world's a bridge. A very narrow bridge. A very narrow bridge. A very narrow bridge. Okay, in the second verse, I'll say the lyrics. And the one thing, to be sure, is to have no fear, is to have no fear at all, is to have no fear at all. Okay, I'll call a line and you repeat. And the one thing, to be sure, is to have no fear, is to have no fear at all, is to have no fear at all.
Years ago, they declared a climate emergency 4 years ago. And what's happened? What's happened? What's happened? It's 5 o'clock and no one has come to negotiate. No one has come to speak to us. No one has heard our voices. But we've heard each other. We've united. Tens of thousands of people have come together this weekend, and it's been an absolutely amazing weekend. Make some noise if you spoke to someone new. Make some noise if you changed your mind about something. Make some noise if you're thinking about what next. Over 100 days ago, Extinction Rebellion said, okay, we're not going to disrupt the public. We've heard that the public absolutely, desperately wants climate action, but they find it hard, this idea of disrupting the public. And we said, okay, we won't disrupt the public. And we tried to make the most inclusive, most successful event and bring more people together, and we did it. But they didn't listen. They spent the whole weekend and the few days before going, will they disrupt the marathon? Ooh, they're going to disrupt. Did we disrupt the marathon? No! We didn't. We didn't disrupt the public because we tell the truth. Yeah! And when we said to the government that we want a response by 5 p.m. or we're going to step it up, we were telling the truth. Were we telling the truth? Yeah! So we've got some amazing speakers for you now. We're going to stay here right in front of Parliament. I'm sorry it's raining, but it's not my fault, but I'm British, so I'm going to apologise for it. So we're going to bring on these last few speakers. But everyone, thank you so much for being here. This is why we do it. Unite to survive. Unite to survive. Unite to survive. Unite to survive. Extinction Rebellion. Extinction Rebellion.
So we're waiting for Claire to come on the stage, I believe. Co-founder Claire Farrell.
Folks, we've got a fantastic little selection, smorgasbord of folk to share things with you coming up. Well done for being here in the rain, yes, friends? You are the weather, we are the weather. Delighted to welcome up to the mic now, Claire Farrell. Please give a warm welcome. I was a bit quick. The truth be told, friends, I was a bit quick, is what happened there. It happens. It happens. It's you, Claire Farrell!
Hello, it's a bit chaotic, isn't it? So far, this has been so much more calm than normal rebellion. Now look at it. Okay, sorry it's raining. I did the opening speech in the rain and it was shit. And now it's raining again and I think it's really shit. Sorry about that. So I just wanted to say a few things. Well, since 2018, the people around us have helped to build the fastest growing movement of civil disobedience and non-violence in living memory, and thousands of actions have taken place in hundreds of countries. And now as we move from relentless agitator to also become an extremely supportive convener of a movement of movements, we make our offer of a loving, non-violent and respectful support both to society and to the movement and even to this government to get the things to happen that we know need to happen. Can like no one here at all? Okay, I'll say stuff and then I'll wait and you shout it to people back. All right? The majority of the UK want what we are here to represent.
Want what we are here to represent.
An end to fossil fuels.
An end to fossil fuels.
And to begin a new era. To stop clinging to the past.
Stop clinging to the past.
And accept the truth.
And accept the truth.
To create a new reality. And a politics of care and freedom. Prepared for what is coming to us. I was taken in that building behind me today as a guest. It's like Hogwarts. It's beautiful inside. No wonder the people who work there sometimes seem to think they're very important. But it is a home to a system that's out of date. So I'm going to represent what's been happening today. People's Assemblies today have shown us that people want to take more action. Some of them will disrupt. Some will support strikes and non-cooperation. Some will go organising their communities. Almost 8 out of 10 protesters seek to disobey. 9 out of 10 will organise with their local movements. Nearly half of them will use their bodies to be present on picket lines. And talks have already started between groups and movements involved in this weekend about how to create a unified national campaign with a powerful sense of community and determination and unity. Over the next 3 months, we will translate the appetite for action into a movement of movements that is unstoppable. Because what we need to do is give everyday citizens the chance to influence politics with their everyday goodness. And the things that need to be achieved sometimes feel impossible under the current systems. We need scarce resources to be shared. We need to stop wasting and start conserving. Debts must be settled or cancelled. Unjust behaviours must be defined and legislated against. And we must begin processes that prevent conflict. For this, we require great reserves of cooperation and collaboration. We need to muster this nation's grand history of radical democracy to be the ancestors that our survival requires, and the sisters and brothers that those who are already suffering need us to be. So we will step up and build a new world to face the issues of the 21st century with love, with collaboration, and a spirit that is unbreakable, even if it's raining. Love everyone.
Give it up for Claire Farrell! Brilliant! You all did really well with that microphone technique. Are you all hearing better now? Do we need to carry on working like that? How are you doing? Good volume? Oh, louder. Needs to be louder. Right, Nick, do you know how to work this microphone? Hello, how are we doing on the mic check? Thank you. Understood it over there. All right, I'm bringing another speaker on now for you, friends. Delighted to welcome Nick Anim.
Mic check. What a beautiful, beautiful people we are. Well done, everyone, for saying, even though it's raining, it's cold, but we are warmed by the love, by the radical love that we have for ourselves, for each other, and for all of humanity, and all living things. Just want to give a big shout for Marcus and Morgan. We are indebted to them. So, voting is easy and marginally useful. But it is a poor substitute for democracy, which requires direct action by concerned citizens like us. Make no mistake, our third demand for a citizens' assembly is a revolutionary demand for real democracy. As Cicero once said, you know who Cicero is? All right, he's a Roman philosopher. As Cicero once said, freedom is participation in power. And that is exactly what the third demand is about. It's about collective liberation. We are called to hold our government to account. Rebellion is the force that gives us meaning. Injustice is the cause that drives our rebellion. If the world, as we know it, has been imagined and made over time, then surely it can be reimagined and remade in time. That's logical, right? Yes. So we cannot solve global problems by looking inwards and succumbing to the narrow viewpoints of nationalism or ecofascism. We have a moral imperative to rebel. So, as I close, as I close, 2 seconds now. As I close, just want to remind you that the big one brought together over 200 groups, all with different focuses. Crying time is over. From this moment on, despair ends. It's movement time.
Yes, make it! Yes! Dear friends, what a pleasure to hear all of your voices raised in unison. Are you ready for our next speaker? Please give a really warm welcome and a mega fan. It's Kay Rowas. Hello, rebels. We are going to talk economics. We're better to talk economics than in front of the big economic house. So here's the thing. Economics comes from ancient Greek. Economics comes from ancient Greek. It means the art of household management. It means the art of household management. And what better art could there be in the times when we need planetary household management? And what better times could there be when we need planetary management? That was a test. We have inherited an economy that needs to grow. Whether or not it makes us thrive. Oh dear. Because we need an economy that makes us thrive. Whether or not it grows. You see, growth is a wonderful, healthy phase of life. We love to see our kids grow. We love to see our gardens grow. That's why we love the rain. But nothing in nature succeeds by trying to grow forever. It will destroy itself or the system on which it depends. We know this in our bodies. When something tries to grow forever, we call it cancer. And we stop it as soon as we can. So So it's time to create an economy. Here in the United Kingdom. One of the richest nations in the history of all humanity. An economy that grows up and stops trying to grow forever. Because it's time to thrive. And the dirty little secret of 20th century growth, that it was all fueled by, you can complete the next line. Fossil fuels! And we came to think it was normal. But now it's time to decarbonise. And lots of people in the big economic house behind me say that's going to be fine. Let's call it green growth. But here's the rub. When push comes to shove, between green and growth, you can bet you know who's gonna win. So it's time to take the dependency of our economy off growth. Let's create an economy that makes us thrive. Whether or not it grows. Let's decarbonise. Let's use materials again and again and again. And never throw them away. Because there is no away. Let's make sure we create an economy that's distributive by design. That shares its value with everyone who co-creates it. And guess what? That turns out to be the whole of society. So we have an economy that needs to grow, whether or not it makes us thrive. We need an economy that makes us thrive, whether or not it grows. And everyone in the big economic house needs to get with that, so that we can all thrive. Extinction! 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 We love the rain, we do. Thank you. Amazing K-Rowa friends! Oh, beloveds, thank you so much for your presences, for everything that you have contributed and are contributing. Thank you also to those that are not here at that moment, this moment, but that are working tirelessly to transform the way that we live, to move us into a new way of being, new future, because it's possible. It's possible because we're doing it. We are doing it right now. It is happening, friends. It's happening. Oh, I dropped a thing. Just got it. We've got it. We've got it straight back. See, dropped a thing, got it straight back. Amazing. Okay, friends. Great, good, done. Another problem resolved. Another problem resolved, friends. Great. All right, okay. Let's do a little collective action as we gathered, friends, yeah? I invite you just to bring your attention to the soles of your feet. Just bring your mind to the soles of your feet and feel your point of contact with this beautiful planet. Feel the beautiful water weather raining down upon us and making us grow. Yes, feel your feet on the floor. That's it. Big breath in through the nose. Out through the soles of the feet. In through the nose. Out through the soles of the feet. Yes, Pachamama, we are all part of you. All part of it, friends. just bring your attention. I invite you to just consider the connections that you've made over these past days. If you've not been here these whole past days, the connections that you are making in your life all the time with people who wish and long for the same sort of change that you are wishing and longing for, the ones that are making it happen with you. They are real connections. This stuff is happening right now. We are doing it. Breathe in through the nose, out through the soles of the feet. Oh, we got something coming. We got something coming, friends. So, this beautiful mic check work we've been doing, we're going to start a little rumble with the voices. Shake it out through the hips. Let it go down into the floor. Stamp the feet a little bit. And let the voice come up a little bit. Oh, let it come up into the heart. Let it come to the heart, friends. Oh, and as you are feeling it, friends, hear the sounds of those making this beautiful heart sound around you. Here in the rain in Parliament Square, in front of the buildings that represent the structures of power. But my friends, we are the structures of power. We are the structures of power. The connections that you have with your friends and with the people that you know and with the people who are not yet your friends and with the people that you have a bit of difficulty with. These are the structures of power. Congratulations on your ongoing work. I'm just going to get a little bit of intelligence about what's coming next. Bear with me. Please, friends, please welcome to this microphone the fantastic Rob Calendar.
Extinction!
Rebellion!
Extinction!
Rebellion!
I want to give another, been done today, and it can only be done again and again, and it must be done because we can never forget it. We must take it as a rallying cry to do more and more. Let's just give a huge hand of applause as if they can hear us in Chelmsford and in their prisons. Marcus and Morgan. This is how we are ending in the rain this time. It would be easy to say, let's all go and glue ourselves to the railings. It would be easy to say, let's go and lock ourselves to the next things. Let's lie in the road in the rain and just stop everything because we haven't been heard. But that is not as powerful as going away from here and organizing. To make these 4 days happen has taken over 6 months, if not 4 years of organizing. We are the culmination of our experiences and our connections and everything we do. And we owe a huge debt to people, not just in this country, but all around the world, for the resources, for the minerals, for the horrible system that powers the Zoom calls and the mobile phones that we use to organize the rebellion against that same extractive system. In this strange cycle of chaos that we live in, we're trying to find hope and we're trying to find repair. And we can't do anything silly. I beg you now, go home and think about what next, but don't think by yourselves. If anything has been proved over the last 4 days, you are not alone. We are stronger together, and only together can we win. You are not alone. So before you leave here, take someone's number. Make friends with someone. And if you want to make more friends, come tonight to Patchworks up in Walthamstow, E10, Google Patchworks, 258 Church Road. The nearest station is Black Horse Lane. I told you it took a lot of organising. Come there, we've got an amazing night planned because we need time to meet. We need space to meet and to talk and to organise and to finally be heard. You've been amazing over these last 4 days, but let the big one not turn into 1,000 tiny little ones. It needs to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And we will only do that if we really take into our hearts those 3 words that have been the tagline of this rebellion. Unite to survive. Unite to survive. Unite to survive. Unite to survive. Extinction! Extinction! The clue is in those words. Extinction!
Sorry. Party then.
Hello. Hi. I'm in a band called Bang Bang Bunny. I'm a single mum of 2. I home educated them for as long as I could, and this is something that I did on the side. A lot of my music is about social injustice, class inequalities, and saving the planet. Yeah, if you could kindly follow us on Instagram. We're a punk musician, punk bands, punk rap. Also, I just want to say this is also in memory of my friend Tom Palmer, who died at the age of 28. He was a long-term activist, and it was always about being in the undercover cops and amazing movements. Living in harmony for the rest of the
You see the give a big round of applause for Bang Bang Bunny here to play us out in the big one.
Bye.
Presented by the food.
Good night.
We're live. We're live. And we're live at the big one for the final finale. It has been the most phenomenal, exhilarating 4 days. Extinction Rebellion has really shown itself to come to fruition, to bring masses of people together, united under the common cause of protecting our planet. I want to go through the live stream crew. You know, it's been an honour for me being part of this team. And the team is even bigger than this. Some are still having to work. We thought we'd just run through each of our highlights over the last few days. Nico?
Yeah, there's been so much highlights. I think some of the really creative climate songs and some of the movement music that we've seen has been absolutely fantastic for me. I thought the march on Saturday was absolutely brilliant. But honestly, once I get home tomorrow and have time to digest everything, I'm going to be just thinking about all the fantastic stuff that I've seen over the last 4 days, and I'm going to go back and watch the stream. I know that for sure, because there's just so much going on. It's been absolutely brilliant.
Well, for me, it's 4 years almost to the week when the first big rebellion took place on Waterloo Bridge, and this afternoon we marched across it, and Waterloo Bridge has some very happy memories for me, so I'm glad we did that this afternoon. Over to you, James.
Yeah, we did have some happy memories from going over the bridges, but I love the I can't even speak, it's been so long. I love the biodiversity march. That was absolutely fantastic to see between 60 and 90,000 people out on the streets. And I also really love those dirty corp rats. They're getting their filthy dollars out to try and fund the government. Love them.
Oh, the thing I've loved the best is all the new people. So many people who've never been to a protest before. So many people who are from all the different 200 organisations who've been part of this. And make no mistake, this is the start of something, right? This isn't a thing in itself. From today on we go, and we are going to make things change.
Wow, what an amazing 4 days. People from all over the country and so many different organisations all coming together, which is absolutely amazing. Really talk about opening doors. On Friday, I was told to go over to St. John's to church. I haven't been to church in a very long time. Sorry, Mum. And I get over there and the doors are closed. There's a mass going on. There was 700-800 people rammed in there. And there was so many people who come from all over the country. All the Christians have come. And they had to have two masses, one inside, one outside. Managed to gate crash, went inside. It was amazing. Met several bishops. One of the bishops said, "We all have to take action," which is like, which is absolutely amazing. So, and that one last thing, I know we're wrapping up. Also, the Ministry of Transport today was amazing, and I actually got to pick up the new minister on my shoulders. Thank you.
So many highlights. I'm slightly starstruck still, because I just helped Kate Rayworth, who's my hero, find her bag. So I'm really excited. But my highlight has to be the Citizens' Assemblies Hub. We had the absolute top legends of the deliberative democracy world speaking here on the streets about deliberative democracy, about citizens' assemblies, and they were amazing, and people were so interested. We thought people didn't care about citizens' assemblies. People didn't care about the third demand. They do. They want to know more. They want to get involved. And I'm so excited. And the other highlight for me has just been this team, the live stream team, has been kicking ass. It's absolutely amazing. Woo! And heads up to the spokes coordinators, to the press team, to the social media, all the media messaging guys. I love you guys. You're so amazing. I'm so proud, so grateful, and I'm so happy, and I'm so wet.
It's like an Oscar speech.
Woo!
Well, I can't follow that, can I? I mean, what can I say? Yeah, it's been lovely, and it's been actually wonderful being part of this team. I've really enjoyed it, and I don't know, there's so many things. I mean, being sort of like all the little things, these sort of small interviews of finding out how people really feel. It's been wonderful. And I suppose the highlights, Biodiversity March has to be mentioned. I think that really sort of hit the spot with so many people. And those fantastic, brilliant costumes that people put together. They were absolutely amazing, and you see the love that went into it all. I think that was fantastic. And then perhaps just a little one from today, an absolutely random outburst of people singing Bella Ciao. And I love that.
Zoe!
Hi.
Yeah, I've loved it all. I've loved being part of this massive crew, everybody's crew. Everyone brings their skills to the event, from the cooking through to filming on their phones. And love meeting Chris Packham and Kate Rayworth and just loads and loads of lovely, lovely people here. So are you going to do Alex now?
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Alex, come on, you got to flip your camera around.
Yes, right. Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's been great. Shout out to the BSL guys today. We were running around backwards and forwards. They probably never thought they were going to be involved some trying to do signing in some strange odd places like the corporates today. They seem to have a good time, so good shout out to them. And we'll see you around. I'll pass you back over to Laura to finish.
Yeah, well, we're not going to go unmentioned. Vlad, who has been doing the most phenomenal job of editing this all together. Everybody come behind me and give Vlad a massive thumbs up. Thank you. Team, come behind me. Come with me.
There's been
team.
40 to 50 people have been involved in putting together Big One TV. It's a major operation. We've had switching desks and multiple cameras set up on the main stage, getting all the main stage feed. We've had Vlad sitting in Wales, doing all the video switching. Thank you so much. It's been absolutely incredible. We really hope the Big One TV has helped connect you with all that's happening in Westminster. For those of you that have been here in Westminster, we've had big LED screens showing the live stream so that if you were on a picket, you could see what's happening all over We hope it was really helpful for you and that it's part of documenting the movement. Please do let us know in the comments if you liked it, give us any feedback, what you would like to maybe see next time around next rebellion or where we're going next. I mean, as you had, next time, there's a next time. Of course there's a next time. We've just had a discussion about what's next. And there's going to be lots next. The big one is just the beginning, and we'll be with you all the way, live streaming everything that's going to be moving forward from here.
And big thanks to the British Sign Language interpreters that have been with us today. I think they've been a really valuable addition to our team, and we're really lovely to have alongside. So that is bringing us to a close for the Big One TV here in central London. Today's theme was Choose Your Future. So please, everybody, in the chat, put down your thoughts, your ideas for how our future should look. What is it we should do? What are you going to step up and do? Are you going to organise in your community? Are you going to join civil disobedience? What is it?
Let us know.
Let us know. From us here in London.
We've been on the streets for years, since before you were born. We were on the streets this year, this month. We are nurses, grandparents, daughters, doctors, brown, black, white, gay, straight, and people who don't like to be defined, but who love putting signs on themselves. Why do we do this? For hope, for humanity, for justice, for community. Because we cannot trust the government to do it for us.
Because I'm terrified for my children's future.
Because I'm terrified right now.
Because without us, and Greta, and the scientists, and the people who've been rising up and resisting destruction all over the world, our government wouldn't be doing even the little it's doing. Because the people who only care about profit aren't going to do it for us. In fact, they're trying to stop us. We rang the alarm, we made Parliament declare a climate emergency, but these were just words when we needed action.
Net zero by 2050, blah, blah, blah. Net zero, blah, blah, blah.
A code red for humanity was declared, but these are just more words. We need action. We need you. We're the people. People who get it wrong sometimes, but are trying so hard to get it right. We're innocent. We're being imprisoned because we've run out of time. Because the time to act is now. Poor countries forced into spiralling debt. A cost of greed crisis that plunges working people into fuel poverty. Wages stagnate and inflation skyrocket. All the while oil companies and shareholders take in billions. The cycle won't stop until we show we've had enough. Have you had enough? We need to unite. We need you, and you. Those who are responsible should be accountable. It's time to roll up our sleeves and get to work. It's time to unite to survive. Here comes everyone.